Chapter 1306. The anger in the eyes of Gong Tian and all the level 9 experts could burn the air. However, Gong Tian's supreme spiritual treasure was in their hands, and Xiao He could easily kill a group of level 9 venerables, not to mention Zhu Yi. If anyone dared to make a move, they would definitely end up like Gong Tian. Plop. Finally, Gong Tian knelt down heavily on one knee and lowered his noble head. He knelt in the air and made a plop sound. One could imagine how angry he was. When Gong Tian knelt down, the level 9 experts below could only grit their teeth and follow suit. Then the level 7 venerable experts also knelt down. Finally, countless low-level martial artists on the hundreds of millions of islands below also knelt down one by one. Very good. Yi Qinghan's face finally revealed a trace of a smile. This group of bastards, they were born to be lowly. They didn't listen to my kind words and insisted on killing. If I don't beat them down, I won't be able to discuss anything. Emperor, let all the level 9 experts offer their fire of soul. Otherwise, when they go to the plain battlefield, they might betray us. We have to be on guard. Yi Qinghan was about to continue talking with Gong Tian about the battle when Zhu Yi's voice came. Yi Qinghan hesitated. Since Gong Tian had surrendered and knew that he was no match for him, he shouldn't do such a stupid thing, right? Moreover, since he had beaten them into submission, wasn't it too inhumane to do such a ruthless thing? After martial artists offered their fire of soul, it would be difficult for them to make any progress in their cultivation. At that time, it would cause all the arrogant water god experts to fight back, and it would be troublesome. For a moment, Yi Qinghan couldn't make up his mind. Seeing Yi Qinghan's hesitation, Zhu Yi knew that Yi Qinghan's heart wasn't very ruthless. Sighing, her eyes flickered, and she sent another voice transmission. Emperor, the Water God clan has always been arrogant, and they hold grudges. If it weren't for the fact that they were strong, the divine world was vast, and there were no conflicts of interest, the Fire God clan would have long since eliminated them. You can't control them completely. If they secretly take revenge on your family. Yi Qinghan's body shook. This was related to his family, so his heart hardened. He immediately said in a cold voice, Gong Tian, offer your soul flame. Listen to my command, I will ensure the safety of your Water God clan. Great Emperor, you can't. Yi Qinghan, you're so vicious. Great Emperor, fight him to the death. When has the Water God clan suffered such humiliation? Yi Qinghan, I'll kill you. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished his words, countless level 9 experts below shouted one after another. Their faces were full of anger again, and the resentment in their eyes were extremely obvious. All the 9th stage venerables were brimming with killing intent. Their divine power and spatial power condensed. It was as if they were ready to fight to the death as soon as the universal command was issued. However, although they cursed, no one dared to make a move. Gong Tian looked up at Yi Qinghan with grief and indignation. He was so angry that his body trembled. He tried hard to suppress the rage in his heart and said through gritted teeth, Yi Qinghan, you, don't go too far. Go too far? I'm already being merciful by not asking all of you to offer your soul flame. Yi Qinghan thought of Zhu Yi's warning and saw the Water God clan's behavior. He knew that if he didn't control them, there would be endless troubles in the future. He snorted coldly and continued, offer your soul flame and serve me for 1,000,000 years, then I'll give you back your freedom. This is the bottom line. Otherwise, I'd rather kill all of you to get rid of any future troubles. As soon as he said the last word, Yi Qinghan's killing intent spread out and immediately enveloped everyone. Xiao He also turned into a gust of wind and instantly enveloped everyone, but he didn't devour them immediately. In the distance, Zhu Yi also condensed a 1,000-layer wave that was thousands of meters tall. The direction of the attack was towards the hundreds of millions of islands below. Everyone's breathing quickened. The experts of the Water God clan didn't dare to speak anymore. They were waiting for Gongtian's orders or watching him become Yi Qinghan's soul slave. Become a humiliating soul slave? Or perhaps the Water God clan would be exterminated? Gongtian's eyes revealed a pained expression. He turned to look at the experts who had been enveloped by Xiao He, then at the countless people on the islands below, and finally at the murderous Yi Qinghan. He sighed powerlessly. A white flame flew out of his forehead and flew into the space between Yi Qinghan's eyebrows before disappearing. All right. Xiao He, come back. Yi Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief and shouted at Xiao He. At the same time, he threw the blood-colored spear in his hand to Gong Tian and said, "Everyone, disperse. Gong Tian, take me to your residence." Yi Qinghan's exchange of the blood-flame spear to Gong Tian not only shocked him, but also caused Zhu Yi to reveal an unconcealable look of disappointment. Zhu Yi had thought that Yi Qinghan would accept the spear. He definitely wouldn't be able to use it. The beast god had the beast divine hall, so this supreme spiritual treasure would definitely be bestowed to her. She hadn't expected that Yi Qinghan would casually return it to Gong Tian. Although Gong Tian was stunned, he also immediately accepted the blood flame spear. This was the water god clan's most treasured treasure. He then waved his hand to dismiss everyone and flew towards one of the islands below with Yi Qinghan. Humans were very strange creatures. Gong Tian had wanted to die just now, so he was filled with grief and indignation. However, once he handed over the soul flame, there was no longer any resentment in his heart. There was only sadness and desolation. The lives of billions of people of the Water God clan were on his shoulders. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. Humans had a habit. Since they had compromised once, they would compromise a second time. This was like a prostitute. Since they had been sold once, they would be sold a second time. The island that Gong Tian lived on was in the center of the water mystery realm. A magnificent palace was very obvious. Yi Qinghan and the others landed. The countless people and maids on the island all revealed looks of fear. There was also anger and resentment hidden in the depths of their eyes. Yi Qinghan ignored the crowd and took the initiative to enter the palace. He entered the hall and sat on the main seat. "Master. My lord." Zhu Yi sat next to Yi Qinghan. Gong Tian saluted the two with a lonely expression. The maids next to him immediately served fragrant tea spirit fruits. Yi Qinghan sat on the main seat and looked indifferently at the extremely lonely and dispirited Gong Tian. He pondered for a moment and said, "Gong Tian, I have no intention of making life difficult for your Water God clan. I have no interest in ordering your Water God clan around. But in this planar war, we can only win. We cannot lose. I hope you can understand." "Yes." Gong Tian nodded. His face was still gloomy. He had always been arrogant, the peerless genius of the Water God clan, the king of millions of Water God people. At this moment, he had become someone else's sole slave. How could he accept this? "Since the Water God clan wants to hide from the world, I won't force you. It's fine as long as you and all the upper 9th grade warriors fight in this planar war. After the planar war, you can all return to the Water God mystery realm. At that time, I will return your fire of soul and will never step into your Water God mystery realm again." Yi Qinghan's words startled Zhu Yi, and also greatly surprised Gong Tian, causing his spirit to shake. The planar war would start in 5,000 years. And before the planar war, Yi Qinghan would not allow him to order him around. So as long as he participated in the planar war, he could get rid of this humiliating identity? "Of course, I have my conditions." Yi Qinghan waved his hand, indicating that Zhu Yi didn't need to persuade him through voice transmission. He faintly said, "In this planar war, all of you must go all out. If I find out that any of you are slacking or playing tricks in the dark, I will definitely annihilate your clan." Looking at Gong Tian, whose face had regained some vigor, Yi Qinghan lightly smiled. The reason why he returned the sovereign spiritual treasure, the Spear of Crimson, to Gong Tian and made a promise to give him hope. What Yi Qinghan needed were a few teammates who could go all out, not a few bad and resentful people who were dragging him down in the dark. His gaze passed through the palace and looked at the void in the distance. He let out a deep sigh. He had always felt that something ominous would happen in this planar war. Now that the experts of the Water God clan had joined in, especially Gongtian's strength of a 9th-grade sovereign, the worry in his heart had lessened a little. Chapter 1307. Yi Qinghan did not stay long in the water mystic realm. He left with Zhu Yi after passing down the first volume of the Ghost Transformation. The first volume of the Ghost Transformation was the easiest to comprehend. After successfully comprehending it, one could change one's appearance and divine power attribute. The second volume could change one's soul attribute and turn one into a completely different person. Yi Qinghan did not teach it to anyone except the beast god. If one's soul was changed, even Yi Qinghan would not be able to detect it. If it fell into the enemy's hands and was used to assassinate his own family members, it would be a powerful weapon. Yi Qinghan also ordered that no one from the water mystic realm was allowed to come out without his permission. Otherwise, he would kill every single one of them. Since you want to hide from the world, then you can stay there forever. When the news that Yi Qinghan had conquered the water mystic realm reached the divine realm, the morale of the people of the divine realm was greatly boosted. With the experts of the water mystic realm participating in the war, they were more confident in winning the interplanar war. Yi Qinghan did not stop and went straight to Supreme Island. The Star Sea was currently under Zhu Yi's sphere of influence. However, the official army of the divine realm had all joined the Yi family army and took orders from the Flame Dragon City. Zhu Yi's influence and rallying power were greatly reduced. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not there to fight with Zhu Yi. He directly entered the Nifa's Abyss. The Nifa's Abyss was guarded by Zhu Yi's 3 lower 9th-grade martial artists all year round. The Enchantress, Yi Qingyu, and hundreds of restriction geniuses of the divine world were all concentrating on studying the restrictions set up by the Zhanhuang. Yi Qinghan promised them great rewards. As long as they could comprehend and control Battle Emperor's restrictions, he would give them anything they wanted. The position of Vice City Lord of the Flame Dragon Holy City, supreme-grade divine weapons, exotic fruits in the Sealed God Valley, and all kinds of rewards were given to them. These restriction geniuses were all studying in the Nifa's Abyss day and night. Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Lord Xiaohe. The moment Yi Qinghan appeared in the Nifa's Abyss, the 3 lower 9th-grade war gods immediately noticed him and teleported over to greet him. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, gesturing for the 3 of them to keep quiet. Then, he brought Zhu Yi and Xiaohe and quietly flew forward. The entire Nifa's Abyss was filled with people, but none of them moved. They were either meditating in seclusion somewhere or quietly observing the ubiquitous restrictions. Brother, in a cave far away, Yi Qing was sitting inside. His divine sense was constantly scanning the restrictions in front of him. He seemed to have sensed something and turned his head. When he saw that Yi Qinghan had actually come, he immediately cried out in surprise. This cry startled countless martial artists who were in seclusion or comprehending restrictions. Many of them had never seen Yi Qinghan before, but they all knew that Yi Qingyu was one of Yi Qinghan's wives. In addition, Yao Ji immediately teleported over. How could they not know that the person in front of them was the ruler of the immortal realm? They hastily flew over, knelt on one knee, and said, "Greetings, Emperor Han Yi." "Rise." Yi Qinghan said indifferently. He turned his head and smiled at Yao Ji and Yi Qingyu. He asked, "How's the current situation?" Yao Ji leisurely smiled, dazzling the eyes of the surrounding people. She said with slight regret, "The progress is not bad. 2/3 of the restrictions have been broken by us. We can easily control them and repel the enemy. However, the remaining 1/3 of the restrictions are incomparably complicated. The restrictions here are all interconnected. If we don't fully comprehend and control them, we won't be able to open all the restrictions below, and their power will be reduced by more than half." Yi Qingyu sweetly smiled and said, "Brother. Sister Yao Ji, you're amazing. Half of the restrictions were broken by Sister Yao Ji. There's also Brother Lei Hua. He's also very powerful. He's broken a lot of the restrictions." Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and said, The Lei Hua who broke the restrictions at the entrance of the 3 mystic realms?" A somewhat dull middle-aged man immediately stepped out from the crowd. He looked a little frightened. He cupped his fists at Yi Qinghan and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, it's me, Empress Qingyu. I don't deserve to be called Brother Lei Hua. Also, my restriction skills are far inferior to Empress Yao Ji's. I'm very ashamed. There's still 5,000 years before the dimensional war begins. In the last dimensional war, the realm of divinity was defeated. However, at that time, the Emperor of War was here. He used the restrictions here to suppress the 3 ancestor fiends of the realm of divinity. No one can predict the outcome of this dimensional war. Therefore, we must take precautions. If we lose, we can only rely on the restrictions here to protect the realm of divinity. Therefore, your task is extremely difficult. I hope you will work hard to comprehend the restrictions here and gain control over them as soon as possible." Yi Qinghan thanks everyone, said Yi Qinghan in a serious tone. He then cupped his fists at the crowd, causing the hundreds of restriction geniuses in the air to feel terrified. In the realm of divinity, comprehending the laws of cultivation and improving one's strength was the way to go. These geniuses liked to study things that were considered unorthodox by the realm of divinity. They had always been looked down upon and ridiculed by their respective families. Now that the number 1 person in the realm of divinity was acting like this, they were even more excited than when they were rewarded with treasures and beauties. Yi Qinghan looked at the excited geniuses who went back to comprehend the restrictions. He smiled at Zhu Yi beside him and said, "Actually, what these people need is not a reward, but recognition and respect. Yao Ji, this restriction is very important. I'll leave it to you." Yao Ji glared at Yi Qinghan. She was a little angry, but the joy in her eyes could not be concealed. After staying in the Nifa's abyss for a while, Yi Qinghan returned to the Supreme Island. No one could comprehend the restrictions in peace while he was there, so he decisively came out. After seeing the situation in the Nifa's abyss with his own eyes, Yi Qinghan felt more at ease. He liked to anticipate victory and defeat, so that he could prepare a path of retreat and think of the worst-case scenario. He was the boss of the realm of divinity in this dimensional war. He would definitely make a big move during the final battle. His power of cold was extremely unique, so it was difficult for him not to attract attention. Together with Xiao Hei's strange soul form, he was even more eye-catching. The location of the final battle was under Mount Pan, where a Supreme God Emperor lived. If the Supreme God Emperor discovered that something was amiss, he could eliminate him and the realm of divinity would be defeated. With this restriction, the realm of divinity would have the ability to protect itself. After staying in Zhu Yi's newly built palace for a few days, Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi did a few things that were beyond friendship. Then, Yi Qinghan returned to Flame Dragon City, preparing to go into seclusion again to break through the bottleneck of the ultimate mystery. However, this seclusion lasted for 2,000 years, and he was still stuck at the ultimate mystery. Yi Qinghan simply came out of seclusion to accompany the ladies, guide the juniors in their cultivation, and occasionally take Xiao Hei to play around. 100 years later, Yi Qinghan went into seclusion again. This time, he was going to wait until the dimensional war began. If he still couldn't merge with the ultimate mystery, then he would have to participate in the dimensional war first. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the War Imperial Hall, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes on time. His eyes were filled with deep exhaustion and helplessness. He let out a long breath and stood up. He rubbed his nose in embarrassment and sighed, "Strange, this young master has been trying to comprehend the ultimate mystery for 7,000 years. This ultimate mystery is definitely not in the wrong direction. Why am I stuck for 7,000 years? Could it be that the laws of heaven and earth don't recognize me because my soul is too strange? This is really strange." From comprehending the ultimate mystery of space to major accomplishment, Yi Qinghan spent less than 100 years. Just as he was about to major accomplishment, his laws of heaven and earth were about to break through to the 9th grade, he was stuck for several thousand years. It almost drove him crazy. Forget it, the dimensional war is about to begin. If I can survive this time, I will comprehend it properly. Dimensional war, this young master is coming. Yi Qinghan stretched his numb body. His expression brightened up, and his eyes shone with divine light as he went into the War Imperial Hall. Chapter 1308. As soon as Yi Qinghan returned to the Flame Dragon City's rooftop, countless divine senses swept over him, followed by countless messages. Yi Qinghan was too lazy to send messages. He activated his divine power and shouted, "The planar war is about to begin. All sovereigns, gather in Flame Dragon City." As soon as Yi Qinghan gave the order, the entire divine world was shaken. Yi Qinghan's voice was mixed with the heavenly devil voice, and there was a faint battle intent in his tone, causing countless martial artists in the divine world to feel slightly excited. The planar war was random. Sometimes, if one was unlucky, they would participate once every tens of thousands of years. These years, the divine world had been lucky. It only happened once every 100 years. The divine world only knew about the planar war in legends. The martial artists of the younger generation had never seen it before. Now that they could finally participate, the divine world citizens were excited and looking forward to it. Lei Zhen and the beast god teleported over immediately. They were already in Flame Dragon Sacred City. The beast god would represent the beast god race to participate in the planar war. Yi Feihu would oversee the divine world. This matter had been decided long ago. Following that, the Ice Queen and Zhu Yi arrived with their men. All the sovereigns of the divine world arrived one after another. Yu Qingcheng and the others were alarmed too. They came to meet Yi Qinghan in a hurry. Seeing that Yi Qinghan wanted to discuss business, they left obediently. Yi Qinghan sat in the main seat of the 5th floor of the City Lord Manor. He looked at Lei Zhen and Emperor Yu and said, "Uncle Lei Zhen, Emperor Yu, are the low-level martial artists ready?" Lei Zhen stood up with a solemn expression. He said in a deep voice, "They are ready." Among the 1 million martial artists, 700,000 from the official army will be sent. They are all experienced martial artists. Ice and Snow Island will send 100,000, Green Mountain Tribe will send 100,000, and other special races with special skills will send 100,000. They will be divided into 100 small teams and mixed together. 100 years ago, I sent them out in batches to train. They will combine with the battle formation given by Queen Zhu Yi and the Spirit Eater Army's battle formation. The effect is not bad. Uncle Lei Zhen has worked hard. Yi Qinghan nodded contentedly. Lei Zhen used to be the elder of the Lei family's battle hall, so he was good at large-scale battles. At the same time, Emperor Yu was the leader of the Soul Devourer army. That year, he had followed Lord Devourer to sweep the Wandering Sea. Yi Qinghan had long ago handed over the task of assembling and training the Planar War Legion to them. If Lei Zhen said that the training was effective, then it must be very effective. As for the rank 9 martial artists, me, Old Ancestor, Zhu Yi, Ice Queen, Water Mystery Land, and Wind Moon Monarch are enough. Yi Qinghan did a head count. The reason why he didn't send Yi Feihu, who was stronger than him, was because the Immortal Realm needed an expert to hold down the fort. Secondly, the Wind Moon Monarch knew some restrictions. She would be more useful in the planar battlefield than Yi Feihu. We can send someone into the Water God realm and send a message for Gong Tian and the others to come out. After calculating the time, Yi Qinghan turned around and ordered Zhu Yi. He then transmitted his voice to the Beast God and Zhu Yi. "Have you guys succeeded in cultivating the ghost transformation?" The two of them nodded their heads. Yi Qinghan then stood up with a solemn expression and said, "We are going to participate in the planar war. Everything in the immortal realm will be managed by Kid Lei Zhen and Yi Feihu. If we are defeated, or if we are all wiped out, the immortal realm will depend on you guys." Emperor, everyone saw that Yi Qinghan's words were somewhat pessimistic and carried a trace of determination. A few of them cried out involuntarily. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Hee, the life of Yi Qinghan, is not so easy to take. Shintu Xiong can't, the demon sovereign can't, and the experts in the planar battlefield can't either. Everyone, settle the matters in the immortal realm, work hard in your cultivation, and wait for our good news." Everyone agreed readily. They thought of Yi Qinghan's insane strength and Xiao Hei's terrifying devouring ability. The immortal realm did not seek first place this time. They only sought victory. If there were no accidents, it should not be a big problem. Everyone bade farewell and went back to prepare for the start of the planar war. The planar war would start a year later. Yi Qinghan spent this period of time with his family and enjoyed the happiness of a family. Xiao He also accompanied Li Shuai, and Demon Devourer all day long. They relaxed and prepared for the war. A year later, on the plaza of the Supreme Island, experts gathered and there was a hubbub of voices. Millions of martial artists in green battle armor lined up neatly on the plaza. They were all armed with superior-grade battle sabers. Their expressions were solemn, and their armor glowed with a cold light. Their killing intent soared into the sky. Beside them were martial artists who came to watch the show or to send them off. There were millions of them. Seeing the Immortal Realm's army, everyone's confidence was boosted and they were excited. There was a ripple in the sky, and 10 figures appeared in the sky. At the front was a black-haired man in fiery red battle armor. He carried a 2-meter-long black battle saber on his back. Although he did not emit any aura, he was like a dazzling star that attracted everyone's attention. Greetings, the Arch. The millions of martial artists were the first to kneel on one knee and shouted in unison. Their voices pierced through the sky and the horizon. Then, the millions of martial artists who were watching also kneeled on one knee and shouted. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and the people below became silent. Everyone looked at him with burning eyes. Yi Qinghan did not hesitate at all. He had seen such a scene many times. He said in a deep voice, when the planar war started, the immortal realm was summoned to participate. More than 1,000,000 years ago, the immortal realm was defeated, and the demon realm obtained the right to invade the immortal realm. For 1,000,000 years, the people of the immortal realm were harassed by the demon realm. How many people of the immortal realm died in the hands of the demon realm? This time, we are going to the planar war to remove the identity of the defeated plane and reclaim the glory of the immortal realm. Are you all willing to fight for the immortal realm with me? Yes. We are willing to follow the Arch to conquer the planar war. An orderly shout sounded. Everyone's emotions were stirred up by Yi Qinghan, and they shouted at the top of their lungs. The sovereigns originally thought that Yi Qinghan would promise these ordinary martial artists high positions, generous salaries, spirit fruits, treasures, and secret techniques. They thought that he would give a long speech. They did not expect that Yi Qinghan's words would raise everyone's morale to the peak, and they secretly gave him a thumbs up. Yi Qinghan did not say anything else. He waved his hand and pointed at the teleportation array. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? All legions, take turns to enter the teleportation array and fight." The 1,000,000 martial artists entered the largest teleportation array on the plaza in an orderly manner and were transported to the Nifa's abyss in turn. The plaza was silent, and only the sound of the teleportation array could be heard. The surrounding martial artists watched silently as the martial artists were continuously teleported into the teleportation array with complicated expressions. They knew that these martial artists were going to fight for the billions of people of the immortal realm. However, they did not know how many of these 1,000,000 martial artists would return safely after 100 years. Wait for my return. When all the Emperor God martial artists entered the teleportation array, Yi Qinghan turned around and looked at the group of figures on the balcony of the city lord residence of Supreme Island. He murmured to himself. Then, he looked at Xiao He, who was still bidding farewell to Li Shuai, and the demon devourer demon, and shouted, "Xiao He! Let's go. Hee, Yao Yao, listen to your mother obediently. Wait for boss and I to return victorious." Xiao He laughed and turned into a gust of wind, entering the slaughter god blade on Yi Qinghan's back. The 10 sovereigns stepped onto the teleportation array, and it lit up immediately. Under the gaze of millions of martial artists, they disappeared from Supreme Island. Qinghan. Little Han. Father. Big Uncle. Xiao He. On the balcony of the city lord residence, countless pairs of eyes dimmed the moment the teleportation array lit up. Although Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were very strong now, and although Yi Qinghan did not say many things, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of worry. However, Xiao He needed a large amount of energy to evolve, and based on Yi Qinghan's personality, it was impossible for him to ignore the immortal realm. Therefore, no one tried to persuade them. They only prayed silently and waited for their return. Chapter 1309. The dimensional battlefield was still desolate and ancient, as if it had been here since the beginning of the world. A million martialists stood neatly in the lava canyon. However, their gazes were filled with curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. It was obvious that this was the first time they had stepped into the dimensional battlefield. Even the beast deity, Zhu Yi Gongtian, and the others were surveying their surroundings curiously. Except for the Wind Moon Monarch, the Ice Queen, and Yi Qinghan who had snuck in, no one else had been here before. Countless sovereigns had participated in the dimensional war in the divine realm. Even Ice Queen Kid had participated. However, the divine realm had been defeated, and almost all the low-level warriors had died. The rest had surrendered. Then the demon realm had attacked the divine realm, and almost all the sovereigns had died. Kid and the Wind Moon Monarch had been venerables at that time, and had broken through by luck. If not for the death of a group of 9th-grade warriors, they would not have been able to become sovereigns. This time, Yi Qinghan did not bring any venerables. Actually, if he could have fought alone, Yi Qinghan would not have brought anyone. He would have come alone. He had participated in the dimensional war, and knew that even lower 9th-grade warriors were nothing here. Venerables coming here were simply throwing away their lives and points. The plane of heaven had more archangels than venerables. Last time, there were 400 to 500 of them. They could afford to die, but the divine realm could not. The venerables were the preparation camp for 9th-grade war gods. If all the venerables died, could 7th-grade war gods break through to 9th grade? Even the army below was specially chosen by Lei Zhen and Emperor Yu under Yi Qinghan's orders. They were all warriors who had cultivated for at least hundreds of thousands of years. It was difficult to break through, and it was not a pity if they died. No one is allowed to fly. There are restrictions in the sky. Do not move. Everyone, leave the canyon and follow us. Yi Qinghan took the lead and flew forward. His divine sense was the strongest, but he did not need to do any scouting. Xiao He whizzed out and flew at a low altitude. He circled the army and began to scout in all directions. Yi Qinghan handed the command of the army to Zhu Yi. He and the Beast God, Ice Queen, and Wind Moon Monarch were in front. Their divine senses constantly swept forward, searching for hidden restrictions. Gong Tian brought the 4 upper 9th-grade water god clan cultivators to bring up the rear. The army left the valley and ran towards the huge mountain range ahead. Last time, when Yi Qinghan had entered the planar battlefield, he had followed the army of the Paradise Plain without any worries. This time, it was different. If the Celestial Realm's army was ambushed and completely wiped out, even if they could obtain a large number of points in the end, it would not be worth it. The speed of the army was very slow. Yi Qinghan did not need anyone to lead him. He relied on his physical strength to walk. If there were only a few 9th-grade martial artists, they would definitely be fast. But there were millions of soldiers and restrictions everywhere in the plain battlefield, so they had to be careful. After walking for a day, the army was already in the mountain range, heading towards the Devil Mountain. Everyone could feel the oppressive atmosphere in the dimensional battlefield. They also saw Yi Qinghan and the other 9th-grade war gods wearing solemn expressions, not daring to look around. They marched in silence and were secretly on guard. Xiao. Boss, there is a small army in front of us, about 10,000 people, led by a lower 9th-grade war god. A day and a half later, a gust of wind blew by. Xiao He shouted excitedly from afar, which made the millions of martial artists excited. They all rubbed their palms together, ready to fight immediately and swallow these 10,000 people. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and everyone stopped moving forward. Yi Qinghan turned his head and spoke in a low voice, but his voice reached the ears of every martial artist. Zhu Yi, ancestor, you two stay here and guard. Be alert at all times. If there is an enemy attack, just hold your ground and wait for my return. Wind Moon Sovereign, lead me. Xiao He, lead the way. Since Yi Qinghan had already given the order, everyone originally wanted to warm up after a big battle. Now, they could only awkwardly stay where they were, waiting for orders according to the defensive battle formation that Lei Jin had practiced. Xiao He, quietly scout the surroundings. Make sure there are no experts lying in ambush, and immediately swallow them. Remember, do not touch the restrictions in the sky, understand? After running for 2 hours, Yi Qinghan's divine sense had already quietly detected a large group of martial artists in front of them. He immediately concealed his aura and transmitted his voice to Xiao He. Okay, boss, watch me. Xiao He originally wanted to swallow them, but Yi Qinghan had instructed him not to do so without his order. He could only go back and report to Yi Qinghan. At this moment, he excitedly circled to the side and began to scout the surroundings. Emperor, should we make a move? Wind Moon Sovereign nervously rubbed his hands. 10,000 people, that was at least 10,000 points. Adding a lower 9th grade war god, that was 20,000 points. He did not expect to get 20,000 points the moment he entered the dimensional battlefield. The points of the dimensional battlefield were easy to calculate. Those below the venerable level had white badges, 1 point for one. Even peak 7th grade war gods had 1 point. However, it was different when one reached the venerable level. The venerable badge was blue, 1,000 points. 9th grade war gods had black badges, 10,000 points each. Lower and peak 9th grade war gods had the same price, there was no difference. 9th grade supreme being was the highest level. Golden badges, 50,000 points each. To win in the dimensional battlefield, one had to have more than 1 to 5 million points. Of course, killing the martial artists of this dimension did not count. Also, if more than half of the 9th grade war gods surrendered, they would immediately be transported to Mount Pan and belong to the side of the defeated dimension. No matter how many points they had, it would be useless. The last time Yi Qinghan was in the dimensional battlefield, he only wanted to go home. He did not care about these things, nor did he ask about them. Now, of course, he knew everything. 1,500,000 points did not seem difficult to obtain. As long as he killed 1,500,000 ordinary martial artists, or 39th grade supreme beings, he could immediately win. If there were 1,500,000 martial artists standing in front of Yi Qinghan, perhaps Yi Qinghan could easily kill them with one slap. But which army did not have 9th grade war gods? Most importantly, unless it was a decisive battle, it would be difficult to meet a large army. Unless Yi Qinghan led the army outside the Demon Mountain. However, the Demon Mountain was huge, and there were many restrictions outside. If things went wrong, the entire army might be wiped out. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was deep in thought, Sovereign Wind Moon said agitatedly, Emperor, do we need to make a move? Yi Qinghan looked at Sovereign Wind Moon, who was like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. He continued to use his divine sense and said lightly, no need. Wait for Xiao He to return. Xiao He's devouring ability was heaven-defying. Everyone in the divine realm knew this. The demon supreme was devoured by Xiao He. However, most people in the divine realm did not know that Xiao He was the most cruel to low-level martial artists. No matter how many martial artists below the venerable level came, Xiao He could kill them all in one move. Ah! Woo! Hiss! Indeed, not long after, there were screams from afar. However, these screams only lasted for a moment and immediately quietened down. Sovereign Wind Moon's divine sense was not strong. He did not know what happened. He looked at Yi Qinghan blankly. Yi Qinghan clapped his hands and said nonchalantly, let's go. Xiao He is done. Let's go collect the badges. What? 10,000 people, with a 9th grade powerhouse leading them, and they were all killed in an instant? This. Sovereign Wind Moon shuddered. He looked at Yi Qinghan's back in disbelief. He swallowed his saliva and rushed forward in disbelief. Chapter 13:10. After running for a while, there was a faint smell of blood in the air. When Yi Qinghan and the Wind Moon Monarch arrived at the battlefield, they saw a mountain covered in blood. The blood formed a river that flowed into the distance. There were white badges all over the ground. There were also a few blue ones and one black one. What was weird was that Wind Moon Monarch didn't see a single corpse. He didn't even know what kind of alien beings they were. There are no enemies nearby? Yi Qinghan raised his head and asked Xiao He, who was flying low in the sky. Xiao He seemed to have not eaten its fill, and it curled its lips and nodded. Only then did Yi Qinghan relax and say to Wind Moon Monarch, who was in a daze, "Why are you still in a daze? Collect the badges." Wind Moon Monarch came back to his senses and didn't dare to ask anymore. He flew over and grabbed the air, excitedly collecting all the badges. They hadn't even entered Demon Mountain and they got 20,000 points. If this continued, they would easily get 5 million points. Wind Moon Monarch brought Yi Qinghan and Xiao He back and told them about the 20,000 points. The entire army was pumped up. However, when Wind Moon Monarch passed the badge to Yi Qinghan passed it to Ice Queen and told them to continue marching. Although Ice Queen found it weird, even if Yi Qinghan didn't take it himself, he should have given it to Beast God Zhu Yi. Why did he give it to her? However, since Yi Qinghan gave the order, she became the God World Points Manager. In the future, all the badges would be given to her. 3 days later, the army didn't meet any more alien armies and safely arrived outside of Demon Mountain. The moment they arrived, Zhu Yi gave the order to set up camp and arrange for scouts and spies to hide in all directions to ensure that if alien experts attacked, they would be alerted. Yi Qinghan didn't rest. He first brought Xiao He to scout around. He then told Wind Moon Monarch to lay down some restrictions around. Although Wind Moon Monarch's restriction skills were not as strong as Yao Ji's, he was still the God Realm Supreme Master of Artifact Forging, so his restriction skills were still there. What surprised everyone was that Yi Qinghan actually told the Wind Moon Monarch to set up restrictions at the entrances of Devil Mountain. Furthermore, the restrictions laid down did not have to have great destructive power. They only had to have a shocking aura. Such an arrangement, not only were low-level warriors unable to understand, even beast deity Zhu Yi could not understand. After arranging everything, Yi Qinghan immediately gave the order for the 1,000,000 soldiers to be split into 3 batches and take turns to enter the Devil Mountain. However, he gave a strict order that they were not to go too far after entering the Devil Mountain. They could only stand guard near the passageway. If there were experts from other planes passing by, kill the weak ones immediately. If they were too strong, retreat immediately and rely on the restrictions to protect themselves. Finally, when Yi Qinghan gathered all the level 9 experts and told them that he and Xiao He were going into the depths of Devil Mountain, everyone finally understood Yi Qinghan's intentions. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He actually planned to stay in Devil Mountain for 90 years, killing along the way to earn enough points in Devil Mountain. After 90 years, everyone would teleport to Mount Pan together and immediately choose to withdraw from the battle. Withdrawal was not surrender. Those who had earned enough points and did not want to fight for first place could withdraw from the battle. If they surrendered, they would immediately belong to the losing side. No. Little Han, it's too dangerous for you to act like this. I'll go with you so that we can look after each other. The beast god's wrinkled face twisted in anger. All right. Zhu Yi also said worriedly, yes, Emperor. Inside Devil Mountain, there are only small-scale battles. It's impossible for you to earn so many points. Moreover, if you and Xiao He are targeted and surrounded, the enemy doesn't even need to kill you. They just need to wait for your cold energy to be used up and you can only wait for your death. This is too dangerous. Why don't we fish in troubled waters during the final battle and use Xiao He's strength to swallow a bunch of low-level martial artists? Once we have enough points, we will immediately announce our withdrawal from the battle. Ice Queen and the others couldn't persuade him. They just looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. Yi Qinghan was the leader of the God world and also their leader. Once Yi Qinghan died, the God world would be in chaos once more. These few years, everyone was used to relying on Yi Qinghan and liked the current situation in the god world. Yi Qinghan said firmly, "There's no need to say more. I have made up my mind. I will try my best to earn enough points. If I don't, I can only rely on you all during the final battle. Little Han, if you don't give me a reason, I won't agree." Beast God didn't notice the hidden meaning in Yi Qinghan's words and said stubbornly. He didn't understand why Yi Qinghan, as the commander of the army, didn't stay at the headquarters and take the risk alone. Although Yi Qinghan had accumulated a lot of cold energy, if he went through a few battles and used up all his cold energy, he might die. Old ancestor. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and said, "Xiao He and I can't fight at the foot of Mount Pan. I can't tell you the exact reason, I have my difficulties. Remember my words, you can only stay here and don't go deep into the Demon Mountain. Xiao He, let's go." After Yi Qinghan finished speaking, he retracted his god domain and brought Xiao He into the Demon Mountain. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding Yi Qinghan's words. The Emperor and Xiao He can't fight at the foot of Mount Pan? Is he worried about that person on Mount Pan? Zhu Yi and Beast God looked at each other and understood what the other two were thinking, but they became even more worried. That's right. The reason why Yi Qinghan and Black It chose to enter Mount Pen immediately was because they wanted to rely on their strength to earn enough points to enter the realm of the gods. Yi Qinghan's soul mutation and Xiao Hei's strange soul were incompatible with this world, or rather, they were heresy. The plain battlefield was a chaotic place, so Yi Qinghan wasn't worried about the Divine Emperor finding out. But if they were to fight at the foot of Mount Pan, Yi Qinghan's strange cold energy and Xiao Hei's abnormal soul would definitely stand out. If the Divine Emperor were to stand on Mount Pan and take a look, although he wasn't sure if the Divine Emperor would know that he and Xiao Hei were abnormal existences. If he and Xiao Hei were to fight at the foot of Mount Pan and were discovered by the Divine Emperor, would the Divine Emperor intervene? But Yi Qinghan didn't dare to gamble, so he could only work hard to earn points. Once he had enough, he would immediately teleport to Mount Pan and announce his withdrawal. Yi Qinghan entered the passageway of the Demon Mountain once more. Looking at the familiar light blue and light purple passageway, he thought back to the first time he saw this passageway. He was wild with joy. Smiling, he called out to Little Black and started running with all his might. "Boss, I'll go scout ahead. You have to hurry." Xiao Hei let out a cheerful cry. He liked to fight together with Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei the most. He felt uncomfortable fighting with everyone else. He turned into a gust of wind and flew forward. Yi Qinghan could only smile bitterly as he ran. His cold energy wasn't inexhaustible. He also planned to not fight unless it was necessary. Of course, he couldn't use cold energy to walk, so he could only rely on his physical strength to run. The Demon Mountain only had 90 years. He had stayed here for a few decades, so he knew that the Demon Mountain was filled with endless passageways. If he was lucky, he could meet a team every 10 days or half a month. If he was unlucky, he couldn't even meet a martial artist for a few years. Right now, in order to save time, he had to run with all his might. As he ran, he used his divine sense to explore. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He bent down and ran, growling, 90 years. I have to kill enough martial artists in 90 years. The Divine Emperor, please bless me and let me meet rank 9 martial artists and legions. Otherwise, I'll have to go through other passageways and fight the legions from other planes. Chapter 13:11. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A series of footsteps rang out in a huge passageway, startling a team of mantis men nearby. Scanning with their divine senses, the team of mantis men was overjoyed. There was actually a lone martial artist. Judging from his running speed, he was only at the level of a god general. It must be an idiot who ran into the teleportation formation, right? However, just as the team of mantis men was rubbing their fists and getting ready to collect this small badge, suddenly, a breeze blew in the passageway. All the mantis men felt a chill. Then, there was nothing else. Boss, hurry and come and collect the badge. There's another team ahead. I'll go over first. The breeze condensed into Xiao Hei's appearance. Xiao Hei let out a cheerful cry and turned into a breeze, blowing quietly ahead. After Xiao Hei ran for a while, Yi Qinghan finally arrived. He quickly picked up the dozens of badges on the ground, a bitter smile on his face. He sighed. How long will I be able to accumulate one? 5 million points like this? Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept forward and Xiao Hei swept towards another team. Yi Qinghan could only smile bitterly and run forward again. It had been 3 years. Yi Qinghan had been running madly in the Demon Mountain for 3 whole years. He had encountered dozens of teams. However, it was obvious that they had all been teleported here because they had touched the teleportation formation. They were all small teams. He had not encountered a large group. There were too many passageways in the Demon Mountain. The terrain was complicated. Yi Qinghan had no idea where he had gone. Anyway, he planned to stay here for 90 years. When the final battle came, he would be teleported to the bottom of the mountain. By the time Yi Qinghan ran over, Xiao Hei had already finished his battle. There were dozens of white badges scattered on the ground. Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine senses. There were no other martial artists nearby. He casually picked up the badges and sat on the ground, panting heavily as he rested. The days without God power were so hard. He was a 9th grade supremacy, but when he ran at full speed, he only had the speed of a first-layer divine general. Furthermore, this was because he had comprehended the unyielding Tao and had his physical body tempered by the divine lightning, increasing his speed by half. Otherwise, it would be no different from a heavenly god running at full speed. Boss, this isn't a solution. We've only collected a few thousand points, right? It's been 3 years. Xiao Hei frowned and said in a low voice as he watched from the side. Yi Qinghan ran his fingers through his hair and sighed helplessly. What can we do? There was no direction to speak of in this damned place. If one was lucky, they would run into a large army in succession. If we're unlucky, it'll be hard for us to even encounter a large army in 8 to 10 years. Xiao Hei's brows were tightly knitted together. His pair of spirited eyes started to move around randomly. A moment later, he suddenly shouted, Waha! Boss, I have an idea. Let's go find the teleportation formation and teleport anywhere we want. With our strength, as long as we don't encounter 3 9th grade supreme martial artists, what do we have to fear? After the teleportation, if there are no large legions nearby, continue to look for the teleportation restriction. It's much better than running around randomly like this. Good. Good idea. Xiao Hei, I didn't expect you to think of such a good idea. Haha. Let's go. Let's go. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he pondered for a moment and was overjoyed. He had been running around for 3 years and was exhausted. He probably didn't run very far. This teleportation restriction could teleport people randomly. It was much better than running around randomly. Yi Qinghan immediately activated his divine sense and ran all the way. He searched for teleportation restrictions along the way. After 2 hours, he finally found 3 teleportation restrictions in a dead-end tunnel. Xiao Hei, enter the slaughter god saber. Yi Qinghan rested for a moment and shouted at Xiao Hei. The cold energy that he hadn't used for 3 years filled his body again. It felt very comfortable. The fire god battle armor also appeared quietly. Chaotic energy was used to protect the divine crystal. As for his soul, Yi Qinghan never worried about it. He didn't have any protection. Of course, he didn't have much chaotic energy either. It wasn't enough to protect his soul, so he didn't bother about it. After Xiao Hei entered the slaughter god saber, Yi Qinghan immediately stepped into the teleportation restriction. A white light flashed, and the scene in front of him changed. Yi Qinghan immediately activated his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there were no legions or experts from other dimensions nearby, he disarmed himself and retracted his cold energy. Xiao Hei, come out. Let's see how lucky we are this time. When Xiao He heard the summoning, he immediately floated out happily. He turned into a light breeze and flew forward. He shouted, "Boss, hurry up and follow me. Let's go kill people." Yi Qinghan immediately followed and sprinted. He was not afraid of the sound of running. His divine sense was extremely strong. If others could hear him running, it meant that everything was already under his control. After 2 hours, Yi Qinghan's face lit up. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Xiao He. "Xiao He, come back. There's a large legion in front of us. There are thousands of them. They're a big fat sheep." Xiao He did not say a word. He immediately flew back. He knew that Yi Qinghan would definitely scout ahead and that there were powerhouses who could discover him. As expected, when he returned and saw Yi Qinghan, his eyes lit up. He chuckled. "There are 2 lower-rank 9 martial artists. They're beast men. Don't go over first. You'll alert them. Wait for me to get closer before you attack. I'll take care of them." 2 lower-rank 9 martial artists. Waha. 20,000 points. Xiao He beamed when he heard that. Right now, these lower-rank 9 martial artists were no different from fish on a chopping board in his eyes. Yi Qinghan quietly moved forward. This time, he did not dare to make any reckless running sounds. He was afraid that he would alert the 2 big fish. Although he was not afraid that the 2 of them would slip away, this was his first time encountering big fish in Devil Mountain. It was better to be cautious. "It's about time. Xiao He, make your move." Less than an hour later, Yi Qinghan called out softly. Xiao He, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, whizzed out, bringing with him a piercingly cold gust of wind as he swept forward. "Sister. What kind of guy is this?" In the passageway ahead, a large legion of beastmen was advancing slowly. 2 of the tallest beastmen felt that something was wrong. They looked behind them with extreme vigilance. However, they were startled when they saw a gust of wind blowing toward them. "Ha-ee, there's an enemy. Make your move." 2 beastmen, one with a leopard's head and the other with a lion's head, had human bodies. The 2 of them roared. Their bodies swelled up like balloons. Originally, they were only 2 meters tall, but in an instant, they became more than 10 meters tall. They were like beast-men gods that had walked out of the ancient god realm. Their bodies emitted a violent and fierce aura, and the hair on their bodies stood on end. "Sister, transform." All the beastmen patted their chests and roared. Their bodies also became 7 to 8 meters tall. Their eyes were filled with ferocity as they stared at the gust of wind, ready to fight. However, the gust of wind was still blowing in their direction. The thousands of beastmen did not sense the enemy. Although the 2 beastman commanders felt an extreme sense of danger, they did not sense the enemy. "Awoo, awoo." Seeing that the gust of wind was getting closer, the 2 beastman commanders could not stand it anymore. With a roar, their thick legs stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground nearby to tremble slightly. 2 huge figures shot toward the gust of wind. For sharp claw-like fists flickered with a black light that no one dared to look directly at. A frightening aura came from the black light, and faintly cracks appeared in the space around them. "Boss, make your move. Kill, kill, kill." As soon as the 2 beastman commanders made their move, the thousands of low-ranked beastmen immediately shouted in excitement. Then, the 2 beastman commanders bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward the gust of wind. "Haha! You half-human half-beastmen, tremble at the feet of this Lord Xiao He." Unbridled laughter came from the gust of wind. The cyan wind suddenly became transparent and directly passed through the bodies of the 2 beastman commanders. In an instant, it enveloped the low-ranked beastmen behind them. Chapter 13:12. "Ah! Sister Luo, Ha-ee. What fellow? Boss, save us. Motherf *Ker. Sister Luo, save me." All the low-level half-beastmen had frightened expressions on their faces. Their bodies twisted frantically as they screamed and fled in all directions. However, they discovered in despair that their bodies were being corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many of the half-beastmen had just run a few steps when they discovered that half of their bodies were gone. Many of them only managed to shout halfway before their heads were gone. Dark red blood flowed on the ground, dyeing the dark red-black stones on the ground even more brightly. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood, extremely unpleasant to the nose. Sister Luo, Smita. Run, number 2, run away fellow. The two half-beastmen commanders were enraged. The black light on their fists expanded, but they saw that thousands of people had been completely devoured by Xiao He in the blink of an eye. The two of them only abruptly waved two black lights at Xiao He and immediately turned to flee, their speed soaring to the limit. Xiao He's terrifying ability had scared the two of them out of their wits. The gust of wind that Xiao He had transformed into immediately turned transparent, dodging the two's attacks. Ignoring the two of them, he finished devouring all the half-beastmen and condensed his main body in the air, standing calmly in the midst of the chaos. The two half-beastmen were overjoyed to see that Xiao He did not chase after them. Their speed was even faster. The two of them had never seen such a strange and terrifying monster. It must be known that there were several low-level commanders in the army just now, but they were actually devoured in the blink of an eye. Their plane was considered a very powerful plane, so they had some basic understanding of the races in the plane battlefield. However, they had never heard of a monster like Xiao He. Sister Luo. Boss, there's a human fellow in front. It's fine, it's just a trash fellow. After running for dozens of miles, the two half-beastmen heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Xiao He still did not chase after them. Their spiritual senses detected a cultivator in front of them. This cultivator walked over lazily with his head lowered, startling the two of them. However, the person in front of them did not have any strength at all. Although the two of them felt a little strange, they did not stop and continued to rush forward. That piece of trash actually took the initiative to rush up to die. To the two beast-man commanders' surprise, the azure-robed cultivator in front actually started running quickly. Furthermore, he drew a 2-meter-long black saber from his back, his expression cold. Courting death. The two half-beastmen were furious. Since when could this kind of trash wave his blade at them? His thick thighs stomped heavily on the ground. The two of them turned into two cannonballs and blasted towards the tiny human in front of them. Shio! However, the martial artist in front did not retreat. Instead, his speed suddenly soared. His body also split into 2, then into 4, and finally into more than 10 figures, blocking the passage. Their speed was so fast that the two of them were dazzled. Furthermore, there were more than 10 figures with demonic glints in their eyes. The beast man on the left trembled and immediately felt a splitting headache. He grabbed his head and rolled to the ground. Soul extermination. Yi Qinghan's expression was cold. Once again, he activated the soul extermination. After that, more than 10 figures rushed towards the other lower rank, 9 martial artist in the air. The 2-meter-long black slaughter god saber swung in a semicircle and slashed towards the neck of the beastman commander who was about to fall to the ground after the soul extermination attack. The hand rose, and the saber fell. In the next moment, the beastman commander's head flew down with its round eyes. Dark red blood splattered all over the face of the other commander who had just crawled to his feet. Boss. That beastman commander was stimulated by the fresh blood. His entire body surged with a tyrannical aura. He knew that he was not Yi Qinghan's opponent. However, his entire body shone with a black light as he smashed towards 3 or 4 of Yi Qinghan's doppelgangers. You can go now. Yi Qinghan's real body had already appeared behind this beastman commander. With a flash of the slaughter god saber, the cold energy flowed along the slaughter god saber and smashed into the beastman's head. The sound of a melon breaking could be heard. The huge leopard's head was smashed into pieces. Brain juice and blood splattered everywhere. It died immediately. Destruction law? The power of destruction? It's a pity that your strength is too strong, but your reaction speed is too slow. Yi Qinghan kept the slaughter god saber, and the more than 10 doppelgangers in the air immediately disappeared. The huge beastman corpse in front of him slowly collapsed. Yi Qinghan kept the 2 black badges. Xiao He also flew over and devoured the 2 corpses. The energy contained in the 2 god crystals was not something that those low-level beastmen could compare to. Xiao He, why didn't you make a move? You are wasting my cold energy. Yi Qinghan did not rest. He went to the front to collect the badges. As he ran, he said unhappily. Xiao He grinned and said, "Boss, let me help you warm up. I haven't fought for so many years. I'm afraid your body will rust." Yi Qinghan laughed. He did not use much cold energy in the battle just now. Dealing with 2 rank 9 martial artists was indeed a small warm-up for him. He ran to the front and collected all the badges on the ground. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood after getting tens of thousands of points in one go. There were a few blue badges, which meant that there were a few venerable level martial artists. He had casually obtained more than 30,000 points. The 2 of them did not rest. They continued to run. What surprised them was, they actually encountered another army within 2 hours. It was still a beastman army. There are no rank 9 martial artists. Xiao He, go. Yi Qinghan checked and immediately ordered Xiao He to make a move. Xiao He whizzed past. In just a moment, thousands of points were in his hands again. 6 hours later, the 2 of them encountered a small army of thousands again. After Yi Qinghan checked, he was happy and worried at the same time. He said to Xiao He, we just happened to be teleported to the entrance of Devil Mountain in the Beastman dimension. There is another Beastman army in front of us. There are more than 5,000 people. There is also a lower rank 9 Beastman powerhouse. Xiao He was overjoyed when he heard this. Boss, what are we waiting for? Let's just wander around here. If we kill all the large armies in this dimension, won't we get 1,000,000 points soon? Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said in a low voice, don't act rashly. There are only 3 small armies now, and there are actually 3 rank 9s? This dimension must be very powerful. Maybe there are several rank 9s. If they are alarmed and surrounded, it will be troublesome. That's true. Then what should we do? Don't tell me we don't want such a big piece of meat? Xiao He curled his lips, very unwilling to give up. Of course we won't let it go. Yi Qinghan grinned. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He pondered for a moment and said, let's first arrange a retreat route, and then go on a killing spree. If we are targeted by a rank 9s, we will kill him. If there are more, we will retreat immediately. Let's go. Okay. Xiao He was immediately excited when he heard that they were going to do something big. Yi Qinghan did not run forward. Instead, he retreated immediately. He followed the original route and made marks along the way. In a dead-end passage hundreds of thousands of miles away, he found a transmission restriction. After wandering around the vicinity and confirming the escape route, he followed the marks again and ran back the original route. Xiao He, do it. Kill. The small army of beastmen had not gone far yet. It did not take Yi Qinghan long to catch up with them. Since a great battle could break out at any moment, Yi Qinghan did not dare to expend any more cold power. He shouted at Xiao He, telling him to do it. Kill. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was ready, Xiao He immediately roared 3 times and rushed forward. Chapter 13:13. Sister, we're under attack. A loud roar shook the passageway. The 2-meter-tall beastman commander immediately grew to a height of 7 or 8 meters. A green light flashed on its body as it looked at the gust of wind Xiao He had condensed. However, it did not immediately charge forward. The thousands of beastmen also let out strange cries as black streams of qi revolved around their fists. However, the black streams of qi were clearly much fainter than the beastman commanders. They all lined up neatly behind the Beastman commander. Sister, this is the monster that Nyo-sen sent a message to before he died? Beastmen, all of you, get ready. Seeing the gust of wind that Xiao Hei was getting closer and closer, the Beastman commander did not panic. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on its furry face as it waved its several-meter-long arms like a windmill. The beastmen behind it also waved their arms faster and faster. The black streams of chi on their fists became denser and denser. Sister, shoot! The Beastman commander's huge leopard head bared its fangs as it let out a sharp roar. Its hands suddenly stopped as two balls of black chi, each larger than a basketball, shot forward like cannonballs. The Beastman army behind it also stopped waving their arms as countless balls of black chi shot forward. Strangely, none of the balls of black chi collided with each other. Instead, they blocked the entire passageway in an orderly fashion. The two balls of black chi at the very front were the most powerful and fast. Wherever they passed, cracks would appear in space. This was the planar battlefield. The space here was as stable as the endless void. It could be said that the power of this energy was very powerful. What is this? Little Black was slightly startled. Although it felt a little uncomfortable, it didn't care. The shadow became transparent and pierced through the black air mass that filled the sky. Sister, shoot! Explode! The Beastman commander roared. Suddenly, the thousands of balls of black chi exploded together. The terrifying destructive power immediately collided, giving off a blinding light and tearing open a long and narrow hole in space. The nearby space was enveloped by it, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Its power was actually comparable to a peak rank 9's all-out attack. Ah, Xiao Hei's painful screams were heard. Yi Qinghan was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. After Xiao Hei turned into a soul body, Yi Qinghan's soul almost left his body. As long as he didn't have a sense of danger in his heart, the enemy had never hurt him. In Yi Qinghan's opinion, as long as it was not a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, there was no possibility of anyone harming Xiao Hei. Now, a team of low-level martial artists and a lower rank 9 actually made him scream in pain. Xiao Hei. Immediately, Yi Qinghan activated the power of cold with all his might. Like a wounded leopard, he roared and his body turned into a blur as he dashed forward. Killing intent surged from his body, and his aura was completely revealed. In an instant, the entire space in the passageway froze. Boss, I'm fine. This group of bastards actually injured me. I'm going to tear them apart. Xiao Hei's ghastly wind was blown into pieces, but it gathered again in an instant. It was actually the same ability as the demon world's paragon. Then, it turned into a furious blue dragon, releasing a heaven-piercing aura and surging forward. Sister, what kind of guy are you? Retreat. The Beastman leader's mocking smile turned livid the moment Yi Qinghan's aura was released. Seeing such a terrifying energy gathering, not only did he not die, but his aura became even stronger. He was so scared that he ran away immediately. Sunada, what kind of guy is this? Run. All the Beastmen were scared out of their wits. They screamed and retreated frantically, running away. Swoosh. How fast was Xiao Hei's speed? How could this group of beastmen compare? In the blink of an eye, he immediately caught up and engulfed everyone. Other than the beastman leader, everyone's body was corroded and devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately, screams and howls of grief rang out incessantly. The lower rank 9 beastman waved his 2 huge fists, protecting his entire body with the origin energy. He had wanted to give Xiao Hei another blow. However, Xiao Hei's airflow was like Yi Qinghan's golden soul threads, pervasive and quietly penetrating his body. It had already begun to corrode the beastman's internal organs. The beastman leader immediately rolled on the ground in pain. After a while, all the beastmen in the cave had disappeared, except for the pool of blood. Xiao Hei's body also slowly gathered. The expression on his face was a little dim, his eyes were also very listless. Xiao Hei. How are you? Is your body okay? Yi Qinghan had flown over long ago. He did not even bother to collect the badges on the ground. He immediately asked Xiao He anxiously. "It's nothing, boss. That explosion just now contained a terrifying destructive force. It actually caused a small part of my body's energy to explode. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover even if I devoured 10 lower rank, 9 powerhouses. I'll go back and cultivate for a while. I'll immediately convert the energy that I devoured." After Xiao He finished speaking, he went back into the slaughter god saber on Yi Qinghan's back. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to check Xiao He's body. Only after confirming that there was nothing wrong with Xiao He did he collect the badges. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged and use his divine sense to check Xiao He's condition, his eyebrows suddenly twitched, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold arc. His eyes were like lightning as he suddenly shot toward the front of the passageway. Upper rank 9? This beastman dimension is really powerful. Humph. Yi Qinghan was originally suppressing his anger. His divine sense detected an upper rank 9 beastman running toward him at high speed. Behind him was an army of more than 10,000 beastmen. Immediately, his murderous intent exploded. It was a good opportunity to vent his anger on this group of beastmen. Yi Qinghan did not move. Instead, he retracted his murderous aura and only used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. He stood there and waited for his prey. Niushir-san is also dead? Where is the monster? Where did the monster come from? The upper rank 9 beastman's speed was much faster than the army behind him. He had long seen the dark red blood on the ground. His expression immediately turned sinister as he roared angrily. As he walked, his body expanded. In the end, he actually grew to more than 10 meters tall. This beastman's body was in the shape of a crocodile. His lower body was no different from a human's, but there was a tail that was 7 to 8 meters long growing out of his buttocks. As he walked with large strides, the wind whistled, and his aura was terrifying. Although the beastman commander could sense that Yi Qinghan did not have a strong aura and did not have any divine power, he did not dare to be careless. Their commanders were all connected. The moment they died, the nearby commanders would immediately sense it. Their army had just entered the Devil Mountain, and 3 of their commanders had already died. One of their commanders sent a message saying that they had encountered a monster. Yi Qinghan's identity as a human was very common in the plain battlefield. However, the beastman commander still felt that something was amiss. Therefore, he would definitely attack with all his strength and kill Yi Qinghan first. 2 giant legs that were 7 to 8 meters long strode over. With every step, the ground shook. His long arms spun like windmills. His bronze bell-like eyes stared at Yi Qinghan, filled with coldness. 500 li, 300 li, 200 li. Yi Qinghan calculated the distance. Without waiting for the beastman commander to wave the black mass of air in his hand, the power of frost surged. Without any fancy moves, he directly waved a giant palm, smashing down with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Boom! Such a distance, such speed. The beastman commander did not even have time to scream. He was immediately smashed into meat paste by the domineering power of frost. The terrifying energy tore a long crack in the space. The surrounding mud fell, and the tunnel shook as if it was about to collapse. Yi Qinghan's body flashed, and he reached out to grab a black badge in midair. He sprinted forward. There were more than 10,000 points waiting for him ahead. However, Yi Qinghan had just sprinted forward for 1,000 li when he immediately retreated, running back the way he came. His mouth was full of surprise and bitterness. He spat out a mouthful of dust and cursed, "What plane is this? Do 9th grade powerhouses not need money?" Motherf *Ker, 2 9th grade supreme martial artists actually came. Chapter 13-14. Xiao He's main body was injured and was currently recuperating. Only a few years had passed, it was not the time to risk his life yet. Therefore, when Yi Qinghan detected 2 9th grade supreme martial artists with auras rushing toward him, he did not hesitate and fled immediately. One-on-one, Yi Qinghan was not afraid of any ninth-grade supreme martial artist. Only an idiot would fight 1 against 2 with you. With the power of cold operating at full force, Yi Qinghan's speed reached the limit, following the original route of retreat, fleeing wildly. His divine sense, however, was constantly locked onto the 2 ninth-grade half-beast supreme martial artists behind him. They were 2 bull-headed experts. He only felt relieved when he found that the 2 were slower than him. After running for several hours, Yi Qinghan had arrived near the dead passage with the transmission restriction. His divine sense detected that the 2 ninth-grade half-beast supreme martial artists were already more than 100,000 miles away from him. Moreover, the 2's gazes were not as violent and cruel as before, but a little dazed. Obviously, his divine sense could not detect him for a long time. Yi Qinghan's mind turned. Finally, he gritted his teeth and did not choose to enter the dead passage. Instead, he rushed toward another passage at the fork in the road. At this moment, Yi Qinghan could be sure that the entrance to the demon mountain of the half-beast plain was definitely nearby. Otherwise, he would not have encountered so many half-beast legions, and the 2 ninth-grade supreme martial artists would not have caught up so quickly. In the previous 3 years, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He only obtained a few thousand points. But in just half a day, they killed 3 ninth-grade lower martial artists, more than 10 supremacies, and more than 10,000 low-level martial artists. With more than 50,000 points in hand, Yi Qinghan did not want to teleport away just like that. Anyone who did not pick up the points on the ground would be a fool. After running for another tens of thousands of miles, sure enough, the 2 ninth-grade supreme martial artists stopped in their tracks at the fork. Because they couldn't detect Yi Qinghan's figure, they couldn't find his aura. In the end, they randomly found a passage and ran away. Yi Qinghan did not dare to turn back immediately, nor did he dare to walk forward. Instead, he quietly ran towards the dead end. Xiaochen retracted his cold power and ran with large strides. However, he used his divine sense to scan his surroundings carefully. For the Beastmen 9th grade supreme martial artists to arrive so quickly, they must have a special method of communication between each other. At this moment, the 2 9th grade supreme martial artists were not far away. Yi Qinghan did not want to encounter the Beastmen army again and be hunted down again. Walking into the dead passage, Yi Qinghan sat next to the teleportation restriction. Once again, he used his divine sense to explore the surroundings. Only then did he feel relieved. His divine senses entered the slaughter god saber and observed Xiao He. Xiao He had sunk into a half-asleep state. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to probe, but he merely opened his eyes and closed them again. Xiao He's spirit body did not seem to have any special changes. Xiaochen reckoned that he had already refined some energy as his spirit body had regained some luster. Yi Qinghan meditated on the spot, quietly waiting for Xiao He to come out of seclusion. Of course, he also wanted to avoid the limelight. After all, if the Beastmen 9th grade supreme martial artists entered the dead passage, he would be able to teleport away at any time. Half-Moon Queen, Xiao He, had woken up. Yi Qinghan immediately became energized. He looked at Xiao He, who had just floated out of the slaughter god saber, and asked, "Xiao He, is there something wrong with your body? Why did this level of attack injure you? You've never been injured before." "Boss, do you really think that I am an unkillable demon sovereign?" Xiao He smiled bitterly and sighed. "I don't know why, but my spirit body has a restraining effect on the living beings of the demon realm. No matter how strong the attacks of the demon realm are, I don't feel any danger. However, that black ball of energy explosion just now was able to destroy my spirit body, causing a large amount of my energy to be depleted. But because I didn't feel any life-threatening danger, I would have escaped long ago. Then what should we do? Should we change our location and not look for these beastmen to attack?" Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and said regretfully. It was rare for them to come across a place where the army was concentrated. However, Xiao He was more important. Xiao He shook his head and said resolutely, "No. I want to get 100 times more energy from them. I was too careless last time. Next time, boss, let's attack together and not give them a chance to use their energy explosion. Alright then. Do you want to refine for a while more? Yi Qinghan asked with concern. No need. After I evolved, my refining speed has increased by several times. I have already refined all of it. Xiao He grinned and floated forward. He shouted, go. Boss, let's go take revenge. Yi Qinghan calculated the time. It had been half a month. He estimated that the two half-beast supremes had already gone far away. He nodded and strode after them. Outside an entrance of Devil Mountain, there was a large army stationed. There were figures everywhere on the mountain range. There were millions of martial artists all over the mountains and on the ground. These martial artists' bodies were human, but their heads were all different kinds of beasts. At the entrance of Devil Mountain, there were 7 to 8 large palaces. The extravagance was incomparably grand. For the Dimension War, there must be at least 1 million participants and at least 10 rank 9 martial artists. However, there was no clear upper limit. Some of the more powerful planes with many experts, would not be able to do so. In order to fight for first place, they would often send out more martial artists and powerhouses to kill more martial artists, seize the first place and obtain the reward. However, this kind of plane was rare. Back in ancient times, the divine world had also done this and won first place countless times. Obviously, this half-beast plane was also walking the path of the divine world back then, fantasizing about winning first place consecutively, being bestowed with supreme spirit treasures, and conquering and ruling over more planes. Ha-e, Your Majesty the Great Sky Emperor, just now, another team was killed. A commander-in-chief died. In the largest palace outside Devil Mountain, there were more than 8 half-beast powerhouses sitting. At this moment, a half-beast woman with a fox's head walked in hurriedly, knelt down in front of a snake-headed half-beast in the middle, and reported. Boom! The snake-headed half-beast was enraged. A thick and strong hand slammed heavily on the armrest beside the throne. The armrest instantly turned into powder. The remaining 7 half-beast powerhouses were also full of anger. The snake-type half-beast had a black flat head, 2 red eyes emitting a frightening glow. It opened its mouth wide, revealing the fangs and snake tongue inside. A sinister voice rang out in the palace, bastard, in a year, Bull 1 and Bull 2 actually couldn't even kill a human martial artist? 2 good-for-nothings. And this human actually killed tens of thousands of our people and a few of our commander-in-chiefs? Could it be that this human has extraordinary abilities? He can even burrow into the ground? Leopard 1, Leopard 2. Your Majesty the Great Sky Emperor, Leopard 1 and Leopard 2 are here. The 2 leopard-headed half-beast men at the side immediately stood up and responded to the snake shooter. The snake-headed man's dazzling red eyes flickered. Through the door of the palace, he looked at the passageway inside Devil Mountain, and said viciously, the 2 of you are the fastest. Cooperate with Bull 1 and Bull 2, and you must definitely kill this human for me. Otherwise, you know what I can do. Yes, Your Majesty the Great Sky Emperor, we will definitely bring this human's head back to see you. The 2 leopard-headed men trembled. Obviously, they were extremely afraid of this snake-headed half-beast man. They immediately cupped their hands and flashed out of the palace, shooting toward Devil Mountain. Their speed was actually as fast as lightning, even faster than the 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists that Yi Qinghan encountered. Chapter 13-15. Boss, it's about time, right? It's been more than half a month. We can go out and hunt. In the War Imperial Palace, Xiao He said to Yi Qinghan, who was reading a book leisurely. Yi Qinghan thought for a while and smiled. He put down the book, picked up the Slaughter God saber, and put it behind his back. Let's go. Xiao He entered the Slaughter God saber, and Yi Qinghan appeared in a dead end in the War Imperial Palace. There were 3 teleportation restrictions in front of him. Yi Qinghan had been in the vicinity for an entire year. He went out to hunt countless times and was chased by the 2 9th-grade beast men. However, in the end, Yi Qinghan managed to shake them off. In just 1 year, Yi Qinghan's points were already close to 100,000. Furthermore, this was the result of Yi Qinghan not daring to kill wantonly. Otherwise, his points would have reached more than 100,000. Every time he went out for 10 days, Yi Qinghan would encounter a few armies. However, before he could kill all of them, the two beast men would definitely chase after him. Yi Qinghan wanted to join forces with Xiao He several times to kill these two beast men. However, considering that Xiao He was injured by the destructive power previously, Yi Qinghan did not dare to take the risk. Every time these two beast men chased after him, he would immediately use his speed to escape far away and return to the War Imperial Palace to lie low. After scanning the surroundings with his divine senses, Yi Qinghan quietly walked out of the dead end and randomly walked into a fork. His divine senses extended to the limit as he searched for his target. As he ran, he set up some restrictions on the walls so that he would be able to find his way back later. This time, his luck was not good. After running for 3 days, he actually did not encounter a single beastman army. Just when Yi Qinghan was feeling puzzled and thought that the beastmen dimension would not send more armies to kill enemies and obtain points, a beastman army of more than 10,000 suddenly appeared in front of him. This is strange. Yi Qinghan stopped in his tracks and frowned slightly. He was a bit hesitant. An army of more than 10,000 people was normal. What was unusual was that there was no level 9 expert leading the army. Most importantly, the marching formation of the army was actually the long snake formation. The originally wide passage was enough for 1,000 people to walk side by side. At this moment, they were walking in rows of 2 or 3, and the entire army was actually 10,000 meters long. Should I kill him or not? Yi Qinghan hesitated. There was no doubt that there was something strange about this army, but there was no level 9 powerhouse. With Xiao He's devouring speed, it would only take him a moment to kill all of them. There was no chance for them to escape. More than 10,000 points. Xiao He, it's time to work. Yi Qinghan steeled his heart. Although it was a bit strange, he decided to take down this army of more than 10,000 and immediately flee far away. He would enter the transmission restriction and find martial artists from other planes to fight. Alright, boss. Follow me quickly. Xiao He floated out of the slaughter god saber. He knew very well that Yi Qinghan would not let him attack unless he was absolutely sure of winning. Therefore, he did not ask anything and rushed forward quickly. Yi Qinghan immediately followed and ran wildly. Since he had decided to leave after this mission, there was nothing to worry about. Xiao He turned into a gust of wind, and his speed soared to the limit. In just a few blinks of an eye, he rushed to the front of the army. Under the horrified gazes of countless beast men, he swept all the way down. The army of more than 10,000 people meandered for 10,000 meters. The moment the beast men at the front screamed, the ones at the back immediately ran away. However, how fast was Xiao He's devouring speed? In an instant, he had devoured thousands of people and immediately chased after the thousands of people who were running away. By the time Yi Qinghan ran over and collected the merit badges on the ground, Xiao He had already caught up to the remaining beast men and started slaughtering them. Yi Qinghan used both his hands and feet to run as fast as he could while collecting the merit badges. However, he forgot one thing. Although Xiao He's devouring speed was fast, when he did not use the power of cold, the speed at which he collected the merit badges was not fast. Especially when the merit badges were not piled up together. Instead, they were scattered in 2s and 3s. It is indeed a trap. After Yi Qinghan finished collecting the thousands of merit badges, he was prepared to rush in Xiao He's direction. His divine sense detected that 2 minotaurs had appeared in the passage ahead. They were the 2 half-beastmen supremes. Xiao He, come back. Yi Qinghan couldn't care less about the badges scattered on the ground in front of him. He shouted at Little Black in the distance. Xiao He also sensed 2 familiar and powerful auras coming from the front and immediately flew in Yi Qinghan's direction. Circulating the power of cold, Yi Qinghan did not wait for Xiao He to catch up to him and immediately ran back. However, he did not use all his strength and waited for Xiao He to catch up. Xiao Hei's speed was very fast, but it was about the same as the two minotaurs. By the time Xiao Hei entered the slaughter god blade, the distance between Yi Qinghan and the minotaurs had already shortened to 10,000 miles. Despicable human, you can't escape. Prepare to die. At such a close distance, the two minotaurs' divine senses had already locked onto Yi Qinghan. A loud roar came from the back of the passage, causing Yi Qinghan's eardrums to hurt. As the two minotaurs strode forward, their hands danced like windmills. 4 balls of black air transformed into 4 cannonballs and shot towards Yi Qinghan. "Huh, you two stupid cows want to catch up to me?" Yi Qinghan was not afraid at all. These two minotaurs were slower than him and had easily shaken him off after chasing him a few times. He was very familiar with the methods of these two old friends of his. Casually condensing a god slayer's spear, Yi Qinghan controlled it to shoot backwards. Just as it was about to collide with the 4 balls of black air, Yi Qinghan immediately controlled the god slayer's spear to explode. Boom! The terrifying power of cold exploded, causing the passage to tremble and the space to distort slightly. The 4 balls of black air also joined the explosion. The terrifying shockwave immediately transformed into balls of air and shot towards the 2 sides of the passage. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was running forward. Using the momentum, his speed became even faster. However, the two minotaurs faced him head-on and their speed immediately slowed down. As time went by, the distance between Yi Qinghan and the two minotaurs was pulled to tens of thousands of meters. Despicable, despicable. If you have the guts, fight me for 300 rounds. The minotaurs continued to shout from behind. However, Yi Qinghan only smiled and ignored them. He continued to run forward, intending to run back to the dead passage and immediately teleport away. Why did a small army appear in front of me? And it's this kind of long snake formation? After running for half a day, Yi Qinghan's body suddenly stopped and his eyes were filled with vigilance. The minotaurs behind him had already opened up a distance of more than 100,000 kilometers. In another hour, he would be able to shake them off. But an army just happened to appear in front of him. However, this was not the time to hesitate. Moreover, the minotaurs behind him would not be able to catch up for a while. Yi Qinghan's speed immediately skyrocketed. In a few blinks of an eye, he was already close to the army. "Xiao Hei, come out and devour with all your might." Yi Qinghan thought for a moment, then steeled his heart and decided to take these thousands of points. Anyway, the minotaurs behind him could not catch up for the time being. By the time they got closer, it would be over here. Moreover, he ran with all his might and took the shortest route. This place was only an hour away from the dead passage with the teleportation restriction. Yi Qinghan planned to leave and had no scruples. Swish! As Xiao Hei devoured with all his might, blood floated up and white badges fell. Yi Qinghan's divine senses were locked on the two minotaurs behind him. His hands followed behind Xiao Hei at the fastest speed, collecting badges along the way. As expected. By the time Xiao Hei killed these thousands of people, Yi Qinghan had already collected these thousands of points. The distance between him and the minotaurs was now more than 10,000 kilometers. Yi Qinghan could easily shake them off. Hearing the angry roars behind him, Yi Qinghan laughed loudly. "Xiao Hei, retreat. I have collected about 100,000 points here. It's time to change locations." Haha. However, Xiao Hei did not enter the slaughter god saber. Instead, he had a gloomy expression as he exclaimed, "Boss, scout ahead. There are 2 more Beastman supremacies coming." Chapter 13:16. Yi Qinghan's divine sense had been locked onto the minotaurs at the back. He did not pay much attention to the front and only asked Xiao Hei to scout ahead. Hearing Xiao Hei's exclamation, Yi Qinghan's divine sense detected 2 leopard-headed men rushing towards him. His heart skipped a beat. The situation today was so strange. There was indeed an ambush. Wolves in front and tigers behind. After entering the Demon Mountain, this was the first time Yi Qinghan was in a dangerous situation. However, there was no fear on Yi Qinghan's face. Instead, his killing intent surged. He was already prepared to change his location. Now, he no longer had any scruples. He laughed loudly and shouted, "What's there to be afraid of? Kill them all." When enemies meet on a narrow path, the braver one wins. If he was facing a ninth-grade supreme martial artist, Yi Qinghan would not hesitate to use the butcher knife. Even if it was two ninth-grade supreme martial artists, Yi Qinghan was not afraid. If not for the fact that he was worried that Xiao He would get injured again, Yi Qinghan would have attacked long ago. There was no other way. He could only kill his way out. Xiao He, enter the slaughter god saber. I told you to attack. Devour them immediately. The fire god battle armor appeared, and Yi Qinghan's body turned into a series of afterimages. The god-slaying spear immediately condensed and shot forward. "Ao! Human, how dare you kill the mighty half-beast people? Prepare to die." The two leopard-headed men were more than 10 meters tall. The black spots on their faces trembled as they roared. They looked extremely terrifying. Their sharp teeth shone with a dim light, making one's heart tremble. The two leopard-headed people did not wave their arms like the ox-headed people. Instead, they waved their hands and black lightning-like energy swords appeared from their bodies. They pulled each other and flew around in the air, forming a net of electric arcs. Their red eyes, which were the size of a human head, looked at Yi Qinghan as if they were looking at a dead man. "Insignificant human, die." Countless electric arcs and energy swords flashed with crackling sounds, and like two giant nets, they flew toward Yi Qinghan. At the same time, the two leopard-headed men waved their arms again, forming a black net of electricity. Streaks after streaks of light shrouded Yi Qinghan. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 electric nets were shot out, forming layers upon layers of attacks, completely blocking Yi Qinghan's path forward. Yi Qinghan didn't say a word. He flew along with the 10 silver spears. His eyes were as cold as ice, and his face was as cold as snow. His divine sense was locked in front of him, and he didn't care about the ox-headed supreme being that was chasing after him. 1,000 miles, 500 miles, 300 miles, go. In a split second, Yi Qinghan clearly calculated the distance between them. He suddenly shouted, and the 10 God-Slayer spears sped up, flying towards the leopard man on the left. At the same time, Soul Destroyer activated and attacked the leopard man on the left. Boom! Boom! The God-Slayer's spears collided with the electric arcs. The power of cold was more powerful than any other power. Under the horrified gazes of the two leopard men, the first layer of electric arcs was easily destroyed. Not a single God-Slayer's spear exploded. The second layer of electric arcs was broken. The third layer was also broken. When they reached the fourth layer, 2 God-Slayer spears exploded, and there were only 3 layers of electric arcs left. However, as Yi Qinghan followed the God-Slayer spears, the distance between him and the leopard man was shortened to 100 miles. The leopard man on the left was so scared that his face turned green. The power of destruction was the strongest power in history, but it was easily destroyed by the God-Slayer spears. Now that he was being attacked by Yi Qinghan's Soul Destroyer, he thought that he was doomed. He desperately waved his hands and condensed the power of destruction, trying to block Yi Qinghan's attack. The other leopard man was anxious. Yi Qinghan was advancing with the God-Slayer spears, and his speed was as fast as lightning. Yi Qinghan easily dodged his attack, and it was too late for him to turn around and chase him. He could only condense the power of destruction again and prepare to help save Yi Qinghan. Myriad clones. Yi Qinghan roared, and his body split into two into 4. In the blink of an eye, he condensed hundreds of clones, but he stopped advancing and condensed the God-Slayer's spears again. Boom! The 8 God-Slayer spears that were charging forward were finally destroyed by the combined attack of the 2 leopard men. The terrifying energy of the explosion caused the 2 leopard men to retreat several hundred meters. Just as the 2 leopard men caught their breaths, they saw hundreds of Yi Qinghan carrying thousands of God-Slayer spears, and with the power of an army of thousands, they shot towards the 2 leopard men. The two leopard men were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. This was especially so for the leopard-headed man who had just been attacked. His eyes were filled with terror. This was because almost all of the thousands of God Slayer's spears shot towards him. Only a few dozen spears shot towards the other leopard-headed man. Yi Qinghan's intentions were very obvious. He concentrated all his strength to kill the leopard man on the left, and the other dozens of God Slayer's spears were just to delay the other leopard man. Therefore, the leopard man on the left did not hesitate, and he sent out 2 electric arcs, turned around, and ran. Leopard 2, why are you running? Idiot, this must be an illusion. Hulk 1 and Hulk 2 are about to catch up. The other leopard man roared angrily. He muttered to himself, and did not believe that Yi Qinghan had such a terrifying attack. If he had such strength, he could directly attack the Beastman's main camp, and kill all the Beastman's martial artists. After shooting out several electric arcs, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The billions of golden soul threads in his sea of consciousness started attacking his sea of consciousness, and this really scared him. He immediately circulated his soul power to get rid of the invading golden soul threads. At the same time, he circulated more than half of his primal chaos energy to protect his soul, and used his origin energy to protect his body. Xiao He, devour him. This was the effect that Yi Qinghan wanted. He had originally planned to scare off the leopard man on the left. He wanted to kill the leopard man on the right. The 10 God Slayer's spears easily broke through the electric arcs. Only 6 of them exploded, and the remaining 4 pierced the leopard man's body. One of the spears started spinning frantically, and almost half of his body exploded. The origin energy defense on the surface of his body immediately collapsed. Xiao He took this opportunity to rush out, and several streams of air entered the leopard man's body, and covered his divinity crystal. The leopard man's soul was already shaken, and after being attacked by Yi Qinghan, he panicked even more. How could he care about controlling the primal chaos energy on his divinity crystal? After Xiao He's sneak attack, a crack appeared on his divinity crystal in the blink of an eye. By the time the leopard man reacted, it was already too late. Ah! Ah! A heart-wrenching roar resounded. The leopard man's divinity crystal was corroded, and he died immediately. His body turned into powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fleeing leopard man in front hesitated when he heard Leopard 1's roar, and now he ran even more frantically. As for the 2 ox heads behind, they could not detect the situation here. When they heard the scream, they increased their speed and chased over. Evil creature, where are you running to? Yi Qinghan grabbed a golden badge, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was enraged from killing. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. He started to chase after the leopard man in front of him, ignoring the 2 ox heads behind him. Xiao He had just devoured a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, and he was extremely happy. Following behind Yi Qinghan, he shouted, "Kill, kill, kill." Chapter 13-17. The leopard man was a 9th-grade supreme martial artist and a race that excelled in speed in the beastmen dimension. His speed was very fast, almost on par with Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan had the soul extinguisher, and his golden soul threads were everywhere. Although the leopard man had used his chaotic force to protect his soul sea, the constant attacks from the golden soul threads inevitably distracted him. Once he was distracted, his running speed would definitely decrease. Originally, because Yi Qinghan had killed the other leopard man, the distance between him and the leopard man in front of him had increased to thousands of miles. After a few rounds of soul extinguisher, their speed was reduced to thousands of miles again. However, Xiao He was still hundreds of miles behind him. Xiao He, don't come over first. Listen to my instructions. Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice. After releasing the soul extinguisher again, the God Slayer spear whizzed out with a destructive aura towards the leopard man in front of him. It's over, it's over. How can there be such a monstrous human? Instantly killing a 9th-grade supreme martial artist? Even the great heavenly emperor doesn't have this ability, right? Could this be the son of the divine emperor? What should I do? What should I do? There's no other way. Fight! Fight! The leopard man felt the God Slayer spear getting closer and closer behind him. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he knew that he had no way to escape. His spotted leopard face twisted, and his triangular eyes were filled with madness. Under Yi Qinghan's surprised gaze, his 10-meter-tall body suddenly grew again. In an instant, he became nearly 100 meters tall. The brutal aura on his body immediately suppressed the terrifying aura of Yi Qinghan's cold force. Is it scary to become so big? Yi Qinghan smiled coldly. In this day and age, the bigger and more powerful one was, the more powerful one was. The mutated beasts that the beast god and the others condensed with their spatial powers were just a few thousand meters tall. He could easily crush them with his Godslayer spear. Although Yi Qinghan was not afraid, he was still secretly on guard. He was ready to activate the fire god's heart at any time, and his chaotic force began to protect the divine crystal. He also sent another message to Xiao He. If you want to kill me, then die first. The leopard man roared. Then, the leopard head, which was several meters long, began to sway like a windmill. The power of destruction rapidly gathered above his head. At the same time, his body rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the power of destruction within a radius of several meters had gathered above his head. By the time the God Slayer spear pulled the distance between the two of them to 150 kilometers, the leopard man's body had already shrunk to a meter tall. However, the black ball of air above his head had a diameter of over 10 meters. Ultimate destruction, go. Despicable humans, die. Ha 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 ha. The leopard man grinned sinisterly. He shouted loudly, and the black ball of air smashed towards the God Slayer spear like a meteor. Its speed was even faster than the God Slayer spear. Furthermore, the vibrations produced by the God-slaying spear were clearly more violent than the God-slaying spear. Not good. Yi Qinghan was shocked. Such terrifying energy. Furthermore, the leopard man's body did not have any energy undulations, and his body was also very soft. He deduced that this was definitely the leopard man's ultimate move. It was probably similar to the self-detonation of the divine crystal of the divine world martial artists. Even if he killed the enemy, he would be crippled. How much more powerful was the self-detonation of a grade 9 supreme martial artist? He immediately retreated and shouted, "Xiao He, enter the God Slayer saber immediately." Boom! Boom! The black ball of air clashed with the God Slayer spear. The terrifying energy destroyed the God Slayer spear one by one. However, the speed of the black ball of air did not decrease. Instead, it increased. When the 10 God Slayer spear were destroyed, the speed of the black ball of air increased by 1-fold. Although the black ball of air had only shrunk by half, there was still a 5-meter wide ball of air that smashed towards Yi Qinghan and Xiao He. Yi Qinghan had the fire god battle armor. If he was smashed by the black ball of air, his body would at most be smashed into pieces. However, with such a terrifying energy, Xiao He would definitely be severely injured. He might even be killed. There is no time to teleport. In a split second, Yi Qinghan's soul spirit revolved at full speed and immediately calculated the result. Xiao He could hide in the God Slayer saber when the black ball of air rushed towards him. However, if Yi Qinghan used the fire god heart to teleport, he would be delayed for 1 second. At that time, he would definitely not be able to teleport away in time. He would be fine, but would the God Slayer saber be able to protect Xiao He? Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not have any hesitation. The moment Xiao He entered the God Slayer saber, his body immediately disappeared from the spot and entered the world in his soul spirit space. Cold Realm. The Cold Realm was Yi Qinghan's greatest secret. In the planar battlefield, Yi Qinghan would never dare to reveal or use it. However, he had no other choice now. The moment he entered, Yi Qinghan immediately released his divine senses. He realized that the black ball of air was rushing towards the end of the tunnel. On the other side of the tunnel, two minotaurs were rushing towards him while shaking their heads. When they saw the black ball of air flying towards them, they were so scared that their faces immediately turned pale. "All right, Xiao He. Quickly devour that leopard-headed man." After dodging a calamity, Yi Qinghan's body immediately flashed and he summoned Xiao He. Xiao He immediately rushed out and devoured the leopard-headed man in front of him. In the end, the leopard-headed man could not resist at all and was turned into dust. Before he died, Xiao He did not devour his god crystal. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Jiang Yi. "Boss, this chaos god crystal is useless. There is not much energy inside. There is no use for me to devour it." Huh. Yi Qinghan used his divine senses to scan the chaos god crystal. As expected, there was no energy inside it. The chaos god crystal was also completely exhausted. It seemed that the ball of air just now was similar to the self-destruction of a divine realm martial artist. He reached out and grabbed the chaos god crystal. Yi Qinghan planned to let someone refine it when he returned and see if it could increase his strength. If it could not, then it could only be a useless god crystal. Haha. Let's go, Xiao He. Those two minotaurs are injured. Hurry up and pick up the dead fish. After that, we will leave this place immediately. Just as Xiao He's hopes were dashed and he was feeling a little unhappy, Yi Qinghan suddenly grabbed a golden badge and shouted in ecstasy. Xiao He was instantly shocked. There was such a good thing. The man and the beast immediately started running. Just as Yi Qinghan entered and exited the cold realm, at the center of the planar battlefield, on top of that towering mountain that reached into the clouds, the wooden door of a wooden house suddenly opened without a sound. The mountain pierced into the clouds, standing at a 90-degree angle. It was made of black stone, and it looked like it was a single entity. From afar, it looked like a huge black pillar was inserted into the center of the dimensional battlefield. The top of the mountain was very wide, very flat, and as smooth as a mirror. Apart from three wooden houses, there was nothing else on it. At this moment, the door to the rightmost wooden house was opened. A cold and surprised voice sounded. Then, a black-robed man walked out of the house. The man looked like a young man. He had bright eyes, thin lips, and a slightly curved nose. Although he looked like a handsome young man, his eyes were as deep as the sea, and he looked incomparably old. It was very contradictory. Most importantly, this black-robed young man had a murderous aura around him. It was a murderous aura that could make ordinary people tremble in fear. And the moment this black-robed young man appeared, the entire world seemed to be attracted to him. It was as if he was the only person in the world. It was extremely strange. The black-robed young man stood at the peak of the mountain, quietly looking at the undulating demon mountains in the distance. His sword-like eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and the murderous aura on his body became thicker. After a long while, he murmured softly, "Strange." Just now, there was clearly someone who shook the heaven and earth barrier. At such a close distance, it is impossible for this sovereign to have sensed wrongly. Who has such great magical power? Who can break the heaven and earth barrier? Don't let this sovereign find out. Chapter 13:18. At this moment, a surprised voice came from the top of Pan Shan's mountain. Then, the door of the wooden house on the left opened and a woman in purple slowly walked out. The woman in purple had a slender figure and a beautiful face. However, there was no emotion on her face. There was no spirit in her eyes, making her look pale. She walked out and looked at the black-robed youth in front of the wooden house. She asked calmly, "Pan Xing, the final battle hasn't started yet. Why did you come out so early? Did something happen?" Hearing the purple-clothed woman's words, the black-robed man did not turn around. He did not even move. His gaze was still like two blades as he scanned the endless demon mountains in the distance. After a while, he turned around and said doubtfully, "Just now, I sensed that someone broke through the spatial barrier of Plate Realm. How is that possible?" A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the woman in purple, causing her face to glow with vigor. Her originally dull face suddenly became an outstanding beauty, causing anyone who looked at her to fall head over heels for her. Her star-like eyes scanned the mountains in the distance. After a while, she shook her head and said, "There's nothing strange." "Pan Xing, did you sense wrongly?" "Humph." The black-robed youth snorted coldly. Instantly, a murderous aura filled the air. The space around him trembled slightly. Just his aura alone caused the space in the dimension battlefield to tremble. One must know that this was the dimension battlefield. If a low-level warrior saw this, wouldn't he be scared to death? The black-robed youth at the purple-clothed woman called Pan Xing coldly looked at the purple-clothed woman and said indifferently, "You doubt my judgment? How can I be wrong at such a close distance?" "Pan Shi, aren't you being too nosy?" The woman in purple shook her head and didn't say anything else. Instead, she looked at the inside of the mountain. Pan Xing also looked at the mountain. After a while, he frowned and walked into the wooden house on the right. The wooden door closed automatically. A genius that comprehended the unyielding path actually entered the dimension battlefield. Interesting. The beautiful eyes of the woman called Pan Shi suddenly lit up. This glimmer of light instantly made her whole body full of vitality. If she was a withering rose just now, she was now a blooming peony. At the same time, her body produced a special characteristic similar to Pan Xing. Everything in the world was attracted to her. At this moment, she seemed to be the sky. This person's strength is so strange. Suddenly, Pan Shi exclaimed in a low voice. Her two mountain-like eyebrows slightly frowned. After looking for a while, she showed a hesitant expression and murmured softly, "Is he the one Pan Xing said broke the space barrier of Panjie? Should I tell Pan Xing?" "It's just that, if I tell Pan Xing will definitely kill him immediately. This person is the first genius in tens of millions of years to comprehend the three great Daos. Oh, it depends on your luck. If you're discovered by the Pan Xing judge, that's your fate." After a while, Pan Shi shook her head slightly and sighed deeply. She turned around and walked into the wooden house on the left. The door of the wooden house silently closed and peace was restored on Pan Mountain. In the passageway of Demon Mountain, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were like two ferocious tigers descending the mountain, rushing towards the two minotaurs at the other end of the passageway. The two minotaurs were more unlucky. They hurriedly chased after them and just happened to discover that Yi Qinghan was being chased by the black mass of air. Looking at the power of that mass of air, it was definitely at the level of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. They thought that Yi Qinghan had been intercepted by the two leopard men and were overjoyed. Without much consideration, they once again increased their speed and rushed forward. In the end, Yi Qinghan suddenly disappeared. The black mass of air became smaller, but its speed increased by 1-fold. The two of them were frightened and hurriedly turned around and retreated. However, the two of them were slow to begin with. In the end, they were tragically caught up. Although the black mass of air had flown for such a long distance and its power had weakened again, the two of them were still injured. Just as the two of them were cursing silently, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were running towards them from afar like two ferocious tigers. The two of them were high and mighty senior commanders in this dimension, 9th-grade supreme martial artists. If it was an hour ago, and Yi Qinghan and Xiao He had rushed over, the two of them would definitely be wild with joy. But now, the two leopard men's senior commanders had been killed, and in such a short period of time. Most importantly, the two of them had even been injured. When two enemies meet on a narrow path, the braver one wins. When two armies fought, the most important thing was morale. If morale was high, the will to fight would be high. If their morale fell, they would only be able to display 200% of their strength. If their morale fell, it would be a miracle if they could display even half of their strength. Yi Qinghan was an expert in controlling morale. Just now, he had used his strategy and his strange attack method to scare the two leopard men, causing their morale to plummet. Right now, he was in midair. His body once again released the myriad clone skill. In an instant, the tunnel was filled with his silhouette and God Slayer's spear shadows. Run! Without any hesitation, the two bull-headed men immediately ran. They did not even care about recovering from their injuries. However, the bull-headed men's speed was originally slower than Yi Qinghan's. Now that they were injured, and Yi Qinghan was continuously attacking the most heavily injured bull-headed man with the soul-extinguishing technique. The result was unknown. The first bull-headed man did not have the time to attack before his death. He was severely injured by Yi Qinghan. Xiao He pounced on him ferociously and swallowed him instantly. The second bull-headed man heard the scream and knew that he could not escape. He also attacked before his death like the leopard man. Of course, Yi Qinghan was already prepared. He immediately used the fire god's heart and teleported away. After the attack weakened, he easily killed the bull-headed man. Xiao He, retreat. He grabbed the dull chaos divine crystal and a golden badge from the bull-headed man's body. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. He did not know if this was considered a chaos divine crystal. There was no energy or chaotic energy in it. Xiao He did not even bother to swallow it. However, it was still better than self-destructing. He decided to go back and find someone to refine it. Maybe it would be useful. Waha, boss, we are rich. For 9th grade supreme martial artists, 200,000 points in his hands. How many points do we have now? Xiao He was an optimistic person. He had already swallowed a chaos divine crystal. His soul spirit body had a huge amount of energy waiting for him to refine. Therefore, he was very satisfied. He happily flew into the slaughter god saber and sent a voice transmission. More than 300,000 points. Previously, we worked so hard and only managed to get a little more than 100,000 points. Now, we have 200,000 points. Killing 9th grade supremes is so satisfying. Yi Qinghan laughed as he ran. Xiao He thought for a while and continued to send a voice transmission. Boss, do you think the 9th grade supremes in the Beastmen dimension have been killed? Why don't we just stay here? Should we just stay here and wait? Let's just swallow all the legions in this dimension. We might even be able to gather one. 5 million points. Yi Qinghan paused and hesitated. It was already not bad for a dimension to have 4 9th grade supremes. Thinking back to the era of the Battle Emperor, there were only 3 9th grade supremes. If there were not many 9th grade supremes in the Beastmen dimension, it would be very promising. Should we do it or not? After a while, Yi Qinghan stood at a fork in the road and hesitated. This fork in the road led to a dead end with a teleportation restriction. However, faced with such a huge temptation, he hesitated. Bastard, bastard. Leopard 1, Leopard 2, Bull 1, Bull 2. These 4 idiots were all killed. All of them. Who was it? Who killed them? At this moment, 6 figures rushed in from the entrance of the Demon Mountain. The one in front was a snake-headed beast man. His blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent. He roared furiously, causing the 5 beastmen supremes behind him to tremble slightly. The other beastmen nearby were also so scared that they prostrated on the ground. After the 6 commanders left, they stood up and looked at each other in confusion. Who was it? Or was it a powerful legion from another dimension? Why did the great heavenly emperor and so many commanders come out? Chapter 13-19. At the fork in the road, Yi Qinghan sat on the ground, resting as he pondered. There were so many experts in this orc plane. It was definitely the strongest plane Yi Qinghan had ever seen. But now he had killed 4 9th grade supreme masters and several 9th grade experts. How many experts could there be in their plane? But Yi Qinghan thought of the ancient times of the divine realm, when there were more than 20 9th grade supreme masters and more than 100 9th grade experts, and hesitated. Forget it. I won't take the risk. In the end, Yi Qinghan chose to leave, because he found that none of the 4 9th grade supreme masters had a supreme spiritual treasure. Logically speaking, such a powerful plane should have 1 or 2 supreme spiritual treasures. Besides, after killing 4 ninth-grade Supreme Masters, 2 chaotic divine gems had no energy in them. He didn't know whether they were chaotic divine gems or not. What a great loss. After making up his mind, Yi Qinghan immediately walked toward the dead-end passage with the transmission restriction. This time, he did not use the power of cold, but walked slowly. Anyway, this dead-end passage was not far, and he could run to the end in less than an hour. It's a human from the divine realm. I smell the aura of a human from the divine realm. Go after him, I'm going to kill him, kill everyone in the divine realm. When Yi Qinghan was halfway through, he heard a roar in the nearby passage. His divine sense was so powerful that he could vaguely hear it. A human from the divine realm? Sure enough. And experts, damn, how many experts are there in this orc plane? Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. He dared not walk slowly, but ran with all his strength. His divine sense extended infinitely behind him, quietly exploring the crossroad. Sure enough. Not long after, a snake-headed orc flew to the crossroad first. Then, with a twitch of its nose, it rushed directly into the dead-end passage. Behind it were 5 experts with soaring auras, rushing all the way. When Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept over the triangular snake head, he could clearly feel that the blood-red triangular eyes seemed to have locked on him. Damn, there really is a supreme spiritual treasure. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to play anymore. He could feel the aura of a supreme spiritual treasure. The power of frost burst forth, and his body turned into a bolt of lightning as he dashed forward. He could put up a fight against 2 ninth-grade supreme martial artists, but now there were 6 of them. If he didn't run away quickly, he would be courting death. Goodbye. The teleportation restriction was right in front of him. Yi Qinghan stepped on it and his body flashed, disappearing into the tunnel. Xiao. Not long after, 6 tall silhouettes flew over. Looking at the empty teleportation array, the snake-headed half-beast sovereign furiously shot out a black light from his hand and smashed it down. In an instant, the surroundings of the passage shook and the air billowed. The black stones on the wall were blown away, mixed with the flickering light of the teleportation array. The scene looked like a chaotic dance of demons, and a foul atmosphere filled the air. Your Majesty, why don't we enter the teleportation formation to pursue them? Don't tell me that leopard and the others died in vain? A tiger-headed beast man scratched his head and asked angrily. Idiot. The snake-headed half-beast sovereign angrily slapped the tiger-headed man away and scolded, this teleportation formation teleports randomly. Can we teleport to the same place if we go in? Ah. The plane of the divine realm? The plane of the divine realm. The triangular red eyes of the snake-headed half-beast sovereign flickered. He let out 2 strange cries and shouted angrily, when the final battle begins, I will kill everyone in the plane of the divine realm. Kill them all. Plain battlefield, military camp of the divine realm. A few years had passed. The area around the military camp had been continuously set up by the Wind Moon Sovereign. It had become an iron plate. Not even a mosquito could fly in. The 4 demon caves had also been set up more majestically. Even if a 9th-grade supreme martial artist attacked, they would be scared half to death and retreat immediately. 1 million martial artists took turns to enter and participate in the battle. However, according to Yi Qinghan's instructions, they didn't dare to go in. They just wandered around nearby. Killing a few unlucky teams that were teleported here had increased the experience of fighting with martial artists from other planes. However, at this moment, in a simple camp outside the cave, the few leaders of the divine realm were in an argument. The argument was huge. The beast god was worried about Yi Qinghan and strongly requested for the troops to enter the demon mountain to kill the experts to help reduce the pressure on Yi Qinghan. At the same time, they could obtain more points to ensure that the divine realm would definitely win. However, Gong Tian and the others objected. This was because Yi Qinghan gave the order that they couldn't enter. Gong Tian used this as a reason to not enter. The other water god race experts also wouldn't enter. Enter? What if someone did that to them? Ice Queen and Zhui Fengnue's sovereign remained neutral and didn't say anything. Scoff. Coward. If all of you aren't going, then I will enter alone. Yi Qinghan was the hope of the beast god race. The beast god didn't want anything to happen to him. To him, even if everyone who came to the plain battlefield died, including him, it was okay. As long as the divine realm won and Yi Qinghan returned alive, it was okay. Yi Qinghan didn't want the god world to suffer too many casualties in this battle, which would damage the foundation of the god world. The beast god didn't want Yi Qinghan to risk his life for the divine realm. He couldn't sit still anymore and made up his mind to enter to kill. Wait. Zhu Yi suddenly opened her mouth. Everyone looked over. Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan had a close relationship. Apart from the beast god, she was the only one who was close to Yi Qinghan. Her opinion was quite important. Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes swept across everyone and said, "Beast god and I will enter. At least we can take care of each other. All of you defend here. If anything happens, shatter the jade talisman right away. We will try our best to rush back. Queen Zhu Yi, beast god. You all." Haze. Ice Queen sighed, but she didn't know how to persuade them. The beast god was usually really easygoing, but once he made up his mind, he wouldn't hesitate. He hollered, "Okay, there is no need to say any more. It is decided. Queen Zhu Yi, let's go." Looking at beast god and Zhu Yi disappear into the cave, Ice Queen sighed helplessly. Gong Tian laughed coldly and scoffed coldly, "You asked for it, you deserve it." Ice Queen and Wind Moon Monarch were furious, but they didn't dare to say anything. Ice Queen could only sigh and send a voice transmission to Wind Moon Monarch. "Can you use the seals to send a message to the Emperor?" "No." The Wind Moon Monarch's face was filled with worry and helplessness. He transmitted, "Your Majesty, it's not like you don't know that the planar battlefield is filled with restrictions. Furthermore, the restrictions here are ridiculously strong. The communication jade talisman is useless. My seals are far from enough. If it was a battle emperor, then it would be possible." Ice Queen shook her head. A dim expression appeared on her beautiful face as she prayed, "Haze. We can only pray that they are lucky. God Emperor, please protect the god world, protect the Emperor, protect the beast god and Zhu Yi." Scoff, pray to that person? Don't you know that the god world was nearly wiped out by him? Gong Tian, who was at the side, laughed coldly. Through the simple camp, he looked up into the sky and said faintly, "What we have to pray is that that person doesn't discover anything. Otherwise, if the Emperor dies, we will all die. The immortal realm will definitely be wiped out." Ice Queen and Wind Moon Monarch were terrified. They followed Gong Tian's gaze and seemed to see the high up Mount Pan. They also seemed to see a pair of ice-cold eyes looking at everything in the battlefield. Chapter 13:20. Boss, it's very strange around here. After wandering around for a few years, we've only encountered some small fries. There are only 3 or 4 big legions. Should we go somewhere else? In a passageway, Xiao He flew forward in a desolate circle, then turned around and said to Yi Qinghan, who had caught up with him, "It's indeed strange. Let's go around for a while. If there are still not too many big legions, let's look for the transmission prohibition." Yi Qinghan paused, rested for a moment, and then continued to run forward. Xiao He flew beside him, bored, and followed him slowly. This time, Yi Qinghan had been wandering around the territory where he had been transferred to for 3 years. He did not encounter too many big legions, and only obtained 30 to 40,000 points. The strange thing was, it was not that there were no big legions nearby. In the past few years, the two of them had seen countless corpses, at least more than 100,000. But they had not found the experts who had killed these legions. The two of them had not even met a level 9 expert, so they felt strange. Who killed these more than 100,000 legions? Once, the two of them found an orc legion. The corpses were still warm, and the blood was still flowing. But with Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness, he did not find any experts nearby. If it were not for this strange imagination, Yi Qinghan would have changed places long ago. During this time, however, Yi Qinghan had recovered some of his cold power. Although he had obtained more than 300,000 points in the territory of the Orc Plain, he had also consumed a small part of his cold power. Yi Qinghan's current growth rate of cold power was more than twice as fast as when he killed Shintu Xiong. He had not used his cold power in the past 3 years. The cold power consumed in entering the plain battlefield had also recovered 1/3. Yi Qinghan was used to running all the way. He used his divine consciousness to the limit, looking for prey. After half a month, the man and the beast finally found some prey. The reason why it was described as some was because there were 2 armies in front of them, armies from 2 different planes, and they were currently engaged in a chaotic battle. These were 2 very strange races. One of them was Yi Qinghan. Its entire body was made of metal, and even Xiao He did not care to devour it. It did not have much life force in its body, and even if it devoured it, it would not have much energy left. This was the first time he had seen the other one. It was a round ball with 2 short, sturdy legs. It had no hands, no pupils in its eyes, and it was dark red. It also had a huge mouth. His attacks relied on his eyes and mouth. His eyes shot out red waves of light, and his mouth spat out black energy swords at the same time. It was very strange. The metal men's attacks weren't fancy. They were straightforward and relied on their bodies to attack. The metal men's bodies were extremely hard, comparable to a superior grade divine artifact. Yi Qinghan had encountered a metal man at the venerable level before. Its body was even harder than a superior grade divine artifact. Both sides had about the same number of people, thousands of them, but the battle was one-sided. The metal men did not react to the red light shot out of the round monster's eyes. The black energy swords spat out from their mouths hit the metal men's bodies, but they did not cause much damage. Usually, after piercing a hole, the metal men would automatically heal. When the metal men got close, they smashed them randomly, and countless round monsters were immediately turned into meat paste. By the time Yi Qinghan found out, both sides had just started to fight, but 1/3 of the round monsters had already been killed. Boss, should I do it? A long night is fraught with trouble. Let's get these points first. Xiao He saw that Yi Qinghan was enjoying the show, and there seemed to be no signs of him making a move. He was a little anxious. The badge would only belong to him after he got it. If something happened, it would be for naught. What's the hurry? Do you think the points will fly away under our nose? Let's wait until he's done. Yi Qinghan did not care. He waved his hand and said, in this plain battlefield, no one could steal points under his nose. The chaotic battle finally ended after less than an hour. The ground was covered with shining white badges. The metal men had won a great victory. Only a few hundred people had died. They had killed more than 4,000 people on the other side. The metal men began to clean up the battlefield. Let's do it. Wait. Yi Qinghan chuckled and ordered Xiao He. Unexpectedly, with his divine sense, a green shadow suddenly floated over from another tunnel ahead. It was as fast as lightning. Wherever it floated, the white badges on the ground disappeared one by one. The metal men all died. It was an extremely strange method. Yi Qinghan was both overjoyed and angry. Someone really dared to steal food from the tiger's mouth. It seemed that the death of so many legions here was most likely caused by this monster. The power of cold immediately surged. He rushed forward and shouted, Xiao He, someone is stealing points. Kill him. Xiao He was also furious when he heard this. The nearly 10,000 points had been decided between the two of them. It was really unexpected that someone had appeared out of nowhere. He quickly followed Yi Qinghan and flew forward. The cyan shadow was extremely fast. Before Yi Qinghan could even catch up, the thousands of metal men had already been killed by him, and all the badges on the ground had been collected by him. Seeing Yi Qinghan and Xiao He flying over aggressively, he immediately fled. In a few breaths' time, he actually disappeared into the tunnel ahead, What the hell? Yi Qinghan was shocked. There were many monsters in the plain battlefield, but he had never seen such a strange one. This was a green shadow. Its body was similar to that of the wind Xiao He had transformed into. It did not have a physical body, but its appearance was like that of a flood dragon. Yi Qinghan wanted to lock onto its body. It disappeared just like that. With the strength of Yi Qinghan's soul, he did not see any spatial fluctuations at all. It was not teleportation, nor did it enter a spatial divine item. Boss, where did that monster go? Yi Qinghan and Xiao He stopped at the place where the monster had disappeared. Their divine senses carefully observed the surroundings, but they did not find anything. Xiao He blinked and said very strangely. You ask me? Who should I ask? Step back. Wait for me to shake the nearby space. Yi Qinghan circulated his power of cold and condensed a large palm. He smashed around the tunnel. The tunnel trembled from his smashing. Black rocks fell, but the monster could not be seen at all. Other than the sound of black mud falling, there was nothing. Strange. Can this monster fly into the sky or burrow underground? Even if I attack with all my strength, I can only make a small hole in these black rocks. This monster can't go through. Another tunnel? Then where did it go? Yi Qinghan frowned. His eyes were full of surprise. He felt that this monster's aura was at most lower 9th grade. But its speed was abnormal, reaching upper 9th grade. Most importantly, this abnormal ability could disappear under his powerful divine sense. If he told the beast god and the others, no one would believe it. This monster must have teleported forward. Xiao He, chase after it. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and suddenly said. The two of them immediately rushed to the other end of the tunnel at full speed. Boss, what the hell are you doing? After chasing for tens of thousands of li, Xiao He was a little puzzled. Yi Qinghan's speed had actually started to slow down. Finally, he stopped and did not say a word. His eyes were still tightly shut. Yi Qinghan made a hand gesture, indicating that Xiao He should not speak. He continued to close his eyes as if he was deep in thought. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and grinned. I really thought that he could fly. Hee hee, Xiao He, let's go. Now that the monster has wings, it's hard for him to escape. Chapter 13:21. Ah. Did you find that monster? Xiao He was overjoyed. He followed Yi Qinghan and ran back the way they came. The two stopped at the place where the monster had disappeared. Xiao He used his divine sense to search around but found nothing. He asked doubtfully, Boss, where is the monster? Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely. He looked at a black rock on the ground and said, Friend, do you want to come out by yourself, or do you want me to smash you out? Yi Qinghan's voice reverberated in the passage, but there was no response. He raised his eyebrows and raised his hand. The cold power condensed into a big palm and slammed it on the ground in front of him on the left. Boom! The ground trembled. Dust flew everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. A green shadow quickly floated out from the smoke and mist. It dashed toward one direction of the passage. Humph! Still trying to escape. Xiao He had been watching the green shadow from the side. He immediately dashed forward when he saw the green shadow. He caught up with it in 2 breaths' time. The two green shadows merged together. After a while, the green shadow suddenly disappeared. Xiao He, who had turned into a gust of wind, also followed it and penetrated the ground. Yi Qinghan's divine sense had been tracking the green shadow. He was sure that the green shadow could only hide in the rocks a few meters underground. Xiao He had already caught up with it. Yi Qinghan felt relieved. He had pretended to leave earlier, but his divine sense had been quietly probing this place. Sure enough, he found that the green shadow had secretly released a trace of energy to check if he had really left. As a result, Xiao He sensed it. He used his divine sense to check and immediately found that Xiao He was hiding underground. This black rock was extremely strange. It was unusually hard and dense. Xiao Hei's divine sense could only probe more than 10 meters deep. Even if it was smashed, it would slowly recover. Therefore, Yi Qinghan didn't expect that the green shadow could hide underground. Xiao Hei could even devour the demon supremes. Moreover, after years of fighting, he found that monsters with energy bodies were innately restrained. Therefore, when Xiao Hei chased the monster underground, Yi Qinghan felt very relieved. Xiao. What surprised Yi Qinghan was that the green shadow floated out of the ground once again and ran away. Xiao Hei also flew out from behind and sent a telepathic message to Yi Qinghan. Boss, this monster's energy body is extremely strange. I've been devouring it for so long, but I've only devoured 1/10 of its energy. However, his attacks cannot harm me. Yi Qinghan couldn't attack, so he could only follow the monster and Xiao Hei. Since Xiao Hei said that the monster could not hurt him, it was only a matter of time before it corroded and devoured him. The monster and Xiao Hei whizzed through the tunnel. One of them burrowed into the ground, the other pierced through the surface of the wall. He had been racing for hundreds of thousands of miles, but he still couldn't shake off Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei's speed was much faster than his. Moreover, his energy was slowly being devoured by Xiao Hei. The speed was getting slower and slower. One day later, Xiao Hei's body floated out from the ground, his face full of excitement. His soul body carried a spatial ring and he shouted, "Boss, boss, I'm rich, I'm rich." Huh? Could it be? Yi Qinghan was shocked. He thought of this monster's special ability. It was the best prowess for ambushing and harvesting points. He then thought of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who had died nearby. He saw Xiao Hei's spatial ring and said in joy, "There are a lot of badges? At least 200,000. Xiao Hei grinned and laughed, his face full of excitement. Ah! Yi Qinghan's divine senses entered the spatial ring. As expected, there were white badges, blue badges, and 3 black badges. After calculating carefully, Yi Qinghan swallowed and exclaimed, 260,000. How many years has it been? This monster alone can obtain 260,000 points. Yi Qinghan had more than 300,000 points at the moment, but this included 4 ninth-grade supreme martial artists. How difficult was it to kill a 9th-grade supreme martial artist? To kill a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists would have to work together. If it weren't for the 2 freaks, Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei, who could kill a 9th-grade supreme martial artist so easily. Therefore, in terms of collecting points, this monster was even more freakish than Yi Qinghan. Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan was a little shocked. If this was a dimension with monsters and there were many of these monsters, wouldn't they be the first in points for sure? However, Yi Qinghan didn't care which dimension took first place. He just wanted to get one. 5 million points. It had only been a few years, and his points had already reached nearly 600,000. Yi Qinghan was completely confident that he could get enough points in 90 years. Go, go. Don't look for the teleportation restriction. Look for these monsters nearby. If we can find a few more of these monsters, won't we be rich? Yi Qinghan excitedly kept the badge and ran into the distance. Xiao Hei entered the slaughter god blade and started to refine the energy it had devoured. They ran wildly, killing all the creatures from the other dimensions and searching for that monster. However, it took a whole 10 years. Yi Qinghan had never encountered such a monster again. He obtained another 70 to 80,000 points. Yi Qinghan didn't use the power of cold and ran wildly. After 10 years, he had almost run hundreds of millions of miles. How long is the passageway in this demon mountain? In 10 years, with my current speed, I should be able to run 3 to 5 rounds around the divine world. Yi Qinghan was now completely sure that the passageway in this demon mountain was under the entire plain battlefield. The plain battlefield was said to be as big as 100 divine worlds. The underground passageways were very complicated. It was normal for one to not be able to find a familiar path after walking for tens of years. Since he had already been running for 10 years, Yi Qinghan decided not to look for the teleportation restriction anymore. He just randomly ran around, looking for experts from the other dimensions. After a few months, Yi Qinghan suddenly trembled and said in disbelief, "Eh? What's going on? Why are there demonic creatures in front? Xiao He, I actually saw an Azura king." Demonic creatures? Xiao He flew out of the slaughter god blade and looked at Yi Qinghan with a puzzled expression. The demonic plane had just battled with the divine world not long ago. Why was his luck so bad? He was actually selected to participate in the plane war? It's an Azura king. There's no doubt about it. It's definitely an Azura king. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to scout ahead. In a passageway, there was a 20-meter-tall creature covered in black scales. There were 2 large horns on its head and a long whip on its back. If it wasn't an Azura king, then what could it be? Xiao He, go. Don't kill him. Ask him if the demonic plane is participating in the plane war. If so, we can find their camp. The remaining points can be collected from the demonic army. Yi Qinghan waved his hands excitedly. He had fought with Yi Qinghan several times and was very familiar with them. Most importantly, Xiao He was the nemesis of all demonic creatures. With Xiao He around, no matter how many creatures came from the demonic world, they would all die. If he confirmed that the demonic army was participating in the plane war and could find their camp, he could easily collect the remaining points. Xiao He immediately turned into a blue dragon and rushed forward. After a while, he saw an Azura king walking carefully in the passageway. It was obvious that it had accidentally stepped on the teleportation formation and was teleported here. What kind of monster is this? When the Azura king saw Xiao He rushing over with a terrifying aura, it immediately turned around and ran. Xiao He's speed was not something that a small Azura king could compare to. In an instant, he caught up to it and started to corrode its body. Hiss, hiss. The Azura king rolled on the ground in pain and cried out in despair. However, it realized that Xiao He had only finished corroding its legs and had actually stopped. Xiao He turned into a blue dragon and circled above it. It asked coldly, "Are you the Azura king of the demonic world?" Chapter 13:22. How do you know about the sacred world? The Azura king subconsciously said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao He's eyes lit up. The holy world. This was what the demonic creatures called the fiend realm. This was something that many people in the god realm knew. Xiao He recalled Yi Qinghan's words and immediately asked in a cold voice, "The demon realm has come to participate in the planar war. Many of your sovereigns are here as well?" The Azura king hurriedly nodded and said, "Of course the holy world is here to participate in the planar war. Hurry up and release this king, otherwise the great sovereign and ancestral fiend will definitely send you into the Azura Sea for all eternity." Ha 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 ha. When Xiao He heard this, he was not afraid. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. The fiends had truly come to the planar battlefield. If he could find their base, not only would he be able to obtain a large amount of energy, but he would also be able to easily win the planar war. Xiao He. Don't be too happy yet. Ask them where their camp is. Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry to rush over, but his spiritual awareness had been locked on this side. When he heard that the demon domain had indeed participated in the war, his face suddenly became overjoyed. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, Zhang Xian immediately sent a telepathic message over. Xiao He also knew that this was a serious matter, so he quickly moved and enveloped the Azura king again. However, it didn't devour them all at once. Instead, it slowly corroded their entire bodies. The Azura king felt as if his entire body was being roasted in a fire. He rolled on the ground and howled in pain. Xiao He saw that the time was right. He separated himself from the Azura king and flew up. His cold eyes glared at the Azura king as he viciously said, "Humph, do you think I'm scared of you? Even if your demon realm sends 1 or 2 overlords, I'm not afraid." Humph. Azura king saw that although Xiao He looked terrifying, his words were lacking in confidence. He rolled his eyes, endured the pain, and roared in grief, 1 or 2. This time, the entire sacred world had come out in full force. All the sovereigns had come out, more than 20 of them. If you know what's good for you, immediately release this king. Otherwise, when the sovereigns come, you'll be finished. Xiao He rolled his eyes and said with a look of disbelief, "Humph, you want to deceive me? There's no entrance to the demon realm nearby. I'll kill you right now. Let's see how your sovereign will avenge you." Seeing Xiao He about to pounce down, the Azura king was frightened. He hurriedly said, "Please don't." Although this king accidentally stepped into a transmission spell, this king can feel that our Saint World's army isn't too far away. It's definitely within 1,000,000,000,000 miles. Because there is a faint demonic aura nearby. If you kill me, the Overlord and the others will definitely find out. When that happens, you will be in trouble. Sir, leave quickly. I promise I won't tell anyone. It's not far from here, are you sure? I've been walking around this area for a long time. Tell me, what's the color of the wall you came from? Xiao He asked hesitantly. As the Azura king saw that he still had a chance to live, he quickly said, "Reporting to my lord, the red and gold. You must have seen it before. It's definitely nearby." "Alright, Xiao He, you can start now." In the distance, a red figure slowly walked over. Yi Qinghan had the slaughter god saber in his hand. His eyes were cold as he looked at the Azura king on the ground. It was like he was looking at a corpse. Ah! Xiao He pounced down. In the blink of an eye, the Azura king felt as if his body was being swallowed. Before he died, the image of the long saber on Yi Qinghan's back appeared in his mind. He had a vague feeling that this saber was very familiar, and it even gave him a sense of intimacy. "Boss, the Azura king said that the demon monarch isn't too far away." After swallowing the Azura king, Xiao He immediately condensed his human form and said excitedly, "Search." Yi Qinghan's eyes were resolute as he looked ahead. He waved his hand and said, "Even if we have to search through all the nearby tunnels, we must find the demon army. If we can't find it in a year, then we will search for 10 years. If we can't find it in 10 years, then we will search for 50 years. As long as we find the demon army, everything will be solved." Whoosh! One man and one soul form turned into 2 sharp swords that rushed forward. In a few blinks of an eye, they disappeared into the dark tunnel. "Who? Beast God, are your injuries serious? We were lucky just now and happened to run into a transmission array, otherwise we would have been finished." In a dead tunnel, a short and skinny old man was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His robes were a mess and his body was badly mangled. At this moment, he was revolving his divine power to heal himself so that no more blood would flow out. A beautiful woman dressed in white next to him asked with a face full of concern. The short and skinny old man did not speak. He only shook his head slightly and continued to heal himself. The white-clothed woman sighed and no longer spoke. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sadness. These 2 people were the stubborn beast god who wanted to enter the demon mountain, and Queen Zhu Yi who had no choice but to accompany him. The 2 of them had been wandering around the tunnel for 10 years, but they still hadn't found Yi Qinghan. They had obtained more than 100,000 emblem points, but they had encountered danger several times. The most dangerous one just now was that they were targeted by a powerful 9th-grade supreme martial artist. If they weren't lucky and ran into a transmission array, they would have become points in someone else's spatial ring. 2 hours later, the beast god finally opened his eyes. His skinny face looked weak, but the light in his eyes was still determined. Zhu Yi was silent for a moment, then raised her head and said, "Beast god, how can we find the emperor? We can't go on like this. It's not like you don't know about the tunnels in the demon mountain. If we're lucky, we might run into him in a month. If we're unlucky, we might not even run into him in 1,000 years." Actually, she really didn't want to come in and blamed the beast god secretly. When Yi Qinghan first went in, you didn't follow him. Only after a few years did you insist on coming in. Looking for a person in the demon mountain was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The beast god said in a deep voice, "As long as our race is within 1,000,000 miles, we will have a faint sense of each other." Little Han said that he can't make a move at the foot of the mountain. So I thought about it. Even if we're unlucky and can't find him, I have to help him get some points. Queen Zhu Yi, if we're unlucky and I die, don't wander around alone. Find a teleportation restriction and enter a spatial divine tool nearby. Endure these 90 years. As long as you deliver the badge to Little Han, even if I die, it's worth it. Sigh. Looking at the stubborn beast god, Zhu Yi sighed softly. The few times they were in danger, the beast god always tried his best to cover the rear. The warriors from the other planes that they killed were always kept by her. Zhu Yi knew that the beast god had such a plan. This old man was so stubborn that he was adorably cute. However, he didn't know that he cared so much about Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan also valued him greatly. If he died, how could she face Yi Qinghan? Zhu Yi's black gem-like eyes turned and looked at the other side of the tunnel. Looking at the dark tunnel, she was in a daze. She muttered to herself, "Emperor, where are you? Do you know how hard we've been looking for you?" Chapter 13:23. Boss, why can't we find it? It has been more than 20 years, and we still can't find it. Are we going to continue searching nearby? In a tunnel, Yi Qinghan was walking alone. Xiao He entered the slaughter god blade to rest and transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan out of boredom. "We have been searching for more than 20 years. We can only continue searching. We'll search for another 50 years and slowly accumulate points along the way. If we still can't find it, we can only teleport randomly in the last 10 years and look for another plane's army to attack." Although Yi Qinghan was running fast, he seemed to be out of strength. In the past, he could accumulate 300,000 points in a year. Now, he only managed to accumulate 80,000 points after 20 years. How could he still be energetic? It was just that the temptation of a demon army made Yi Qinghan reluctant to leave the vicinity. He had been wandering in the tens of millions of miles of tunnel for a total of 200,000 years. He had encountered all sorts of different planes armies, but he had never encountered a demon army. He was a little annoyed. Back then, he had asked Xiao He to kill the Azura King. Demons could sense a faint demon aura, but he and Xiao He couldn't. They could only search around aimlessly. And we finally met another army. There are more than 800 of them. Xiao He, your food is here. It's your favorite beast men. Go. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan encountered another group of creatures from another plane. There were no experts, so Yi Qinghan couldn't be bothered to make a move. He let Xiao He devour them. At the same time, he could accumulate energy for his next evolution. Xiao He was excited when he heard that they were beastmen. The beastmen's life essence energy was extremely strong. Xiao He liked to devour those with strong life essence energy, such as grade 9 supreme martial artists. He also liked races with strong life essence energy. The beastmen were one of the races with strong life essence energy in the dimensional battlefield. Xiao He dashed forward, and Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly as he continued to walk forward. After more than 20 years, the cultivators of the demonic mountain, aside from the ones lingering at the entrance, had basically all scattered, running about in the passageways and scattering. It was very rare to encounter a large legion with thousands of people. It was already very lucky to have encountered more than 800 people this time. There were more than 800 people, and they were led by a venerable realm powerhouse. They were not on the same level as Xiao He. He was easily devoured in an instant, and his emblems and countless spatial rings scattered all over the place. Yi Qinghan had completely become a follower. When Xiao He was done killing, he would come over to collect the badges. There was actually an unexpected harvest this time. There were hundreds of badges in the spatial ring of the leader of the team. With the badges in hand, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He became lonely travelers again. They moved forward in the dark tunnel, looking for creatures from the demonic plane and killing the teams that passed by. There's actually a colored passage? Too bad it's not the red or golden passage of the demonic legion. A year later, Yi Qinghan stopped in front of a wide passageway. This was the first time he had seen a passageway with colors. Should I go in and take a look? A strong temptation surged in Yi Qinghan's heart. This passage led outside the demonic mountain, and it was very likely that there was a legion stationed outside. There might be hundreds of thousands of low-level martial artists, and many rank 9 powerhouses. If he could wipe them all out, the remaining points might be enough. Of course, there might also be several rank 9 supreme martial artists outside. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of any rank 9 supreme martial artist one-on-one, but he was not confident if there were more than 2. He had a supreme spiritual treasure, did others not? Should I do it or not? Yi Qinghan hesitated. Although he might be able to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle if he took the risk, there was also the possibility that he might not even have a bicycle anymore. He was not alone now. He had a group of women behind him, a few children, a huge family, and billions of people in the immortal realm. If he died, the immortal realm would definitely be defeated this time. The people of the immortal realm would be enslaved by the powerhouses from other planes, and his family would be homeless and homeless. They would have to rely on the Soul Emperor Pavilion to wander in the endless void. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan turned around and left resolutely. He could not afford to gamble, and he could not afford to lose. Moreover, it was not yet time to gamble. It was still early, and there was still a chance to find the Devil Legion. Yi Qinghan told himself that he could not risk his life and give up easily until the last moment. Although he had left, Yi Qinghan did not run far immediately. He wanted to look around to see if there were any large legions nearby. This was the entrance to the demonic mountain. In the end, in just 1 day's time, he really found a legion nearby. Why are there only women in this plane? And so flirtatious? There are hundreds of people, and all of them are as beautiful as flowers, as beautiful as fairies. What plane is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? There's actually an upper rank 9 powerhouse. In a huge underground square in front of him, a group of women were sitting cross-legged there. There were countless passageways around the square. Yi Qinghan had encountered this kind of terrain often, so he did not find it strange. The strange thing was that this was the first time he had encountered an all-women legion. These women were all top-notch in appearance, especially that upper rank 9 powerhouse. Her beauty was comparable to enchantress, and there was no part of her that was not seductive. Xiao He, it's time to work. It was not easy to find a big fish. Yi Qinghan would definitely not let it go. Although they were women, in the plain battlefield, there was no distinction between men and women. There was only killing here. Other than the martial artists of this plane, anyone could be killed. If you did not kill them, they would kill you. When Xiao He heard that there was business again, he flew out excitedly. Just as he was about to fly out, Yi Qinghan stopped him. Don't be careless. There's an upper rank 9 this time. Wait until I get close. Upper rank 9, good stuff. When Xiao He heard this, he became even more excited. Devil Mountain was vast and boundless. If they were lucky, they could continuously encounter rank 9 martial artists, such as when they first entered Devil Mountain. If they were unlucky, such as the first 20 years, they had only encountered one rank 9 powerhouse. A man and a soul, tiptoeing, like thieves, quietly approached. Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness had been quietly locked on the underground square. He could not let these big fish escape. When they were more than 10,000 miles away from the square, Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped, a suspicious look on his face. Just now, his divine consciousness detected that the upper rank 9 powerhouse seemed to have inadvertently glanced in their direction. Yi Qinghan seemed to have sensed a faint smile in her peach blossom eyes. However, at this moment, when he probed, the woman continued to chat and laugh with the group of women next to her. Her expression was contented, and there was no sign that she had discovered an enemy. We're so far away, and we didn't even release our auras. This person shouldn't be able to detect us. Also, I didn't sense her divine consciousness. Could it be that I detected wrongly? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, then continued to run forward quietly. Xiao Hei's eyes shone brightly as he flew forward behind Yi Qinghan. Hee. In the square in front of them, a group of coquettish women sat together in small groups. They seemed to be resting. They were all relaxed, chatting softly with smiles on their faces. From time to time, there would even be a burst of bell-like laughter. The most beautiful and powerful woman sitting in the middle covered her mouth and laughed. Then, she waved her hand, signaling for everyone to stop talking. She glanced at everyone and smiled sweetly. Hee, sisters, it's been a long time since you've played with a man, right? There's a silly man over there. Right now, he's walking toward us quietly. Don't look, don't scare him away. Listen to my orders later. Set up the heavenly fragrance array and capture this man. After I've enjoyed him, all of you will take turns. This idiot's divine consciousness may be very strong, but he doesn't know that the strongest aspect of the heavenly fox clan is our soul. Hee. Chapter 13:24. The eyes of the women in the plaza on the ground lit up. However, none of them looked at the passageway where Yi Qinghan was. When Yi Qinghan was tens of thousands of miles away, a faint pink aura appeared on all the women's bodies. The entire plaza on the ground was instantly enveloped by this pink mist. Huh! Yi Qinghan, who was tens of thousands of miles away, stopped again. He used his divine consciousness to check. The upper rank 9 martial artist waved his hand and said something. The group of women stopped talking. Instead, they sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and began to cultivate. Now, pink aura was emitting from their bodies. It looked extremely strange. Was it a coincidence? Or was it intentional? These two thoughts circled around in Yi Qinghan's mind. After a while, Yi Qinghan could not care so much anymore. Regardless of whether it was strange or not, with his and Xiao Hei's strength, could they not handle it? Continue forward. An hour later, Yi Qinghan had already closed the distance between them to 30,000 miles. This was a distance that Yi Qinghan could reach in a flash. Therefore, he decisively ordered Xiao Hei, do it. Xiao Hei could not wait any longer. His aura was at its peak, and he flew in at full speed. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the underground plaza filled with pink aura. What? Yi Qinghan had been keeping his eyes fixed on the distance. He initially thought that it would be a one-sided battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided one. Xiao Hei transformed into a blue dragon and rushed into the pink aura. The moment his body touched the pink aura, he immediately froze. He stood in midair like a fool. In the plaza, hundreds of pink aura swords shot toward Xiao Hei at lightning speed. This is strange. Yi Qinghan's cold force surged. The God Slayer's spear immediately activated and shot forward. Before he could get close, the God Slayer's spear had already whizzed past. It split into two, avoiding Xiao Hei's body and aiming at the beautiful women on both sides. Huh? A soul attack? Something strange happened again. The moment the God Slayer spear came into contact with the pink gas, the scene in front of Yi Qinghan immediately changed. Before him was no longer a dim passageway, but a luxurious hall. At this moment, he found himself sitting on a large bed, surrounded by countless beautiful women, all of them smiling and dancing. These women were all outstanding beauties. Their skin was whiter than snow, their facial features were exquisite, their breasts were perky, their waists were slender, and their buttocks were swaying, forming a perfect arc. These women were all wearing translucent dresses, pink, black, white, and red. There were all sorts of enchanting figures under the pink light. Their alluring bodies danced in all sorts of seductive poses, making one's mouth dry and burning with lust. Humph, you want to trap me with a mere illusion? Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. He knew that Xiao Hei must have fallen into an illusion. Although Xiao Hei was a spirit body, it did not mean that he did not have a soul. He had experienced this kind of illusion many times. Back when he was still a marshal, he had fallen into the fallen god mountain and experienced the illusion set up by the Soul Emperor. Yi Qinghan's soul power circulated at high speed. He forcefully dispelled all distracting thoughts, maintained his original heart, and emptied his mind. As expected, the scene in front of him gradually faded, and the bodies of the women around him also gradually disappeared. Hee hee. A chuckle rang in Yi Qinghan's ears. Yi Qinghan's body trembled, and the scene in front of him changed again. He found himself standing in a valley, surrounded by lush green trees, fragrant flowers, and chirping birds. In the distance, there was a white waterfall hanging in the sky, and in front of him, there was a continuous chuckle that sounded like a yellow bird, attracting people to go forward and investigate. Humph. Let's see what you're up to. Yi Qinghan was not afraid in the slightest. He knew very well that he was currently fighting with the upper, rank 9 woman. He did not sense any danger from his body, which meant that no one was near him. He had the fire god armor to protect him, so he was not worried that someone would hurt him. If the fight with this woman did not end, he would be constantly disturbed and would not be able to unleash his full power. He might as well fight with this woman. At once, his body shot out explosively, rushing toward the waterfall. When he saw the scenery under the waterfall, the evil fire that had disappeared in his heart surged wildly in his mind again. The scene in front of him was incomparably beautiful. There was a curved pool, and the snow-white waterfall came from the 9th heaven, splashing down, sprinkling countless splashes of water and mist, making this pool beautiful and mysterious. There was someone in the pool. Her hair was as black as ink, and her snow-white back was completely naked. The contrast between black and white was so breathtaking. Under the water, under the ripples of the water, the 2 petals of her buttocks made people's blood boil even more. Hee hee, 2 jade-like hands raised the pool water high up, and then let it flow down from her fragrant shoulders, from her half-round creamy cheeks that could faintly be seen, and from her slender waist. Under the refraction of the sun, amidst the hazy mist, people could not help but want to rush forward, to find out what was really going on. Yi Qinghan subconsciously took 2 steps forward, but he stopped abruptly. His eyes, however, shone brightly. He opened his mouth and shouted, "My heart is like a mountain, impenetrable. My heart is like a stone, tenacious and unshakable. My heart is like the law, all demons retreat." Pop! The sound of a bubble bursting rang out. The surrounding scenery melted away like rain and snow. The upper, rank 9 seductive woman in the underground square trembled. Her face darkened, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Pfft! A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the woman's eyes. She lifted her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. A red glow lit up on her slender body. Then, her body fluttered like a butterfly as she flew towards Yi Qinghan. While she was on her way, her pink robe was taken off, revealing her flawless body. Her red lips opened slightly as she let out a series of moans that could make one's mind ripple. Like a graceful swan, the woman floated to Yi Qinghan's side. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan didn't notice her at all. The woman stretched out her ivory jade-like hand and gently caressed his face, body, and between his legs. Her soft and smooth body danced around Yi Qinghan. Her red lips were still stained with blood, making her look even more alluring. Her tongue flicked out from time to time, brushing past Yi Qinghan's earlobe and neck. The combination of that seductive and pitiful expression was incomparably perfect. It could move the hearts of any man in the world. Yi Qinghan seemed to have fallen into some kind of illusion. His eyes were hazy and his body was defenseless. He allowed the woman to caress his body as she pleased. His breathing was heavy. A tall tent had already been erected on his robe. It was obvious that he had fallen under the woman's secret technique. Hee hee. If I can't subdue you after spending half of my essence, wouldn't I have suffered a great loss? Hee hee, but you're a powerful man with an overbearing aura. It's worth it to subdue you and absorb your essence. Be obedient and submit to me. Become my beloved slave. I guarantee that you'll enjoy all the blessings of the world, until you die. The woman made Yi Qinghan's breathing grow heavier. His body began to tremble, and his lower body became as hard as iron. She knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. If he couldn't hold on any longer, he would lose his mind and be trapped in this illusion forever. The woman's charming expression became even more intense. The fragrance on her body also became thicker. Her jade-like hand quietly reached into Yi Qinghan's towering tent and began to gently knead it. Her snow-white and plump buttocks swayed left and right, blinding people's eyes. Slap. The woman was about to add fuel to the fire. She bent down and leaned her pretty face towards Yi Qinghan's lower body. A huge palm suddenly rose up like lightning and slapped her in the face, sending her flying. Then, a teasing voice faintly sounded in the cave. "You're jumping around like a monkey. Is it fun? Have you had enough? If not, I'll jump a few more times for you." Chapter 13:25. The woman felt as if half of her face had been smashed by Yi Qinghan. There was a burning pain on her face. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. However, she saw a huge hand quickly reaching over and grabbing her by the neck, lifting her up like a duck. A strange force silently entered her body and sealed her divine crystal. She looked at the pair of mocking eyes that emitted a coldness even colder than ice. She knew that she had lost. She had suffered a crushing defeat. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can you have such a powerful soul? This queen used up half of my yin energy to forcefully activate the Heavenly Fox secret technique. Unless one's soul reaches great perfection, it is almost impossible to break it. How can you do this? Impossible. The beautiful woman shook her head slightly as if she couldn't believe that she had lost so easily. She kept muttering to herself as her naked body began to twist and turn. She posed in a seductive pose. The scene was infinitely beautiful, and it caused people's hearts to sway. Yi Qinghan's eyes were clear. He didn't look at the woman's charming body at all, nor did he care about her. His gaze was like lightning as he looked around. He saw hundreds of women dancing around him. Pink energy swords shot out from their bodies towards Xiao Hei's soul body. Xiao Hei was still standing in the air. Every time the energy swords shot out, his soul body would tremble slightly. Yi Qinghan was immediately enraged. He coldly snorted and the power of cold surged out. The God Slayer spear turned into a flash of light that swept across the underground plaza. Countless flowers of blood flew everywhere. Wherever the God Slayer spear passed, the women's bodies would explode into pieces of flesh. Waha, so good, so good. Beauties, where are you going? Don't run, don't run. Xiao Hei's soul body violently trembled in the air. His dazed eyes suddenly woke up. He flew around in the air in a panic and cried out in a daze. Xiao Hei! Yi Qinghan roared. Xiao Hei rolled her eyes in a daze and flew towards Yi Qinghan. When she saw that Yi Qinghan was carrying a naked beauty, her eyes turned green again. She looked at this woman who was not seductive at all, and her expression showed that she could not bear it. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out, and the seductive woman's neck was instantly crushed by Yi Qinghan. Then, he formed a claw with one hand and crushed the woman's head. He looked at Xiao Hei coldly and said, "We were almost killed by them just now. You still haven't woken up?" This group of women's seduction techniques are too powerful, 100 times more powerful than Yao Ji. How dangerous. However, if it wasn't for this woman, my soul realm wouldn't have been able to break through the 9th grade supreme martial artist realm and reach the consummate level. Xiao Hei looked at the woman who had turned into a pile of minced meat, and her expression still showed that she could not bear it. She said to Yi Qinghan coyly, "Boss, I also know that it's an illusion, but when I was doing it with a group of women just now, it felt so real. It felt so good, so exciting. They had so many tricks, and they were so passionate. Although I know it's just a dream, I can't wait to sink into it forever and never wake up again." This is the scary part of this soul's secret technique. The illusion is almost real, and it can make people sink into it forever, unwilling to wake up. It's killing and formless. Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. Even now, he still had lingering fear when he thought of the situation just now. If it wasn't for him comprehending the unyielding path, unyielding to heaven and earth, unyielding to his enemies, and unyielding to himself, he might have died today. At the last moment, his soul strength, which had been stuck at the 9th grade, actually broke through the bottleneck and reached the 9th grade supreme martial artist realm. His soul strength felt like it had reached the consummate level. Ignoring Xiao He, who was still reminiscing, Yi Qinghan quickly collected the emblems around him. Then, he threw countless god crystals to Xiao He for him to swallow. After that, he collected all the interspatial rings. He actually found tens of thousands of points in the ring of the 9th grade beautiful woman. After casually looking through the rest of the interspatial rings, Yi Qinghan immediately let Xiao He enter the slaughter god's saber. After that, he actually circulated the power of cold and started to run. Ah. Boss. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there an enemy chasing after you? Xiao He sensed that Yi Qinghan was acting strangely and asked curiously. One should know that unless Yi Qinghan was escaping or fighting, he would usually not use the power of cold. Yi Qinghan did not say anything and continued to run. He extended his divine senses to the limit as if he was searching for something. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan had already run for millions of miles. Finally, he stopped at a dead end and used his divine senses to clearly detect the restrictions in the tunnel. He carefully avoided them and walked into the innermost part of the tunnel, directly entering the War Emperor Palace. Xiao He, something new has happened in my soul space. I need to go into seclusion for a while. You can refine the energy first. Yi Qinghan instructed and immediately went into seclusion. He immediately looked inside his soul space. His soul strength had just broken through the last step and reached the 9th grade supreme martial artist realm. His soul space had also started to change. Just now, Yi Qinghan did not dare to go into seclusion to check it. Now, he could relax and check it. The soul was the most important thing in the human body. Yi Qinghan's soul space was the source of his power. Thus, Yi Qinghan had to pay attention to it. At this moment, in his soul space, a new power suddenly appeared. Soul strength. Soul power was originally invisible, and it wandered around the soul space. But now, it had become tangible. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared in his soul space. This gust of wind was extremely powerful. After it appeared, it immediately drove the wind formed by the power of light, darkness, and thunder, wreaking havoc in the soul space. The white power of light, black power of darkness, and purple power of thunder formed hundreds of millions of black and purple gusts of wind. Originally, it was just a gentle breeze. Everyone was in harmony and did not disturb each other. But now, under the influence of this golden soul strength, all of them started to run amok. They swept in all directions, whistling in and out. The entire soul space became turbulent with energy, and the air became foul. Is it attacking the soul space's barrier again? Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. The last time he attacked, he had used up all his divine power and the energy in the 2 chaos divine crystals. Now that he was attacking again, he didn't know how he was going to resist it. Yi Qinghan paid close attention to it. This concerned his life and his strength. 1 year later, the space became even more chaotic. Yi Qinghan was even more worried. He did not know what to do. 5 years later, all the energy was twisted into a rope by the golden soul strength. All of it tangled together and turned into a giant dragon, wreaking havoc in the soul space. 10 years later. F***ck your great aunt. You dare to attack? How dare you? Yi Qinghan cursed. His soul strength had broken through the bottleneck. It was supposed to be a good thing. But now, it had become a bad thing. A very bad thing. Originally, the power of darkness, light, and thunder knew that they could not break the space barrier. So, they stayed in the soul space obediently. But now, there was an additional force, and it was extremely powerful. It immediately started to wreak havoc. At this moment, Yi Qinghan did not have any divine power in his body. He also did not have any chaotic divine crystals to refine. What could he use to strengthen the space barrier? Boom! The powerful force turned into a giant dragon, roaring silently. After circling the space for dozens of rounds, it suddenly, violently slammed into the soul space barrier. At that moment, Yi Qinghan felt the entire soul space tremble. Billions of stars flashed. The space barrier was smashed, leaving a deep dent. Luckily, it did not break. What to do? What to do? What energy can I use to strengthen the space barrier? Originally, Yi Qinghan had been searching, but he did not find any signs of this azure dragon's attack. He did not expect that this chaotic energy would repeat the crazy action from last time. At this moment, it suddenly began to rebel and attack. It made him a little flustered and flustered. Boom! The energy dragon circled a few more times around Yuzhou and continued to attack. This time, the impact was even greater. Yi Qinghan felt that the soul space barrier was about to be broken. His soul space also trembled slightly, as if it was about to collapse. Motherf *Ker, fight! Gritting his teeth, Yi Qinghan helplessly began a crazy action. He did not have any divine power in his body. He also did not have any chaotic divine crystals to refine. At this moment, the only energy he could use was the power of cold. Since you bastards want to cause trouble, this young master will use the power of cold to kill all of you. Even if this young master dies, I will not let you break out. Chapter 1326. The only power that Yi Qinghan could use right now was the power of cold. However, the power of cold was extremely tyrannical. If he were to engage in a chaotic battle with this dragon formed from all sorts of energies, then his entire soul space would collapse. Therefore, he did not want to use the power of cold. But at this moment, there was no other way. If he were to let this energy dragon attack a few more times, it would definitely break through. Although he did not know what would happen after the soul space was broken through, he had a feeling that it would definitely not be a good thing. Stability, suppress it. How could something that was unstable be useful? How could a broken soul space be useful? Therefore, Yi Qinghan felt that if this energy dragon broke through the barrier, it would be the moment that Yi Qinghan died. Yi Qinghan did not dare to use too much of the power of cold at first. He was afraid that it would be too tyrannical and directly cause the soul space to collapse. A small portion of the power of cold gathered into a huge green dragon, wreaking havoc within the soul space. It shuttled back and forth between the billions of stars, its speed as fast as lightning. In an instant, it caught up to the energy dragon. Then, Yi Qinghan controlled the power of cold, entangling with this energy dragon. He could control the power of cold, but this energy dragon was incomparably chaotic, and did not listen to his commands. If he used the power of cold to suppress this energy dragon, then he would be able to control it. The power of cold easily caught up to the energy dragon, but what made Yi Qinghan incomparably surprised was that this energy dragon actually produced a rebounding force, shaking off the power of cold. In an instant, it broke free, and its speed soared even faster, smashing into the space barrier in front of it. Yi Qinghan was so scared that his soul was about to shatter. If it was hit by such a violent force, it would definitely break through immediately. He hurriedly controlled the power of cold to chase after it. Finally, before the energy dragon crashed into him, he condensed the power of cold into a shield, firmly resisting the impact. Bang! The shield formed from the power of cold was smashed into pieces, turning into powder. It actually could not condense again. However, the majority of the energy dragon's strength had been blocked. When it crashed into the space barrier, it did not have much strength left. Why am I so stupid? Yi Qinghan slapped his thigh and was overjoyed. With a thought, he vanished from the War Emperor Palace and entered the soul space. His body constantly flickered, from time to time appearing on a star, from time to time appearing under the energy dragon, carefully observing. However, there wasn't much worry on his face. Instead, he was brimming with confidence. Hoo hoo. The whistling sound of the berserk energy dragon drifted into his ears. Yi Qinghan's mind kept flashing as he followed the berserk energy dragon while teleporting. The berserk dragon once again sped up, flying faster and faster in the air. Yi Qinghan continued to chase after the berserk dragon. Just as the berserk dragon was about to collide with Yi Qinghan stood on this star, grabbed with one hand, and shouted towards the void, "Come!" A huge ball of cold power instantly appeared in front of him. Then, Yi Qinghan directly charged towards the berserk energy dragon and shouted, "Go!" The cold power in front of him suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the berserk energy dragon, forming a shield that blocked the front. Bang! The cold power shattered again, but Yi Qinghan was not worried at all. In this space, the cold power could not run away. As long as he could stabilize this berserk energy dragon, it would not matter even if the cold power was used up. Bang! The berserk dragon collided again and again. Yi Qinghan was incomparably leisurely flashing back and forth in the soul space. In this world, he felt like he was the ruler. The cold power was summoned by him and sent away at his command. The only thing that he was unhappy about was that this berserk energy dragon did not listen to his commands. Again and again, he used the cold power to block it. After countless times, the berserk energy dragon seemed to know that it could not charge out anymore and its speed began to slow down. After a long time, 3/4 of the cold power had been used up, but like last time, this energy became docile, no longer attacking, and automatically dispersed. The dark power, lightning power, and soul force separated and turned into countless air currents that slowly flew in the space. Phew! I finally survived another calamity. Yi Qinghan sat powerlessly on a star. He looked at the stars that filled the sky and the air currents that flew around him. However, he didn't rush to the War Imperial Palace. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Just as Yi Qinghan entered the soul space again, the doors of the 2 wooden houses on the peak of Pan Mountain suddenly opened. The black-robed youth Pan Xing and the purple-robed girl Pan Shi looked at each other, their eyes lit up with a strange light. This time, both of them felt it. Who is it? Who is it? Who has such ability to break through the barrier of Pan realm? Pan Xing's black hair fluttered in the wind, his gaze like a knife, sweeping across the distant demon mountain again and again, but still did not discover anything. He turned to look at Pan Shi and found that she also did not discover anything. He spoke with a cold voice that could make one's heart tremble. Pan Shi's beautiful eyebrows slightly curled up as she said indifferently, "Did we sense wrongly? Logically, besides us, no one can break through the barrier of Pan realm, right? Moreover, outside of Pan realm is the primal chaos space. Why would we go there?" Pan Xing coldly said, "Once can be wrong, but twice. You control the reincarnation of life in Pan realm, I control the laws of Pan realm. Besides Pan Huang, who else knows Pan realm better than us? It can't be wrong." Pan Shi was silent, her mind involuntarily thinking of a man in fiery red armor with a black long saber on his back. Could it really be him? No. I want to go to the primal chaos space to have a look. I want to see who has such great ability to break through the laws of heaven and earth. Pan Xing was silent for a moment, killing intent surged from his body. However, before he moved, Pan Shi leisurely said, "Did you forget Pan Huang's words?" Pan Xing was startled, the killing intent on his body instantly receded like the tide. He no longer spoke, but stood coldly at the peak of Pan Mountain, staring at everything around him. Pan Shi didn't say anything else, she turned and walked into the wooden hut, no longer paying attention to him. 1 month, 2 months, half a year. Pan Xing still did not discover anything, but he was unmoved and continued to observe. 1 year, 10 years, 30 years. Humph, you dare to break the laws of heaven and earth? Don't let me find you, otherwise I will kill without mercy. After observing for 30 years, Pan Xing still did not discover anything. He coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, turned around, and went into the wooden hut. 30 years passed, Yi Qinghan was still in deep thought in the soul space, seemingly not planning to go out for the time being. He was thinking about a problem regarding this soul space. This soul space was an independent space, this point was already confirmed. This was the space he created, this was without a doubt. In this space, he was invincible, this was also certain. However, what he couldn't accept was, there were actually a few energies that he couldn't control, energies that could cause his space to collapse at any time, causing him to die. The power of darkness, the power of light, the power of thunder, and the newly evolved power of soul. These forces had almost killed him twice. If there was another force the next time, he might be finished. Or if he used up a large amount of his power of cold, without the protection of the power of cold, if these energies went berserk again, therefore, in these decades, he had been thinking of a way to control these energies that he couldn't control. Got it. 40 years later. Yi Qinghan's eyes finally lit up. He stood on the starry sky, his eyes burning as he looked at the various drifting airflows in the distance, grinning. Since you all don't want to be controlled, I will forcibly fix you all. I will turn you all into spatial vortexes, black holes. Motherf ****, this young master's cold domain, if this continues, it will really become the next Pangaea. Chapter 1327. Even though it had already been 75 years since he entered Demon Mountain, there were still 15 years before the final battle would begin. Yi Qinghan also knew that he only had less than 800,000 points. Only half of them. But Yi Qinghan had no choice but to put aside the matters of the outside world. He had to deal with the matters of his soul space first. If the soul space was unstable, Yi Qinghan's strength would be greatly reduced. If he fought with experts outside and the energy in his soul space went berserk, he would definitely die. After spending 40 years, Yi Qinghan finally thought of a method that even he felt was absurd. He could turn these uncontrollable energies into spatial vortexes or spatial black holes, fixing them in his soul space forever. Since he couldn't control them, he could only divide them and imprison them, not giving them the chance to unite and rebel. In theory, this method was feasible. But Yi Qinghan still felt that it was absurd. He didn't dare to believe that this soul space was an existence similar to Plate Realm. He also couldn't accept the absurd fact that there was a world in his mind. However, the billions of stars were like billions of planes, and they were still slowly evolving. His soul space had become the size of dozens of divine worlds. How could there be such a large plane in this Plate Realm? These were all real existences, and these facts made Yi Qinghan suspicious. In the past, he thought that this world didn't have spatial vortexes, spatial black holes, or spatial blade currents. It was different from Plate Realm. It couldn't be an existence similar to Plate Realm. But the current situation forced him to create spatial vortexes and spatial black holes. Once he created them, this world would be even more similar to Plate Realm. Perhaps one day, spatial blade currents would appear again. Perhaps one day, this world could really evolve into life, AI. Who cares if it will become the next Plate Realm? Even if it becomes the next Plate Realm, so what? I'd better save my life first. Yi Qinghan shook his head, no longer thinking about it. His life was the most important. He began to use the method he had deduced in these 40 years to control the chaotic energies here. Cold power, come. Yi Qinghan's left hand made a grabbing motion, and a wisp of the cyan power of cold quietly separated and appeared in front of his hand. He looked at the current of the power of light in front of him and shouted, "Power of cold, go." The power of cold turned into an azure dragon, roaring soundlessly as it chased after that tiny stream of air. In an instant, it enveloped the air current, and the power of cold immediately spurred the air current to rotate. The tyrannical nature of the cold energy, which reigns supreme over all other types of energy, was perfectly displayed. This small amount of energy did not dare to resist the cold energy of Longda. It obediently spun along with it. The power of cold spun faster and faster, and the airflow inside also spun faster and faster. Gradually, it formed a whirlpool. Yi Qinghan began to control the power of cold and slowly pull it out. In the end, the power of cold was completely separated, but this stream of energy was still stubbornly revolving. A simple whirlpool was formed. Xiao. At this moment, a black energy stream blew over from a distance. When it passed by the newly formed whirlpool, it was immediately attracted to it. In the end, when the black power of darkness and the white power of light collided, the newly formed whirlpool collapsed and turned back into an airflow that continued to drift. Yi Qinghan was not surprised. He had already predicted this situation. He immediately circulated the power of cold again. This time, he wrapped the black airflow and the white airflow separately. Then, he gathered them together and spun them. After a moment, the power of cold was extracted, and a black and white whirlpool was formed. However, this time, it did not wait for the energy from the outside to attack it. After a while, it automatically collapsed. Yi Qinghan followed his plan and began to wrap the three powers of light, darkness, and lightning with the power of cold. Then, he gathered them together and formed another whirlpool. However, this time, no matter how stable it was, it could not take shape. In the end, Yi Qinghan could only use the power of frost to gather the power of light, power of darkness, power of lightning, and power of soul together. This time, it was a success. It formed in an instant. And when it spun, the sound of the wind was very loud. It was very imposing. Yi Qinghan quietly stood beside the whirlpool and watched. He felt the faint suction coming from the whirlpool, but he did not move. Another airflow flew over from a distance and collided with the small space whirlpool. Under Yi Qinghan's nervous gaze, not only did it not shatter the whirlpool, but it was also sucked in and joined the whirlpool. The whirlpool also became bigger. However, not long after, countless airflows blew over from a distance. Once they were sucked in, the whirlpool immediately collapsed and shattered into pieces. Yi Qinghan stood where he was and pondered silently. After a while, he used the power of cold to control the four energies and gathered them together to form a whirlpool. However, this time, he did not withdraw the power of cold. Instead, he used the power of cold to form a shield around the whirlpool, not letting any other energy flow near it. After that, Yi Qinghan stood nearby and watched quietly, waiting. 2 hours, 6 hours, 3 days. The whirlpool was still spinning and did not shatter. Everything was going according to Yi Qinghan's plan. Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. His body flashed and he appeared tens of thousands of li away. He summoned a ball of cold energy and repeated the process, creating a second whirlpool. After creating it, he used the power of cold to protect it. In half a day, Yi Qinghan had created dozens of small whirlpools. At the same time, all the power of cold was mobilized to protect these dozens of small whirlpools. 3 days, 10 days, 1 month. These dozens of small whirlpools did not collapse. Yi Qinghan's entire body relaxed. He began to move the power of cold in the center outwards. He continued to use the power of cold to gather the four energies and condense them into a whirlpool. The further he went, the more whirlpools there were. However, the power of cold was not enough and could not completely protect the profound mystery of space. There were also a few space whirlpools that collapsed from the impact of the energy. However, at this time, Yi Qinghan couldn't care less. He used his fastest speed to teleport within the soul space, using the power of cold to condense the remaining energy into a whirlpool. His speed was incomparably fast. Gradually, the chaotic energy flow within the soul space decreased, and the number of small whirlpools also increased. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 88,000 and 800, finally. The entire world turned quiet. All the energy flow was divided by Yi Qinghan into 88,800 whirlpools. They stood quietly in all directions of the soul space, each spinning and sitting there obediently. Yi Qinghan shuttled back and forth within the soul space, paying close attention to these whirlpools. He was afraid that they would all collapse. His efforts would have been in vain, and he would have no other way. 3 months, 1 year, 3 years. After 3 years, Yi Qinghan finally relaxed. He looked at the whirlpools in the soul space, feeling a sense of loss and absurdity. Finally, he let out a deep sigh and ignored them. With a thought, he flashed out of the War Imperial Palace. There was not much time left. There were more important things waiting for him outside. Chapter 1328. Boss, you are finally out. Why did you disappear for more than 40 years? I was so worried. Where did you go? The moment Yi Qinghan came out, Xiao He immediately flew out from the slaughter god blade. He was surprised and delighted. Yi Qinghan did not tell Xiao He that he had entered the soul space. Yi Qinghan did not know that Yi Qinghan could enter the world in his mind. He thought that Yi Qinghan had gone into seclusion in another hall. Me? I went into seclusion to cultivate. For a moment, Yi Qinghan did not know how to explain to Xiao He. In his mind, he subconsciously thought of the ultimate mystery of space. The moment he thought about it, Yi Qinghan's eyes became dazed. Xiao He, who was talking at the side, turned a deaf ear to him. He seemed to have thought of something. After a while, under Xiao He's astonished gaze, Yi Qinghan actually closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged. Xiao He was dumbfounded. Yi Qinghan had been in seclusion for more than 40 years. Now that he had just come out, why did he go into seclusion again? He quickly flew around Yi Qinghan and shouted, "Ah! Boss, why did you go into seclusion again? The final battle will start in more than 10 years. Why are you still in seclusion?" I am so anxious. The moment Yi Qinghan came out from the soul space, Pan Xing, who was dressed in a black robe and had a head full of black hair, came out from the wooden house like a death god. Clearly, he sensed that someone had broken through the barrier of the plate realm and entered the plate realm. Rumble. However, at this moment, auspicious clouds gathered in the sky, and purple lightning raged. A strange phenomenon actually appeared in the sky of the dimensional battlefield. Someone broke through to rank 9? Pan Xing glanced at the place where the purple thunder fell, but he didn't care. In every plane war, there would be venerables who broke through the final bottleneck due to pressure and reached level 9. This was very normal. Moreover, a martial artist who had just broken through to level 9 was like an ant to him. Therefore, he didn't care about the cultivator hiding in the parallel space of the Demon Mountain's passageway. Instead, he focused his attention on those 9th-grade supreme martial artists. In his opinion, only rank 9 supremes were capable of breaking through the barrier of the plate realm. Furthermore, they were peak rank 9 supremes. However, he did not expect that because of his disdain, he missed an opportunity to discover the existence of a freak like Yi Qinghan. Xiao. This. Inside the War Emperor Palace, Xiao He was scared half to death by the sudden appearance of a purple thunder dragon that was several meters long. However, he immediately calmed down. Not only did he not run away, but he also rushed madly towards Yi Qinghan. In the end, both he and Yi Qinghan were covered by that purple thunder dragon. A purple thunder dragon that could suddenly enter the War Emperor Palace without triggering a rebound from the restriction in the War Emperor Palace was only a divine thunder descended from the laws of heaven and earth. Not only would this divine thunder not cause harm to people, but it would also greatly benefit them. Previously, when Yi Qinghan comprehended the unyielding way, Yi Qinghan was bestowed with divine thunder by the laws of heaven and earth, and Xiao He had benefited a lot from that time. How could he let it go now? With a burst of electric sparks and white arcs, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He, who was tightly attached to him, started trembling. With every tremble, it was as if they were having an epileptic fit. After a while, the two of them opened their eyes at the same time, looked at each other, and laughed out loud. Haha. My laws have finally broken through to rank 9. I've been stuck for thousands of years, and now I have an epiphany. Yi Qinghan was elated. He threw his head back and laughed maniacally. As he looked at Xiao He's soul body, whose color had deepened, the joy on his face deepened. Xiao He cried out excitedly, Boss, I feel like I'm evolving again. I think I'll be able to evolve again after devouring the energy of a rank 5 or rank 9 supreme martial artist." Yi Qinghan smiled and nodded, but he kept looking at his own body. He wanted to see the changes in his strength after breaking through to rank 9. Xiao He looked at Yi Qinghan and asked curiously, "Boss, are there any special benefits from breaking through to rank 9 in the laws of heaven and earth? Did your strength increase?" "Yes. I feel like my strength has increased by at least 2 times." "Wait a moment." After Yi Qinghan said that, he stood on the spot and closed his eyes in deep thought. Xiao He's jaw dropped. What did 2 times mean? Perhaps to a low-level martial artist, 2 times was nothing. But to someone like Yi Qinghan, being able to increase it by 2 times was heaven-defying. In the past, Yi Qinghan could easily kill a rank 9 supreme martial artist alone. Now, he could easily suppress 2 of them. How was this possible? Wasn't it just one ultimate profound mystery? How could his strength have improved so much? If this was not said by Yi Qinghan, Xiao He would definitely roll his eyes. But when he thought about how abnormal Yi Qinghan was, Xiao He just stared at Yi Qinghan, waiting for his explanation. In fact, Yi Qinghan was also baffled. This ultimate profound mystery was incomparably bizarre in and of itself. It only took him close to 100 years to fully master it. But he was stuck for close to 10,000 years. When he came out of the soul space just now, he realized that the bottleneck was broken, and the integration was instantly completed. Breaking through to rank 9 in the nomological realm might be able to double the strength of an ordinary venerable. But to him, it was already very fierce to be able to increase it by a tiny bit. But he had an unusual feeling in his mind that his strength had definitely doubled. He carefully checked his body, the divine crystal, and the soul space, and finally found a trace of difference. He discovered that the power of cold was actually changing color. It was originally green, but now it was becoming transparent. But the aura coming from the power of cold was even more terrifying. "Power of cold, come out." Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, and with a flip of his hand, a God Slayer spear was formed. As expected, the pressure coming from the God Slayer spear was even more terrifying. The moment it appeared, the space in the War Imperial Palace actually began to distort around the God Slayer spear. "My power of cold is actually twice as powerful. Why did it become like this? Is it related to me creating the spatial whirlpool?" He had just created the spatial whirlpool, and he broke through the bottleneck and comprehended the ultimate profound mystery of space. Then, the power of cold started changing color, and its strength doubled? How could there be such a coincidence? Yi Qinghan then remembered that he had comprehended the profound mystery of space combination for several hundred years, but he still couldn't grasp it. Later on, the soul space exploded. At that time, he only refined half of the primal chaos divine crystal, but he immediately fused with it. Moreover, the speed of fusion was so abnormal. Could it be that everything was related to this soul space? His soul space was constantly evolving, and his law of space followed the changes in his soul space, easily breaking through again and again. In addition, the power of cold was born in the soul space. Everything was brought about by this soul space. Right now, his strength surpassed that of a rank 9 supreme being, and it was so abnormal because of the existence of this soul space in his mind. At this moment, Yi Qinghan seemed to have some kind of understanding. As long as this soul space continued to evolve, and perfect, his strength would also continue to grow, and in the end, he would become an existence above everyone else. An existence that stands above everyone else? Could it be that in the end, I will become an existence similar to a god emperor? Yi Qinghan murmured softly, but his eyes were as bright as stars. He stared blankly at the top of the War Imperial Palace, as if through the palace, he could see the black-haired youth standing on the peak of Mount Pan. A god emperor? Old man in sackcloth? I hope you guys don't have any ideas about this young master. Otherwise, when my cold domain finishes evolving, this young master will not be afraid to fight with you guys. Chapter 1329. Inside the passageway, Yi Qinghan was running madly alone. Although the soul space named Cold Boundary gave him an incomparably strong confidence, he could only run madly in the passageway. According to his deduction, as Domain of Frost evolved, his strength would increase. But this was only a deduction. Who knew how long it would take for Domain of Frost to evolve? There were still 12 years until the final battle, but he was still short of half of his points. Not enough. When the final battle began, he and Xiao He could only act secretly. At that time, there might be a pair of eyes watching from the foot of Mount Pan, especially from the peak of Mount Pan. He and Xiao He, these two freaks, would most likely be discovered by the Divine King. Since they were freaks, they went against the laws of heaven and earth, against the way of nature. How could the Divine King allow him and Xiao He to exist? In ancient times, the divine world was the strongest in Pangaea, ruling over 1/3 of the plains. But in the end, the Divine King almost destroyed the world. Judging from this incident, Yi Qinghan believed that this Supreme God Emperor was not a good person. The rules of the planar war were set by him. Since the divine world won, they had the right to conquer those plains. Since it was conquering, killing was unavoidable. Even if they killed everyone in the plains, it wouldn't be against the rules. The Divine King used a reason that didn't count as a reason to act. Not just Yi Qinghan, even the beast god and the others had guessed it. The divine world was too strong, causing the Divine King to be wary. Or perhaps the Divine King was unhappy that he had such a powerful force under his command. No matter what the reason was, Yi Qinghan didn't have a good impression of the supreme existence in Pangaea. In fact, there was deep enmity. Of course, part of the reason was because the Divine King could threaten his life and those behind him. Ever since he comprehended the path of unyielding, Yi Qinghan had a faint sense of unyieldingness. Unyielding to the heavens, unyielding to the earth, and unyielding to the Divine King who controlled his life. But now that his strength had doubled, he still did not have the slightest confidence in dealing with the old man in sackcloth, even though he was not sure if the old man in sackcloth was a divine emperor supreme. But when he thought about how the divine emperor supremacy easily killed the 10 ancient gods, he knew that he was definitely no match for him. 12 years. 12 years. I must find the Devil Legion. As long as I gather enough points this time and win the planar war, when my cold domain finishes evolving, even if I have to fight a divine emperor or a supreme being, I will have the capital to fight. Therefore, I must win this planar war, I must win. Yi Qinghan ran madly through the passageway, roaring in his heart. His strength had doubled again, but he didn't use the power of cold, so his running speed was still as fast as before. Time was of the essence. He could only fight with all his might. There's a small army ahead. There's no rank 9s. Xiao He, go out and kill, kill. Kill. Yi Qinghan, who was running, shouted. Without stopping, the slaughter god blade on his back trembled, and Xiao He whizzed out, rushing through the passageway. In a moment, he reached the army in front of him and started devouring with all his might. After Xiao He finished devouring, Yi Qinghan finally arrived. The two of them didn't say a word. Xiao He immediately entered the slaughter god blade, and Yi Qinghan silently kept his badge and continued running. What kind of monster is this? What a powerful devouring ability. Oh, so it's a spirit produced by the supreme slaughter god blade. This spirit doesn't have the ability to break through the space barrier. The moment Xiao He appeared, Pan Xing, who was at the peak of Mount Pan, frowned. A murderous aura shot out from his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash as he continued to observe Devil Mountain. When Pan Xing's gaze landed on Yi Qinghan, he felt a chill all over his body. At that moment, his body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. However, he chose to suppress the trembling in his heart and continued to run forward. Only when the chill in his heart disappeared did cold sweat drip down his forehead. What a strong murderous aura. Just the murderous aura alone is enough to make me lose my will to fight? Is it the Supreme God Emperor? But this aura doesn't feel like the old man in sackcloth at all. Why would the Supreme God Emperor want to kill me? Could it be that I've been discovered? Yi Qinghan didn't stop running. The cold sweat on his forehead disappeared immediately. As he ran, he was secretly thinking in fear. The Supreme God Emperor has killed so many people from the divine world, but he didn't show any mercy. If he had discovered that I was acting strangely, he would have attacked me directly. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Could it be that it wasn't the Supreme God Emperor? But who could use a trace of murderous aura to make me lose my will to fight? Yi Qinghan thought about it but couldn't figure it out. After running for half a day in fear, the murderous aura didn't appear again. Only then did Yi Qinghan let out a sigh of relief. Forget it, let's find the barracks of the demonic plane first. No. I mean any barracks. There's not much time left, I can only go all out. As long as I find a passage with a color, I will immediately find the barracks and attack. That faint murderous aura just now made Yi Qinghan determined to accumulate one. 5 million points in 12 years. Not enough points. At the foot of Mount Pan, he could only attack. At that time, he would also die. Facing the Supreme God Emperor was a sure death, but facing all the experts of a plane, Yi Qinghan's current strength was doubled. He might still be able to put up a fight. Madly running through the passages, killing all the troops of the demonic plane he saw. Spreading his divine sense to the limit, Yi Qinghan looked around anxiously, but for a long time, he didn't encounter the demonic plane army, nor did he find a passage with a color. Yi Qinghan didn't encounter a passage with a color. In another passage under Demon Mountain, the Beast God and Zhu Yi met. The Beast God and Zhu Yi met, and the two of them coincidentally arrived at the place where Yi Qinghan encountered the Beast Men, martial artists of the divine world. They are martial artists of the divine world. I will tear you apart, I will tear you apart. In one of the passageways, Zhu Yi and the Beast God were killing a few beast men when a deafening roar came from the other side of the passageway. Following that, a powerful divine sense aura locked onto the two of them. The Beast God and Zhu Yi exchanged glances and exclaimed, "It's a 9th grade supreme martial artist." Although the two had never participated in a planar war, the two races had participated in countless planar wars in the past. The two understood. After arriving at a place, the first thing to do was to move forward stealthily, find the transmission restriction, and hunt the martial artists nearby. Therefore, the two did not hesitate and immediately rushed into the passage where the transmission restriction was located. The Beast God's strength was slightly stronger than Zhu Yi's, but he deliberately lagged behind by half a step. At the same time, he condensed a strange beast that was hundreds of meters tall and completely blocked the passage. "Hurry, hurry. Beast God, run, we can't stop them." Zhu Yi sprinted ahead at high speed. Her voluptuous body trembled because of the intense flight, her graceful posture swaying. She turned her head to look at the Beast God who was several miles away and shouted anxiously. "My queen, run. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave." The Beast God couldn't help but stop running. Instead, he stopped in the passage. His small body was like a mountain, standing there, as if no one could move him. "Beast God!" Zhu Yi cried out in sorrow. But when she saw the Beast God's incomparably determined gaze and heard his crazy roar, she could only grit her teeth and run forward. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, causing the entire passageway to tremble. Zhu Yi suddenly turned her head to look. 2 drops of tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. She gritted her teeth and continued to run forward. Not long after, she heard an ear-piercing sound behind her. A black energy that made her heart palpitate flew toward her at high speed. 100 miles, 50 miles, 10 miles, 1 mile. The moment Zhu Yi stepped into the transmission restriction and the transmission restriction lit up, a huge mass of energy came from behind and instantly engulfed the transmission restriction. Chapter 1330. Ah. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. This divine world woman actually managed to escape. This seat is so angry. As the dust settled, a few ferocious faces were revealed. At the front was a triangular snakehead, with triangular blood-red eyes and a tyrannical aura that could scare a low-level martial artist to death. He cursed fiercely and suddenly thought of something, shouting, "Did you kill that old man from the divine world? Send a voice transmission over, don't kill him." Immediately. The beast men at the side were intimidated by the snakehead man's brutal aura and quickly sent a voice transmission. After a while, a fox-headed woman said, "Your Majesty, although the children almost killed that old man, without your order, we did not dare to kill him. He is still alive. Good. Send a voice transmission, let them bring him back to the main camp. The snakehead man said coldly, then took the lead and rushed forward, straight to the main camp of the beast men. Your Majesty, why didn't you kill him? The fox-headed woman followed behind and asked doubtfully. The rest of the half-beast man supremes also had doubtful looks on their faces. Could it be that His Majesty hated the martial artists of the divine world so much that he caught one alive and wanted to eat him alive? The snakehead man looked back coldly, his cold eyes looking at the beast men supremes trembling. Fools, it is not easy for the divine world to participate in this planar war. Now that we have captured their people, why don't we find out their background? The beast men behind looked at each other, still not quite understanding. The fox-headed woman asked cautiously, background? Your Majesty, what do you mean? Fools. The snakehead man looked back coldly again and scolded. The divine world was so powerful in the past, how many supreme spiritual treasures did they get? If we find out their background, these supreme spiritual treasures will all be ours. Wow. Your Majesty is wise, long live. Your Majesty is wise, fortunately we did not kill that old man. TSK, with the fox maiden here, we just need to use some bewitching illusions, and that old man will immediately tell us everything about the divine world. The beast men behind came to their senses and immediately became overjoyed, hurriedly flattering her. The fox-headed woman also smiled proudly, as if she was quite satisfied with her bewitching illusions. The few of them didn't stay any longer and quickly flew out of the Devil Mountain. When everyone sat down in the great hall outside the Devil Mountain, the beast god was also carried in. It was only because the beast deity had been abused to the point where he no longer looked like a human. His arms and legs were all broken, and half of his body was caved in. His entire body was covered in blood, and he looked miserable. Bang! The few beast men threw the beast god to the ground and saluted the snake-headed beast man and the other commanders before immediately retreating. Fox lady. The snake-headed person glanced at the fox-headed woman beside her. The fox-headed woman smiled faintly, twisted her voluptuous body, and walked towards the beast god. A pair of furry hands grabbed the beast god. The beast god stared coldly at the fox-headed woman without saying a word. However, his eyes were filled with an obvious desire to die. Shio! 2 rays of green light suddenly shot out from the fox-headed woman's eyes. These rays of light were tangible, and they directly entered the beast god's mind. After the green light shot in, the beast god's eyes suddenly became dazed. After a moment, the beast god's face revealed a struggling expression, and his body also trembled violently. However, the more he struggled, the brighter the green light in the fox-headed woman's eyes became. Ah, ah, ah. Suddenly, the beast god's body writhed violently, and his head shook even more violently. His eyes alternated between red and green, as if he had been bewitched. You still want to resist? The fox-headed woman sneered, and her green eyes revealed a mocking expression. The light on her body trembled, and the green light in her eyes flashed again. The beast god's body suddenly stopped trembling, and after a moment, the light in his eyes began to dim, and he became sluggish. The fox-headed woman smiled sweetly and asked leisurely, Answer me, what is your name? Yi Ning. The beast god responded with a sluggish expression. His mind was not clear, and it was obvious that he had been bewitched. You are from the divine realm? Yes. How many experts from the divine realm have come for this planar war? 10 ninth-grade experts. 1 million ordinary martial artists. Ninth-grade experts. What are their strengths, and who has a supreme spiritual treasure? Among the ninth-grade experts, the strongest is Little Han, Little Han, Little Han. Ah, ah, ah. When he said this, the beast god seemed to be moved by the words, Little Han. He suddenly roared, and his body struggled violently. He actually opened his mouth and directly bit the fox-headed woman's neck. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a ferocious ghost. Huh! The beast god's divine crystal was sealed. Although he looked fast, it was still not enough in front of the fox-headed woman. She directly punched the beast god, and he was sent flying. Boom! The beast god heavily smashed into the wall of the palace, and half of his head was smashed, and blood splattered everywhere. However, the beast god's eyes were clear at this moment. He angrily stood up, and then suddenly slammed into the wall. It seemed that he was seeking death. Shio! A shadow quickly swept past, and grabbed the beast god's neck, and lifted him into the air. A pair of triangular blood-red eyes stared at the beast god, and coldly laughed, seeking death? Humph. The snake-headed woman swung her hand and threw the beast god towards the fox-headed woman. The beast god heavily smashed into the ground again, and half of his bones were smashed. He could not even stand up. The fox-headed woman's eyes immediately shot out 2 rays of green light, and the beast god's body began to tremble again. However, this time, the beast god was clearly prepared. Several rays of green light shot into his eyes, and his body continued to tremble. He growled, but his eyes did not become dull. Pooh! After the fox-headed woman shot out another ray of green light, her furry face became extremely tired. However, the beast god was still struggling. She clenched her teeth and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The green light in her eyes instantly became several times stronger, and the beast god's body stopped trembling. His eyes became dull. How many supreme spiritual treasures does the divine world strongest have? Little Han is a 9th grade supreme martial artist and has 2 supreme spiritual treasures, the fire god battle armor and the slaughter god saber. He is a 9th grade heaven supreme martial artist and has 1 supreme spiritual treasure. This time, the beast god did not struggle anymore. He obediently told everyone the details, including the location of the dimensional battlefield's barracks and the general situation of the divine world. 3 supreme spiritual treasures, and only 2 commander-level cultivators? When the fox-headed woman finished speaking, the eyes of the 6 people in the palace lit up. The snake-headed beast man raised his head and laughed wildly. His laughter shook the palace and spread to the countless barracks nearby, causing the millions of beast men outside to feel inexplicably terrified. The snake-headed woman laughed loudly and said, 3 supreme spiritual treasures. The divine world was indeed formidable. The world was almost destroyed, but they still managed to leave behind 3 supreme spiritual treasures. These supreme spiritual treasures will belong to us in the future. The divine world's army. This time, I will annihilate all of you. Although the fox-headed woman's face was pale, the light in her eyes was like the stars. She excitedly asked, Your Majesty, what should we do? Are we going to attack their barracks directly? There are still 10 years left. Can we find their barracks? The snake-headed woman waved her hand and laughed sinisterly. There is no need to search. It will be difficult to find them even in 10 years. Look after this old man and don't let him die. The great battle is about to begin. We can use this old man to lure the people of the divine world to come and save them. Isn't he that 9th grade supreme martial artist ancestor called Little Han? At that time, we will annihilate their entire army and obtain the supreme spiritual treasures. Pass down my order. Tell all the children in Demon Mountain to come back and prepare for the great battle to kill the big fish that is the divine world's army. Chapter 1331. Heavenly Emperor, where are you? In one of the passageways, Zhu Yi was scurrying around like a headless fly. She had completely forgotten what the beast deity had instructed her previously. That explosion that shook the passageway had completely thrown her into a panic. Zhu Yi was well aware of the importance of the beast deity to Yi Qinghan. She was also well aware of Yi Qinghan's personality. She was the high and mighty ruler of the fire god's mystic realm, but in front of Yi Qinghan, she was just a little woman. She didn't know how furious Yi Qinghan would be when he found out that the beast deity had been killed. The beast deity had stubbornly insisted on entering. She knew that it wasn't her fault, but she still felt extremely terrified. She was afraid that Yi Qinghan would be furious and blame her. However, she was also extremely anxious to find Yi Qinghan. This contradictory feeling made her even more confused. Her body, which was running at high speed, was trembling slightly. Swish! Zhu Yi was running in a panic, but she didn't even notice a small group of martial artists running in front of her. She only came to her senses when she heard the sound of something tearing through the air. Two inferior 9th-grade demonic beasts dare to intercept this empress. Courting death. Zhu Yi was startled by the sound of something tearing through the air, but she immediately forced herself to calm down. She saw a group of demonic beasts running in front of her. They looked like apes, but they had huge horns on their heads and long, glowing teeth. The two demonic beasts at the front were the tallest. They were dozens of meters tall and had 2 heads. 4 pairs of eyes were staring at her coldly. Not only was Zhu Yi not afraid, but a violent murderous aura surged from her body. It was as though she had to kill all the demonic beasts in front of her in order to calm her chaotic heart. Kill, kill, kill. Zhu Yi's body emitted the power of origin to protect her body. 1,000-layer waves whizzed out and blocked all the passageways in front of her. Like a water dragon passing through a well, she whizzed towards the passageway ahead. Ao. Not only did the 2-headed monster not retreat, but all 4 of its heads opened wide and roared. White light shone from its body, and white scales covered its entire body. Each of the 4 heads had countless fangs that were several meters long. These fangs trembled in the air, and in the end, they all fell off, turning into dozens of streaks of white light that shot toward the water dragon. Boom! The water dragon's momentum was unstoppable as it devoured all the magical beasts in front of it. Hundreds of magical beasts were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. The low-ranked magical beasts' bodies shattered in midair. Only the 2 two-headed magical beasts managed to survive. However, the white scales on their bodies had all shattered. They fell to the ground and growled non-stop. Ah, what the hell is this? Zhu Yi had originally thought that the 2 upper-tier demonic beasts would be able to kill some low-level demonic beasts easily and would not pose a threat to her at all. She did not expect that the fangs would easily pierce through her 1,000-layer wave and shoot toward her. For a moment, Zhu Yi could only dodge in the air, but she was still hit by the 2 fangs. A powerful force slammed into her, and her delicate body was sent flying. Although she was protected by the power of origin, half of the bones in her body were shattered. A part of his robe was also torn, revealing the dazzling white skin underneath. Ao. The 2 two-headed magical beasts struggled, and their eyes were filled with ferocity. They raised their heads to the sky and roared a few times. Under Zhu Yi's horrified gaze, the fangs on their 4 heads grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they once again shot toward Zhu Yi. Humph. When a tiger falls to the plains. I will not allow myself to be bullied by a dog. Zhu Yi was enraged. Her killing intent soared into the sky. She no longer dodged. She condensed her spatial energy into 1,000-layer wave again and covered the 2 two-headed magical beasts. Boom! The 2 two-headed magical beasts did not have the protection of their white scales, so they were directly crushed by the 1,000-layer wave. However, Zhu Yi was also pierced by several white fangs. She felt a sweet taste in her throat, and a mouthful of extravasated blood spurted out. Her delicate body trembled, and she was seriously injured. Staggering to her feet, Zhu Yi walked forward with difficulty. She collected the emblems on the ground, and wiped the corner of her mouth with her snow-white sleeve, leaving a shocking red trail. Unable to rest, Zhu Yi endured the pain in her body and flew forward. Adding these 20,000 points, I have almost 100,000 points. Zhu Yi silently ran, but her mind gradually calmed down. She knew that she could not run around recklessly. Her death was not important. What was important was that she had to deliver the beast god and the points she had collected to Yi Qinghan. The beast god's sacrifice could not be in vain. Slowly flying, Zhu Yi revolved the divine crystal to heal her injuries. She began to search for dead passages and transmission restrictions. Why do I feel a familiar aura? Ah, it's the aura of a demon. After running for 5 days, Zhu Yi's injuries had recovered, but she still could not find a dead passage with a transmission restriction. However, she suddenly felt an incomparably evil and cold aura, and her running body hurriedly came to a halt. The people of the divine world were all too familiar with the aura of demons. Ever since the divine world's defeat, the demon world had been constantly attacking the divine world. The demons had always been the nightmare of the divine world's martial artists. Zhu Yi had followed Yi Qinghan and fought with the demons many times. How could she be wrong? Why are there demons in the planar battlefield? Could it be that they are participating in the planar wars? All the powerful martial artists of the demon world have been killed by us. Should I go and kill some of the demons? Should I get some more points? Zhu Yi hesitated. Last time, the demon world had sent so many powerhouses, but in the end, they had been completely annihilated. This time, the demon world should not have too many powerhouses participating in the planar wars. Moreover, she was incomparably familiar with the demons. Fighting them would be easy. She hesitated for a moment. Zhu Yi resolutely decided to start the battle. Her slim body turned into a light feather as she floated forward. After rushing for several hundred miles, she saw a group of demons slowly moving forward. The one leading them was only an Azura king. Humph. Die. Zhu Yi vented all the anger in her heart after the death of the beast god on the demons. The tyrannical power of space instantly submerged the hundreds of demons. The demons turned into powder one by one, their white badges falling to the ground. There's also the aura of demons? Is there another demon legion nearby? After Zhu Yi killed this demon squad, she felt that the cold evil aura in her heart had not weakened. Her phoenix eyes swept around and she continued to fly forward. In the end, after walking for several tens of thousands of miles, Zhu Yi encountered several hundred demons. All of them were Azuras, and there was only an Azura king leading them. Boom! The 1,000 rippling waves was like the largest pressure machine, crushing the demon legion. In an instant, several hundred points were in her hands. But, the cold evil aura in her heart had not been eliminated. Is this the entrance to the demon mountain of the demon world legion? Zhu Yi stood in the passageway, his eyes shining brightly. He had an extreme impulse in his heart, to kill all the evil demons nearby and obtain as many points as possible. If possible, to attack the main camp of the evil demon army. The beast god's death, the urgent need to find Yi Qinghan. She was a member of the Fire God clan, but she had disobeyed the orders of the Divine Emperor Supreme and stepped into the planar wars. All kinds of emotions and pressures intertwined together. In addition, she had continuously killed more than 1,000 creatures from other planes. Most importantly, under the influence of the demon aura, a strong killing intent surged in Zhu Yi's heart. His heart, which had calmed down, was now in a mess again. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yi resolutely continued to run forward. Her whole body was filled with killing intent. She was ready to find all the creatures of the demon legion and then kill them all. Chapter 1332. Kill, kill, kill. Zhu Yi crazily swept through the nearby passageways like a mad elephant. Any demon army she encountered was immediately turned into powder. Pieces of white badges floated down like snowflakes and finally entered her spatial ring. At this moment, Zhu Yi stood in the passageway. Her beautiful phoenix eyes shone with a faint red light. Her snow-white robe was messy, and her waterfall-like black hair was disheveled, but it made her look even more charming. However, she clearly did not care. With red eyes, she turned into a light swan and turned into a light swan, looking everywhere for demons. Zhu Yi's guess was right. This was indeed the entrance to the demon army's demon mountain. She had wandered for a year and killed 70,000 to 80,000 demons, but she did not encounter a demon monarch. It seemed that there were not many demon monarchs left. Several times, she wanted to attack the demon army camp from the colored passageways, but she was suppressed in the end. However, there was an obsession in her heart that made her refuse to leave the vicinity and continue to kill. More than a year of killing had made the evil in her heart even heavier. Originally, there was a flaw in her heart, and now she was faintly possessed. In addition, she hadn't encountered a single abyssal powerhouse for over a year. The strongest was the Azura King, allowing her to easily sweep through all of them. This gave her a feeling of invincibility. She woke up several times and wanted to leave this place, but the evil and cold aura everywhere triggered the evil in her mind, causing her to linger in the vicinity. Outside the demon mountain nearby, dark clouds covered the sky, and black fog coiled around. It was a scene of demons dancing wildly. This was the demon camp, and in the center of the camp stood an ancient castle. The ancient castle was completely made of stone, as if it had been here since the beginning. There were people in the ancient castle, and they looked exactly like humans. There were more than 10 of them sitting in 2 rows inside. At the top sat a green-haired youth. The youth was handsome, comparable to the elegant young masters of the god realm. Unfortunately, his lips were as red as blood, making him look a little evil. The youth played with a divine sword, and his blood-red lips curled up in an evil smile. He raised his eyebrows and sneered, "God realm monarch?" "Humph." A burly man sitting on the left nodded and said, "Lord Aomo, that God realm monarch has already killed tens of thousands of our people. When are we going to do it? If this goes on, the people won't even dare to enter Fiend Mountain anymore." The tens of men and women at the side also stared at the green-haired young man in bewilderment. They had long known that Zhu Yi had wantonly slaughtered Devil Realm creatures in the Devil Mountain. A Devil Monarch had even sneaked in to investigate, but he did not reveal his true body. Although Zhu Yi had sensed something, the Devil Monarch had immediately escaped. Zhu Yi was in a frenzy of killing and did not notice at all. The youth called Aomo waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. Send another 100,000 low-level civilians for her to kill. This celestial world's sovereign is very powerful, we have to take her down. We don't know if the ancestral devil and the rest are dead or alive in the divine realm. We have to capture her without fail and obtain accurate information. Moreover, we've also obtained accurate information about the god realm's arrival in the planar battlefield." "All right. I'll arrange it." The burly man nodded and turned into a gust of black wind and flew out. A moment later, a large amount of black mist separated from the sky and floated towards Fiend Mountain. After the burly man came in, the youth pondered for a moment and said faintly, "It's about time. After that celestial world's sovereign has killed our 100,000 people, her soul will also enter the devil realm and her strength will be greatly reduced. Prepare the secret method. This king wants to forcefully increase his strength and take down this celestial world's sovereign." "Yes." All the devil monarchs cupped their hands and responded in unison. Then, the ancient castle suddenly changed. All 4 walls collapsed with a loud bang, revealing a complicated ancient altar on the ground. Aomo entered the center of the altar. More than 10 devil monarchs stood at the center of the altar, their bodies surrounded by black chi. The power of darkness poured out and shot into the altar. The altar suddenly flashed with black light, and the evil smile on Aogu's face became even more intense. His blood-red lips were like the red clouds of the setting sun, shocking to the eye. Woo 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 woo, the more than 10 devil monarchs all transformed into their true forms. Their scales glowed with a cold light and black horns protruded from their heads. All of them emitted a hair-raising sound. Hearing this sound, the surrounding devil realm creatures all rushed towards the altar as if they had heard a summons. The sinister smile on the young man's face became more and more demonic. His body suddenly grew, turning into a tens of meters tall evil demon. He grabbed the red-eyed evil demon that was rushing towards him and directly threw him into his blood-red mouth that was several meters wide. Kacha, Kacha. Azuras and Azura kings were directly swallowed by Aomo. After chewing a few times, he swallowed them. Dark red devil blood sprinkled onto the altar, causing Aomo's blood-red mouth to become even more vivid, causing one's heart to tremble. As Aomo swallowed the Azura and Azura kings, the baleful aura around his body became increasingly thick. All the low-level devil monarchs in the surrounding 10,000 miles all prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. The eyes of the dozen or so devil monarchs shone brightly. One of the devil monarchs laughed sinisterly and sighed. The holy world cannot do without an ancestral devil. Even if we have to sacrifice half of the millions of people we brought, we must let Lord Aomo become an ancestral devil. The holy world will flourish for tens of thousands of years and unify the entire plate realm. The holy world will flourish for tens of thousands of years and unify the entire plate realm. All the devil monarchs shouted in unison. Although their hearts were bleeding as Aomo devoured swathes of devil monarchs, their gazes became even more resolute. Woo woo, in the devil realm's main camp, the black mist danced even more violently. From afar, it really looked like a group of devil monarchs were dancing wildly. Kill, kill, kill. Inside the demon mountain, Zhu Yi's killing intent surged even more violently. Thousand-layer waves roared through the passageway like a water dragon, taking away the lives of creatures from the demon realm one after another. The white emblems were like snowflakes, sprinkling all over the passageway. Zhu Yi's eyes were bloodshot. She blankly collected the badges on the ground, a dazed expression on her beautiful face. Recently, the devil army had begun to attack her in batches. That evil and cold aura constantly enveloped her, and the killing intent on her body became even thicker. In a daze, she felt that this was a trap. There was also a voice in her mind telling her to leave this place immediately. If she continued to kill, she would die. However, every time the next batch of devil monarchs rushed over, she would subconsciously raise the butcher's knife. How many have I killed? 30,000? 50,000? 80,000? A year had passed, and finally, the devil army stopped attacking her. She didn't know how many devil monarchs she had killed or how many badges she had in her spatial ring. She collected the last badge and sat on the ground, hugging her knees in exhaustion. She panted heavily. Her beautiful face stared blankly at the front of the tunnel. Her mind was a little unclear. She looked around blankly and suddenly felt a little scared. She hugged her body tightly and shivered. Great Emperor! Great Emperor! Zhu Yi finally found you. I found you. Suddenly, Zhu Yi's eyes lit up. Her beautiful face revealed a look of ecstasy. She hurriedly stood up and rushed towards the end of the tunnel. Her face was full of tears. A handsome man walked quietly in front of the tunnel. He was silent, like a devil in the dark night. The man had green hair. His eyes were filled with a sinister smile. His lips were bright red like blood. When he saw Zhu Yi running towards him, a lustful light flashed in his eyes. His gaze swept across Zhu Yi's impressive figure and beautiful face. He smiled warmly and said, Great Emperor. Come. Come into the arms of the Great Emperor. This Great Emperor will love you well. No. No. You're not the Great Emperor. You're not the Great Emperor. Zhu Yi ran a few steps. Her beautiful face suddenly revealed a look of fear. Her eyes instantly sobered up. But, she felt the powerful aura of this green-haired youth. Zhu Yi's face suddenly changed. Without hesitation, she immediately turned around and ran back. The youth's blood-red lips curved into a demonic smile. He laughed sinisterly. Beauty, you still want to run in front of this ancestral devil? Come here obediently. This ancestral devil will let you enjoy a wonderful taste that you've never experienced before. Hee hee. Chapter 1333. Boss, haven't you found a colored passage? There are only 10 years left. In the dark passageway, a green-robed man was sprinting madly. His body was not tall, but he was more vigorous than a leopard. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his gaze was firm and sharp. Under the dim light, it was incomparably dazzling, comparable to the stars. There's no hurry, Xiao Hei. This can't be rushed. The passages in Devil Mountain are like an underground maze, complex and complicated. If you're lucky, you might be able to find 2 in a year. If you're unlucky, you might not even find a colored passage in decades. But your boss's luck has always been good. Trust me. Yi Qinghan suddenly stomped on the ground, and his body soared into the air. He tapped lightly on the wall of the passage, and his body bent in an arc. He made a 45-degree turn in the air and turned into a passage at the fork in the road ahead. There was no path here, so he could only run randomly. There were as many forks in the road as there were hairs on a cow, so he could only try his luck. A few hours later, after traveling for millions of miles, Yi Qinghan's body suddenly stopped. His eyes were like those of a wolf that had found its prey. His body trembled in excitement as he shouted, "Xiao He, come out!" Swish! A shadow floated out. Its color was darker, and its body was denser. From afar, it looked like a real body. Xiao He looked at the excited Yi Qinghan in confusion. He didn't know what was going on. He looked around curiously but didn't find anything special in the nearby passages. Just as he was about to ask Yi Qinghan, he suddenly felt a faint aura. It was a somewhat evil and cold aura. Xiao He suddenly came to his senses and shouted, This is the aura of an evil demon. Boss, this is the aura of an evil demon. Let's go. Yi Qinghan nodded and shouted. Xiao He immediately shouted and turned into a blue dragon, running forward. The more he ran, the stronger the evil demon aura became. This evil demon aura also had a faint pressure. It was definitely not from a low-level evil demon. Is there a demon monarch nearby? If there's a demon monarch, it's very likely that the demon barracks are nearby. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more excited he became. In the end, he could not wait any longer. He circulated the power of cold and frantically rushed towards the source of the demonic aura. Great Emperor! Great Emperor! Ah, ah, ah. While running, Yi Qinghan's spiritual sense vaguely sensed a faint voice calling out to him. This voice was incomparably familiar, causing his body to suddenly come to a halt. His divine sense immediately swept towards the source of the sound, and when he found out clearly, his whole body's hair stood on end, just like a lion whose tail had been stepped on. The killing intent in his eyes was so intense that it was almost tangible. His expression turned savage, and the power of frost began to circulate wildly. He turned into a shooting star and shot forward. At the same time, he shouted, "Xiao He, Zhu Yi is being demonized by the devil monarch a million kilometers ahead. Speed! Zhu Yi, hold on, wait for me. Zhu Yi." Xiao He was startled by Yi Qinghan's sudden appearance. After a moment of shock, his killing intent soared into the sky. The entire passageway was filled with a somber killing intent. Xiao He roared, "Ah, it's the devil monarch. Kill, kill, kill." One man and one soul body rushed forward with boundless killing intent. Their speed was like lightning or a blizzard, sweeping through the world. In just a few blinks of an eye, they had already rushed over. Great Emperor! Great Emperor! Save me, save Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi doesn't want to become a demon. Zhu Yi is so scared. At the other end of the passageway, Zhu Yi's clothes were whiter than snow. Her skin was as white as jade, and her graceful body was rolling on the ground. Her hair was disheveled, and her beautiful face was filled with struggle. Her eyes alternated between red and black, making her look like a malicious spirit. She kept rolling on the ground, occasionally crashing into the wall. Blood flowed out of her forehead. At this moment, she no longer had the grace and elegance of a high and mighty queen. Instead, she looked like a lonely little woman. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly curled, making people feel sorry for her. She held her head with her lotus-like hands. Her beautiful lips opened and closed as she shouted with all her might, "Great Emperor, Great Emperor, Great Emperor." Aomo, who had devoured more than 1,000,000 low-level demon creatures, used the secret technique of the demon realm to forcefully increase his strength to the 9th grade supreme martial artist. How could Zhu Yi resist such a powerful strength? This was because Aomo wanted to demonize Zhu Yi and turn her into a demon realm creature. Otherwise, he would have killed her long ago. Zhu Yi's rolling on the ground became weaker and weaker. The red and black color in her eyes became more and more frequent, and her cries became weaker and weaker. It was clear that she could not resist the demonic aura and completely turned into a demon. Zhu Yi, hold on. I'm coming. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. It was obvious that the roar was amplified by power, and it resounded for hundreds of thousands of miles, shaking the passageway. The echoes intertwined in the passageway, shocking everyone. Great Emperor, it's really the Great Emperor. Zhu Yi's blood-red eyes suddenly became clear, and an ecstatic expression appeared on her face. It was as if she had heard the most beautiful sound in the world. Although her body was still trembling, and the muscles on her face were still twisted, a hint of determination suddenly appeared in her eyes. Zhu Yi, it's me. I'm Yi Qinghan. Hold on. Hold on. Demon Monarch, all the monarchs from the demon realm who attacked the divine realm are in my hands. The lives of your 3 ancestral devils are also in my hands. Do you dare touch my people? Yi Qinghan's roar sounded again from afar. The light in Zhu Yi's eyes became even more determined, but faint black scales began to appear on her body. It was obvious that her body had been demonized, but her soul was still guarding her. A surprised voice came from Zhu Yi's body. Then, a cloud of black gas suddenly emerged from her body, and the evil and cold aura in the surroundings became even stronger. Zhu Yi's clear eyes instantly turned blood-red. It was obvious that Aomo had sensed that someone was coming, so he increased the strength of his attack on Zhu Yi's soul. Xiao He, do it. Destroy this bastard. 2 specters shot out from the passageway. In midair, Yi Qinghan roared, Demon Realm bastard, if you dare to demonize my people, I swear that I will make your demon realm barren, and not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. Bastard, die. Xiao He condensed into a blue dragon and roared, enveloping the entire passageway. Wherever Xiao He passed, the faint demonic aura and black fog in the air instantly melted like snow under the scorching sun. Hiss, a cold roar sounded. Zhu Yi's body trembled, and a cloud of black fog suddenly emerged from her body. It turned into a huge black dragon and fought with Xiao He. Hiss, as the black dragon roared, countless other roars echoed in the distance. Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept out and saw thousands of demons rushing towards them. At the front were 2 demon monarchs, and behind them were several hundred Azura kings. Xiao He, first remove all the demonic aura from Zhu Yi's body. As Yi Qinghan saw the demon monarchs withdraw from Zhu Yi's body, he let out a great sigh of relief. He activated the fire god battle armor and with a teleport, he picked up Zhu Yi. After probing her, a dazzling light shot out from his eyes. He coldly shouted, the demon barracks must be nearby. Kill them all for me, don't leave a single one alive. Chapter 1334. There was no need for Yi Qinghan to say anything. Xiao He was excited to see the evil devil army. His spiritual body had an inexplicable connection with the slaughter god saber. The slaughter god saber had a strong suppressive ability against the evil devil world's creatures. When Xiao He fought against the evil devil world's creatures, it was like a wolf facing a lamb. There was no threat at all. It was a one-sided massacre. However, it was obvious that Aomo did not know about Xiao He's abnormal ability. He transformed into a black dragon and fought against the blue dragon that Xiao He had transformed into. He even summoned the people nearby to help him. In the end, Aomo discovered something that terrified him. This strange blue dragon actually had the same ability as the devil monarch. The black dragon that he had transformed into could easily send a rank 9 martial artist flying with its claws, tail flick, and bite. However, it could not pose any threat to Xiao He at all. This blue dragon could always become transparent when he attacked, dodging his attacks. Moreover, his powerful demonification ability was useless against Xiao He. Instead, he was being demonified, corroded, and devoured by Xiao He. When his demonic aura came into contact with Xiao He's green gas, it was immediately corroded and devoured. His demonic aura became weaker and weaker, but the light on Xiao He's body became brighter and brighter. If this continued, what was the point of fighting? Hiss hiss. At the other end of the passageway, countless black fog spread out like thick smoke. The black fog was mixed with creepy sounds that made one's hair stand on end. The evil devil world's reinforcements had arrived. When Xiao He and Aomo saw this, they were instantly shocked. Aomo roared and suddenly retreated. Xiao He immediately followed. He transformed into a gust of wind and swept toward the evil devil army in front of him. Emperor, Emperor, it's really you. It's really you. After Aomo's body left Zhu Yi, Xiao He separated a bit of energy to cleanse the demonic aura in Zhu Yi's body. Zhu Yi had already woken up. Although she was extremely weak and her face was pale, there was a sweet smile on her face. Zhu Yi, why did you enter the Devil Mountain? Didn't I tell you not to come in? You're so disobedient, just wait and see how this young master will whip you to death. Yi Qinghan looked at Zhu Yi tenderly, caressing her weak face as he scolded her. Zhu Yi didn't flirt as Yi Qinghan had imagined. Instead, her face turned pale, and her eyes revealed a painful expression. She hurriedly said something, then turned her face away, not daring to look at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. His lips trembled as he asked, someone else, came in? Zhu Yi struggled to free herself from Yi Qinghan's embrace. Her body swayed and she knelt down. Her weaker body trembled slightly as she said in a low voice, the beast god insisted on coming in. I was afraid that something would happen to him, so I came in to look after him. In the end, we encountered a few 9th grade supreme martial artists, the beast god, the great emperor. Zhu Yi is guilty, punish Zhu Yi. Boom. Yi Qinghan's face instantly turned as pale as snow. The cold energy in his hand surged, and he smashed it against the wall beside him. The entire cave shook, and dust flew everywhere. Go in and rest first. Yi Qinghan said coldly. He threw Zhu Yi into the War Emperor Palace, then activated the cold energy and flew in Xiao He's direction. Humph, you're courting death. In the distance, Xiao He and the evil demon army were fighting fiercely. Wrong. It was Xiao He who was happily slaughtering. 2 lower grade 9 devil monarchs and thousands of Azura kings roared as they came to help. Who knew that their ancestor devil, their boss, Aomo, would take advantage of the chaos to retreat? Moreover, they were the first to bear the brunt of the attack and were immediately enveloped by the gust of wind that Xiao He had turned into. The 2 9th grade demons immediately turned into black dragons and fought in the air. However, the gust of wind that Xiao He had turned into was not affected by their attacks at all. The more they struggled, the happier Xiao He swallowed. As for the Azuras, they were instantly turned into dust and swallowed by Xiao He. The white badges on the ground fell like snowflakes, covering the black stones on the ground. It was as if a heavy snowstorm had fallen. Swish! Yi Qinghan ignored these low-level demons. He turned into a red blur and rapidly rampaged through the evil demon army. With the protection of the fire god battle armor, the demonic aura could not harm him at all. He waved his hands, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. A giant palm that emitted a horrifying aura shot out and smashed toward a mass of black fog that was quietly retreating in front of him. The moment the giant palm condensed, the remaining Azura kings and the 2 9th grade demons felt a tremendous pressure suddenly appear, suppressing all the creatures in the evil demon world to the point that they did not dare to move. It was as if the sky had collapsed at this moment. In the eyes of all the creatures in the evil demon world, the nearby passage had disappeared. The gust of wind that Xiao He had turned into had also disappeared. Everything around them had disappeared. The only thing left between heaven and earth was a giant green palm. This Divine Emperor Supreme, the attack of this divine world martial artist is actually so tyrannical and powerful. Is this still an attack that a martial artist can make? Aomo's rapidly escaping body stopped. He felt as if his body had been enveloped by this giant palm. He could not even move, and he was so scared that his soul left his body. His 9th grade supremacy ability was originally forcibly increased, and he was slightly weaker than an ordinary 9th grade supremacy. What could he do now? He could only watch as the giant palm whistled toward him. He felt as if the sky had suddenly collapsed and was pressing down on him. This kind of pressure and power could not be resisted. My life is over, the holy world is over. Aomo cried out in despair. It was true that a devil monarch had a nearly immortal ability, but beneath this absolute strength, his main body was annihilated. Even a divine emperor supreme wouldn't be able to save him. Bang! A destructive strength broke through the air and came crashing down. The black fog that Aomo had turned into melted away like snow beneath this giant palm, revealing his main body. His main body was instantly sent flying backwards by the giant palm. His body was severely wounded, but he didn't die. Xiao He, swallow him. Yi Qinghan had the ability to completely destroy this abyssal supreme, but he wasn't stupid enough to do so. Xiao He needed a massive amount of energy to evolve. Xiao He didn't care about the remaining Azura King and the 2 ninth-grade demons. This abyssal supreme had been severely wounded and was the easiest to swallow. He immediately flew over and covered Aomo. My lord, please spare me. Aomo's body constantly struggled, trying to break free from Xiao He's devouring. But no matter how much he struggled, Xiao He followed him like a shadow. Aomo's body became weaker and weaker, and the strength of his struggles also became weaker. Xiao! The 2 devil monarchs and the countless Azura kings trembled in fear. Their souls left their bodies, wanting to escape in another direction. Humph! Yi Qinghan coldly snorted. The fire god's heart flashed and he directly teleported, appearing in front of the devil monarchs and Azura kings. He condensed another giant palm. Immediately, a world-destroying pressure enveloped all the demons. All the demons were immediately pressed to the ground, unable to move even half a step. Their bodies trembled in fear. Xiao He, hurry up, we still need to go to the abyssal camp. I've already found the entrance to the demon mountain. Yi Qinghan's face was filled with killing intent. The beast god seemed to have perished. The beast god was the only person that made him feel close to the beast god race. Lord Devour's death for love had already made him extremely sad. At this moment, his heart was dripping blood. Only by venting all his anger on the devil army would he feel better. Young man, if you still dare to casually release this strange attack in the planar battlefield, once Pan Xing discovers it, you will die without a doubt. Your divine world will also be destroyed immediately. Just as Yi Qinghan was immersed in the bad news of the beast god, a pleasant female voice suddenly rang in his ears. What was extremely strange was that the scene in front of Yi Qinghan suddenly changed. In a trance, he saw a towering cylindrical mountain peak. A purple-clothed woman was calmly looking at him. Chapter 1335. Who is it? Yi Qinghan cried out in alarm. His body trembled, and the huge palm in front of him collapsed. The blurry image in front of him was also shattered. All he could see were countless frightened, ugly faces of demons. Who is it? Who's talking? Yi Qinghan looked around in fear. He quickly released his divine sense to search around. However, he didn't notice that every hair on his body was standing on end. This time, it wasn't because of excitement, but because of fear. Boss, what's wrong with you? Xiao He had already swallowed the heavily injured devil sovereign. He flew over and saw the panic-stricken Yi Qinghan. He stopped swallowing the other demons and asked nervously. Yi Qinghan shook his head and pretended to be calm. He waved his hand and signaled Xiao He to swallow the other demons first. His mind worked quickly, and he began to think about the strange thing that happened just now. Young man, if you dare to release your strange attack in the planar battlefield, once Pan Xing finds out, you will die for sure. Your divine realm will be destroyed immediately. Young man? Strange attack. Pan Xing. Death for sure. Mountain? Yi Qinghan's mind flashed like electric sparks. He quickly analyzed the meaning of this sentence. She could use her divine sense to search him without him knowing, and transmit her voice to him. Moreover, she could condense a blurry image in front of him. With such a divine ability, Yi Qinghan believed that no one in this world could do it except for divine emperors and supremes. The mountain in the image was so tall. In the planar battlefield, there was a high chance that Pan Shan was the one with such a high mountain. Therefore, there was a 90% chance that this woman was a divine emperor and supremes. And if this woman was a divine emperor and supremes, her words weren't baseless. Strange attack. Could it be that this woman found out about my cold power? Then, did she find out about my abnormal soul space? She didn't kill me, but warned me. She told me not to release the attack, and said that if Pan Xing found out, he would kill me immediately. Destroy the divine realm? Pan Xing, surnamed Pan? Pan Jie? Pan Shan? Pan Xing could kill me? Destroy the divine realm? Is Pan Xing also a divine emperor? And the old man in sackcloth, are there 3 divine emperors? Yi Qinghan was confused. However, after Little Black swallowed all the demons, Yi Qinghan quickly sorted out his thoughts and confirmed a few points. But she didn't mean him any harm, and seemed to be helping him. But he didn't have any malice towards him. Instead, he seemed to be helping him cover up. Secondly, Pan Xing was most likely a divine emperor supreme martial artist. With the strength of this woman, she had no motive to lie to him. Then, if Pan Xing discovered his strange ability, it was very likely that he would do as the woman said, and destroy him, and the entire god realm. Third, there was more than one. The old man in sackcloth was very likely to be a divine emperor. After clarifying these points, Yi Qinghan became even more confused. He thought of the murderous aura that swept past him not long ago. It was very likely that it was emitted by Pan Xing. The old man in sackcloth did not know if he was good or bad, but the woman in purple seemed to love him. That Pan Xing, on the other hand, was filled with killing intent. Once he found out about my strange ability, he would kill me. No matter what. Yi Qinghan immediately made a decision. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not make a move in the parallel plane battlefield. Xiao He would also try not to make a move. He could not gamble and could not afford to lose. I will immediately find the evil demon's camp. 5 million points should be enough. I will immediately go into seclusion and announce my withdrawal from the final battle. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. When he saw Xiao He flying over, he shouted at Xiao He, "Enter the slaughter god blade. I will collect the emblems first. When we find the evil demon's camp, you will immediately kill them all." Although Xiao He did not know what happened to Yi Qinghan, when he saw Yi Qinghan's solemn expression, he did not say anything and immediately flew into the slaughter god blade. Yi Qinghan silently collected the emblems. 2 devil monarchs, hundreds of Azura kings, and thousands of Azuras added up to tens of thousands of points. However, what puzzled Yi Qinghan was that the evil demon's emblem was also black and not gold. He did not know that the evil demon's emblem was forcefully raised. As he ran, Yi Qinghan did not dare to use the power of cold anymore. He headed straight for the colored passageway. As expected. 1 hour later, Yi Qinghan saw that the passageway was getting wider and there was a faint light in front of him. The evil and cold demonic aura was getting thicker. I found the evil demon's camp. Xiao He, do it. Devour with all your strength. Don't let a single demon escape. I want all the creatures from the evil demon realm to be unable to return to the planar battlefield. Yi Qinghan stood at the entrance of the Devil Mountain. Dark clouds covered the sky and black fog rolled about. From time to time, bone-chilling howls could be heard. The open space in front of the passageway was like an Azura hell. Demons danced about chaotically, it was extremely horrifying. Waha, so many demonic creatures. It looks like Lord Xiao He, will have no choice but to evolve this time. Xiao He threw his head back and laughed. He turned into a blue dragon and carried a biting cold killing intent as he whizzed forward. The black fog tumbled about. The giant blue dragon shuttled in and out of the black fog. The roars of demons could be heard everywhere. Countless demonic powerhouses turned into black dragons and tangled with the blue dragon in the black fog. Waves of cold aura spread through the air. The entire square outside the Devil Mountain was in chaos. The scene was so shocking that it could scare a cow to death. Who? 1,500,000 points are at my fingertips. Looking at the white badges falling down like snowflakes, Yi Qinghan's heart finally relaxed a little. Then he thought of the voice transmission just now and his heart became even heavier. A divine Emperor Supreme. This was an existence that was like a coiling mountain, pressuring him to the point of suffocation. But after comprehending the Tao of unyielding, Yi Qinghan had an urge to fight a divine Emperor Supreme. Luckily, he was very clear that if he provoked them now, he would be courting death. He would also drag everyone in the divine world down with him. Humph. Wait until my cold domain is complete, this young master will not hesitate to fight you all. Yi Qinghan looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with arrogance. The strange changes in his soul space had given him the confidence to be above others. He had a feeling that as long as the cold domain was complete, he would not fear anyone. Woo, woo, the strange cries ahead pulled Yi Qinghan's thoughts back. The battle ahead had come to an end. Xiao He was like an invincible divine emperor against the demon army, easily sweeping through them. Especially the low-level demons, they were swallowed in a single move. The giant blue dragon in the sky grew stronger and stronger. The chilling blue light, in the black fog, was like a dazzling demonic sun. Wherever it swept through, the demons were killed and swallowed, and the badges fell like snowflakes. The demonic creatures finally began to panic and began to flee in all directions. Several devil monarchs were swallowed, and nearly 1,000,000 low-level demons were killed. The white and blue badges on the ground fell in pieces. Even the most unintelligent Shura knew that this blue dragon was invincible, an invincible existence. Zhu Yi, come out and help me collect points. Yi Qinghan sent a voice transmission, then with a long whistle, he rushed forward. Zhu Yi's body quietly appeared. Looking at the scene of demons dancing in front of her, she was startled. Then seeing the invincible blue dragon in the sky and the badges all over the ground, she was instantly overjoyed. Her charming body turned into a light feather, flying towards the battlefield with Yi Qinghan. Chapter 1336. So many badges. Heavens! There should be millions of points here, right? The beast deity was worried that the great emperor would not have enough points. Sigh. Zhu Yi looked at the white badges on the ground and thought of the beast deity's skinny face. She could not help but feel sad. She looked up at Yi Qinghan, who was silently collecting badges. Zhu Yi did not dare to show it, afraid that it would cause Yi Qinghan's sorrow. She quickly lowered her head and collected all the badges. Still want to run? Boss, suppress them. Wait until I finish devouring these evil monarchs, then I'll take care of those little bastards. In midair, Xiao He was entangled with a few black dragons. 2/3 of the dozen evil monarchs had been devoured by him. The fiend realm really did not have any powerhouses. The strongest evil monarchs present were upper rank 9. How could they be a match for Xiao He? Yi Qinghan swept his gaze at the low-level evil demons that were fleeing in all directions. They had been far away from the start and had wanted to join the battle in a hurry. However, they realized that they had been swept away by Xiao He. They were scared out of their wits and immediately turned to flee. Apart from the demon mountain, countless black fog shot out from the other 3 directions like hundreds of thousands of sharp swords. Yi Qinghan estimated that at least 700,000 to 800,000 low-level evil demons had escaped. These low-level evil demons were weak. If Yi Qinghan could condense the power of cold, he could easily suppress them and immobilize them. However, Yi Qinghan did not dare to make a move. He could only smile bitterly and let these low-level evil demons escape. Boss, why aren't you making a move? Xiao He saw Yi Qinghan shaking his head slightly and continued to collect points. He called out urgently a few times. The green light he had turned into became even brighter, and he began to devour crazily. He had long felt that the next evolution was coming. It would be a great pity if they ran away with so much energy. Yi Qinghan thought for a while and said to Zhu Yi, suppress those evil demons over there. Zhu Yi Lianhua's feet lightly tapped the ground, and she turned into a cloud of flying cotton, flying toward the abyss devils that were fleeing the most. In the blink of an eye, he stood above them, and the power of space revolved, enveloping more than 100,000 low-level demons. The battle ended in less than an hour. Yi Qinghan was still collecting badges with Zhu Yi. This time, all the strong members of the Devil Legion were killed. At least 2/3 of the low-level devils were devoured. The rest of the devils turned into birds and beasts and fled in all directions, disappearing into the vast mountains. After Xiao He devoured all the demons that Zhu Yi had suppressed, the rest of the demons hadn't run far, so he couldn't catch up to them at all. However, he did not continue to chase after Yi Qinghan. Instead, he happily flew towards Yi Qinghan. Without saying a single word, he immediately entered the slaughter god blade and fell into a deep sleep. He transformed into the soul-devouring beast's original body, which was glowing with green light. It was obvious that he was going to evolve again. This time, Xiao He devoured a grade 9 supreme, 4 grade 9 upper, and more than 10 grade 9 lower. There were more than 100,000 Azura kings and more than 2 million Azuras. Such a huge amount of energy was enough for him to evolve perfectly, even though he already felt like he was about to evolve. After a while, Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi finally finished collecting all the badges. Yi Qinghan entered the entrance of the Devil Mountain and immediately brought Zhu Yi into the War Emperor Palace. This was the main camp of the Devil Legion. Since the evil demons had escaped, it was almost impossible for outsiders to come here. It was also impossible for them to coincidentally shake the space here. It was very safe. Great Emperor, these are the points that the Beast God and I collected, but they are obviously useless. After entering, Zhu Yi passed a spatial ring to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan kept the badges silently. Then, he used his divine sense to lock onto the slaughter god blade and carefully checked it twice. After confirming that Xiao He was in good condition and had already evolved, he looked at Zhu Yi calmly. He then looked at Zhu Yi and said, Zhu Yi, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. It's all my fault. Tell me the details. Beast God, after you entered the Devil Mountain for a few years, after thinking about it, he felt uneasy for you to shoulder such a heavy burden alone. You also know how much he cares about you. Hence, he insisted on letting everyone in. Even if we had to sacrifice everyone, as long as you were fine and the Divine Realm won, it would be fine. Gong Tian and the rest followed your orders and refused to come in. Actually, we were also very hesitant. However, the Beast God stubbornly wanted to come in, so I could only accompany him. We met a few 9th grade Beast Men supreme martial artists. I heard an explosion and coincidentally entered the teleportation formation and was teleported here. Zhu Yi's face was gloomy as she explained the situation to Yi Qinghan in detail. Yi Qinghan's heart was also in his throat, but his face turned ashen. After remaining silent for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, Beastmen Dimension, if you dare to kill our ancestor, as long as I, Yi Qinghan, am not dead, there will be a day when I will uproot your dimension. Zhu Yi looked at the furious Yi Qinghan. She could feel his endless murderous aura and his suppressed emotions. Her legs softened, kneeling in front of Yi Qinghan, hugging Yi Qinghan's leg. She faced Yi Qinghan, her face full of self-blame and guilt. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yi Qinghan. Great Emperor, you can scold me. Hit me. Zhu Yi is guilty. Don't do this. If you scold me or hit me, I will feel better. Yi Qinghan's emotions were really suppressed. After so many years of continuous battles, he hadn't had a moment of peace. Lord Devour had died for love, and now, the Beast God was most likely dead. The God Emperor was like a mountain pressing on him. The lives and deaths of billions of people in the divine world were like a sharp sword hanging over his head, making it hard for him to breathe. He was the great emperor of the divine world, the #1 genius of billions of years in the divine world. He had so many halos and honors, but no one knew how bitter his heart was. Looking at Zhu Yi kneeling on the ground, looking at her tear-stained face, he had an impulse to cry. However, he knew that a man could only bleed and not shed tears. He could only stand and die. He couldn't kneel and live. Thus, he didn't shed a tear or say anything. He just stooped, reaching out one hand to gently wipe the tears from the corners of Zhu Yi's eyes. Then, he hugged her tightly. Zhu Yi was also depressed. She was the king of the fire god tribe, but at this moment, she had to disobey the order of the god emperor. She had to risk the extinction of the fire god tribe to enter the battlefield quietly. When the beast god was in danger and she was about to be demonized by the devil monarch, Yi Qinghan had descended from the sky to save her. However, he didn't blame her. Quite the contrary, he had made her feel guilty and blamed herself. Two depressed people, two strange emotions, two people who could be smashed to pieces at any time, tightly hugged each other. They used their bodies to give each other warmth, giving each other a moment of peace. Great Emperor. Great Emperor. Crazily want Zhu Yi, Zhu Yi wants your love, Zhu Yi wants you. All of a sudden, Zhu Yi began to kiss Yi Qinghan madly. Her hands tore at Yi Qinghan's robes. Her fiery lips fell on Yi Qinghan's face, mouth, neck, and chest like raindrops. Yi Qinghan stared blankly for a moment. Looking at Zhu Yi, who was like a crazy kitten, the pressure in his heart transformed into a blazing evil fire. He roared and started to tear Zhu Yi's clothes frantically. The two of them became naked in an instant. The two of them intertwined with each other and finally combined into one. The temperature in the room also started to rise, and it started to burn crazily.